Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Good morning."
All counsel said, "Good morning, Your Honor."
The court said, "Would you make your appearance, please?"
Ms. Murray said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Juliana Murray and Micah Ferguson on behalf of the United States. We're joined by paralegal specialist Isabel Loftus.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Good morning, Your Honor." On behalf of Mr. Kwok, Sabrina Shroff, Sid Kumraju, and Scott Skirick, and Jorge Salazar.
The court said, "Please be seated. Very early this morning I received a letter from Bess Feng, and she claims that her father, Henry Feng, was victim of the GTV scam, and asking to testify on his behalf, and if that's not possible, having the father testify. So I am going to have that letter uploaded to the docket. Is there anything you'd like to tell me about?"
Mr. Ferguson said, "Yes, Your Honor. One matter from the government. The government expects that a Morgan Stanley employee will testify today. Her name is Elizabath Berstler. She was an account associate for the G Club's account at Morgan Stanley. The thrust of her testimony concerns wire transfer requests that G Clubs made. Specifically, they requested a £10 million sterling British pound transfer to Fiesta Properties Development Limited in the UK. That was pursuant to what was represented to be a loan agreement for that amount between G Clubs and Fiesta. Morgan Stanley made, I think, ultimately 4 wire transfers pursuant to that request to transfer the balance of the $10 million to Fiesta. In connection with those requests, Morgan Stanley's Fraud Operations Department flagged the initial wire and requested that Ms. Berstler obtain the purpose of the wire from the client. She did so. The purpose was represented to be a loan agreement so that Fiesta could make a real estate property purchase. That wasn't true. The Fiesta money was used to buy a $4.5 million Ferrari for Mr. Guo's son, Milson Guo, or Chang Guo. And I flagged this for Your Honor because we would like to ask. In order to prove materiality of the bank fraud object of our 1349 count, ask the witness, if she had known that the purpose provided to her was not how the funds would actually be used, would she have processed the wire transfer? And I wanted to raise that in advance for Your Honor, given our prior discussions on it. That was the subject of our motion in limine, where we asked to be able to ask such questions to victims and banks in order to prove materiality. Banks in particular, for the 1349 object of bank fraud.
Mr. Skirick said, "Your Honor, I won't go through the defenses, factual disputes with Mr. Ferguson's characterization of that transaction. Suffice it to say we don't agree that that's correct. Having said that, I think with respect to the materiality question, the defense's position is twofold. 1, it's unclear to us, at least, that this witness had any authority whatsoever to either approve or disapprove or decline to give approval for this particular transaction. Our understanding is that that approval authority rested with other parts of the bank and that this witness cannot testify to that. So that's a foundational issue number 1. And number 2, to the extent that the court does permit this testimony, we would just ask that we have reciprocal ability to ask similar hypothetical questions."
The court said, "So do you know whether she had decision-making authority? Because if she did not, then the question would be, had you known this, would you have reported this to your superiors?"
Mr. Ferguson said, "Yes, Your Honor, and I think Your Honor hit the nail on the head with the follow-up question. As would happen at a large bank, she's one link in the chain of approving a wire transfer. So she receives the misrep and then she conveys it to fraud operations, which then approves the wire transfer. So, I think that suffices. That's enough."
The court said, "So I will permit first a question as to her decision-making authority, her role, and a question in which you ask had she known that the purpose was the purchase of the car, would she have given that information to whomever it is that she would have given it to?"
Mr. Ferguson said, "Understood. I'm not sure what the other hypothetical questions may be, Your Honor. I guess we can see. We can address them as they come up from the defense."
The court said, "Okay."
Mr. Skirick said, "Nothing further if the court is fine with that, leaving the hypothetical issue there. We can take it up in real time."
Ms. Shrofa said, May I, Your Honor?
The court said yes, you may. Go ahead.
Ms. Schrofa said, as to Ms. Fung, the defense has no position, just to close that loop. Thank you. I did have one additional matter to raise regarding the first witness, through whom the government seeks to introduce various photographs, and they're not seeking to admit the underlying seizure of the material, simply the photographs. So part of the photographs that they seek to introduce at trial are several boxes of scarves and personal items that were found in Ms. Wang's apartment. Another group of photographs of Ms. Wang's apartment itself. And then the third group of photographs seem to concern cash that was seized/found in her apartment. I understand that this is a conspiracy case. Nevertheless, it is the defense's position that seeking to introduce photographs of the material seized would be 1. Improper based on relevance. 2. Photographs themselves are simply evidence of the photograph, not the underlying seizure. But 3. On the matter especially of the credit cards and the cash. The government wants to introduce them without providing the defense with a witness that could be crossed. So the 3500 material for the witness itself says she had no role to play in any of the seizure. She simply took the photograph. So if the court were to allow into evidence, over my objection, for example, the cash, I would not be able to cross-examine because the witness would simply say, I don't know. I would not be able to elicit from the witness the fact that the cash is dated as far back as 2013, a fact that the government is aware of, because it was flagged for them during Ms. Wang's bail application, and there was an affidavit introduced by Ms. Wang's lawyer saying that he had gone to their offices. Examine the cash, the denominations of the notes itself go as far back as 2013. So normally, I would understand that the court would say, well, they're admissible, Ms. Schroff, you can cross on weight. But I don't have a witness whom I can cross because she's the one who just took the photographs.
The court said, so you understand that the prosecution wishes to use these photographs as fruits of the alleged fraud.
Ms. Schrofa said, sure, but...
The court said, and so you have not challenged the legality of the seizure.
Ms. Schrofa said, I can't. I don't have standing. It's not my client's home, it's Ms. Wang's home.
The court said, and Ms. Wang has pleaded guilty.
Ms. Schrofa said, right.
The court said, I'll hear from the prosecution.
Ms. Murray said, yes, Your Honor. We believe that all of those categories of photographs reflecting the evidence from the search warrant should come in. As to the first category, well, initial matter. There is a stipulation between the parties as to the photographs, both that the photographs from the search are true and accurate photographs that were taken on that day pursuant to a lawful premises search. And then as to the photographs of the items that were seized. That those were photographs of items that were lawfully seized. And those photos were taken either on the day of the search or later by someone who participated in the lawful seizure of those items. It's for efficiency that the government seeks to introduce these photographs through one witness in order to bring in the search instead of calling multiple witnesses who can speak to the actual item seized. Parading in boxes of the items that were actually seized. And there's no question as to the authenticity of any of these photographs or what they represent. The parties have stipulated to that. With respect to the photographs of boxes of Hermes scarves and bags, the government argues that those are fruits of the fraud that's charged. Those are very expensive items. There's something that has been litigated in Ms. Wang's bail as items that she purchased that were during the charged conspiracy that were high-value items. There's no reason to prohibit the government from bringing those in. I'm not sure the basis, if any, for excluding photographs of the apartment. That's just establishing the area that was actually searched pursuant to the warrant. And then with respect to the cash, it was approximately $138,000 in bulk cash that was seized from the safe. Ms. Schroff is correct, there was argument with respect to Ms. Wang. Her counsel came to the FBI's offices, inspected every bill of the cash. The fact that some of the money was brought into circulation in 2013. It's the government's contention, has absolutely no bearing on when it was actually obtained by Ms. Wang. I don't have a dollar bill on me right now, but I suspect that if I looked at cash that I had in hand, It would not all be dated 2024. Which is to say that money is in circulation and it is fungible and it comes in and out. And the fact of the issuance of those bills has no bearing on the government's contention, and specifically. The government's contention is that a large amount of bulk cash was taken from a safe pursuant to a lawful seizure warrant. So we don't see any basis to exclude our introducing that.
The court said. And the witness, what relationship does she have to the seizure?
Ms. Murray said, the witness was the photographer, so she was present. It's like one of the other witnesses that we had for a prior lawful premises search. She was present and took the photos during the search. And again, Your Honor, we do have a stipulation as to the photos, both the photos from the search and the photos of the item seized.
The court said. I'm going to admit the photos.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may I just want to make sure that I put on the record the following. I did not argue authenticity of any of the material or the photographs. My argument was simply to relevance. And just to go back to what Ms. Murray is saying to the court, yes. I too have a dollar bill in my pocket. It could be from 2013, or it could be from 2023. The point is, that's an equipoise. I would not be able to argue anything because I do not have a witness that I can cross. That's the point. Of course the bill could be in circulation. It could have been in circulation since 2019 or 2001 or 1984. That's not the point. The point is, I am unable to argue that, 1, because I don't have the correct witness, and 2, because I do not have the underlying notes. I do not have the dollar bills. I also just want to make sure that the court is aware that this matter was part of the docket. It is docket entry 81 to 18. The government has known about this argument since the filing of that particular docket number. And there are 16 separate stacks of cash. The review of the stacks of cash show that they range from 2013 to 2017. I would not be able to cross-examine on any of this. I also just note, in terms of the number of photographs the government seeks to introduce, it's 122 photographs. We have no objection to the photographs of the physical layout of the home. They believe that to be relevant. I don't see how. That's the court's ruling. I understand that. But to argue that everything in that apartment is a proceed of a fraud without providing to the defense a witness that can be crossed on that issue would not be fair to Mr. Guo. And finally, just one point. Expediency for the government does not trump Mr. Kwok's rights to due process and the proper witness. So, for those reasons, we continue to object. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Murray said, and just briefly on that, Your Honor. I would note that Mr. Guo does not have standing to challenge this search, nor has he challenged legality of the search. I would also note that we are aware that there will be a defense case. We're aware of that from recent conversations with the defense, so to the extent that they want to call a witness to challenge any of these issues, they may do so in their case.
The court said, okay, I've heard enough on the issue. I've heard enough argument on this issue. I am admitting the photographs. Is there anything else?
Ms. Shrofa said, No, Your Honor. I just think burden shifting would be against the law and the Constitution.
The court said, nothing further before we start at 9:30?
Mr. Kumraju said, not from the defense.
Ms. Murray said, not from the government.
The court said, all right. So if you'll have your next witness on the stand, or standing at least next to the stand by 9:29, please.
Ms. Murray said, will do.
Recess.
The court said, please have the jurors brought in.
Continued on next page. Jury present.
The court said, please be seated. Good morning, jurors, after a glorious day off.
The juror said, good morning.
The court said, we're going to start fresh with a new witness. Would the prosecution call its witness, please?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, the government calls Alexandra Gale.
Witness sworn.
The court said, would you state your name and spell it, please?
The witness said, Alexandra Gale, Alexandra, and the last name is Gale.
The court said, Ms. Gale, I'm going to need you to get very, very close to the microphone so that we can all hear you.
The witness said, okay, is that better?
The court said, that is better, but you can get even closer.
The witness said, "Okay."
The court said, "And Mr. Horton, I want you also to get close to the microphone so that we can hear."
Mr. Horton said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may inquire."
Mr. Horton said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Alexandra Gale, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Mr. Horton.
Good morning, Ms. Gale.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
The FBI in New York.
And what is your title at the FBI?
I'm a staff operations specialist.
What office are you assigned to?
The New York field office.
And Ms. Gale, how long have you been with the FBI?
Approximately 5 years full-time.
What are your various duties as a staff operations specialist at the FBI?
I'm more of a tactical analyst, so we do analysis of social media, telephones. Open source research kind of stuff.
And when, if ever, does your job require you to take pictures?
I am a collateral duty photographer.
And what does that mean, a collateral duty photographer?
So I'm a backup. If they need an extra person. If one of them is out of the office or if they have multiple locations on a search, then they'll ask me to do it.
And as a photographer for the FBI, what do you take photographs of?
Typically search warrant executions.
And what is a search warrant execution?
We will, if a squad gets a search warrant for a location. Then they're allowed to go in and search legally.
And what sort of training, if any, do you have to be an FBI photographer?
I learned from the FBI photographers that are full-time photographers. And they taught me by taking me out with them and doing their photo log, so I would see the way that they did photography in a search warrant. And then they would have me do it myself while they were there to make sure I was doing it correctly.
You said you learned in part by doing a photo log. What's a photo log?
It's a log that somebody on the search team will keep with the photographer. So every time the photographer takes a photo, the logger will write the number of the photo and what was taken in the photo.
Ms. Gale, I want to direct your attention to March 15, 2023. What, if anything, did you do at work that day?
I photographed a search.
And where was the location of the search that you photographed that day?
It was somewhere in Manhattan.
Do you remember what street it was on?
I think it was East 64th.
Did the FBI have a search warrant that day?
Yes.
And what did the search warrant allow the FBI to do?
Search the apartment that we had searched.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, at this time the government offers a stipulation that has been marked as GX Stip 4.
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit Stip 4 received in evidence.
Mr. Horton said, Could we publish it, please, Ms. Loftus? The document is entitled Stipulation Regarding Wong Apartment Search. And it says that the parties agree that if called as a witness at trial, a special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, would testify as follows, on March 15, 2023. Special agents and other FBI employees executed a lawful search of 188 East 64th Street, apartment 1601, New York, New York. During the course of that search, FBI personnel took photographs of interior space of 188 East 64th Street, apartment 1601. New York, New York, and also lawfully seized items, documents, and electronic devices. At the time of the search, Yvette Yenping Wang was the sole resident of 188 East 64th Street, apartment 1601, New York, New York. GXWA 135 are fair and accurate photographs of interior spaces of 188 East 64th Street that were lawfully captured by an FBI photographer on March 15, 2023. When conducting the search, GXWA 656 are fair and accurate images of documents and items that were located at 188 East 64th Street, apartment 1601. New York, New York, on March 15, 2023, during the search. It says, "It is further stipulated and agreed that this stipulation may be received into evidence." GXWA 1, 12. 14 through 79, I apologize. Let me correct that. 14 to 68, 69 to 79, 83 to 85, 89 to 92, 95 to 115, 123, 124, and 126 to 135. All of which are covered in the stipulation.
The court said, "They are admitted."
Government's exhibits WA1, WA12, WA14, WA68, WA69, WA79, WA83, WA85, WA89, WA92, WA95, WA115, WA123, WA124, and WA126, WA135 received in evidence.
Mr. Horton said, "Thank you, Ms. Loftus. You can take that down."
By Mr. Horton.
Ms. Gale, what was the first thing you did when you arrived at this apartment on March 15, 2023?
I spoke to the search team leader.
And what did you speak to her about?
We did a walkthrough of the apartment before I started taking photos to decide what to label each room.
And what happens before you do a walkthrough?
The agents on the search warrant will clear the apartment to make sure it's safe.
And what does it mean for agents to clear an apartment?
They'll go in and check if anyone is in there.
You said you did a walkthrough. Can you explain to the jury what a walkthrough is?
So basically we'll walk through the apartment and label each room. Typically in the order that they walk through it. So for example, if the kitchen is the first room, we'll label that A. So we walked through to see what the layout was, and then came back out of the apartment.
And after your walkthrough that morning, Ms. Gale, what did you do next?
We started entry photos.
And what do you mean by entry photos?
So before any searching happens, I take photographs of the entire apartment as is before we start touching anything.
During the walkthrough and during the entry photos, what, if anything, do you do, or what, if anything, did you do to items that you see in the apartment?
Nothing.
And what happened next after you took entry photos?
Then I tell the search team later that they're good to start searching.
And what do you do when the search is happening?
I will wait for somebody searching to ask me to take a photo of any evidence or important items that they might have found.
Are you ever able to take photos on your own? Let me withdraw that. Who decides what photos you take?
The searching agents or FBI staff.
And how does an agent ask you to take a photo?
They will just call my name and say, "Hey, can you come take a photo of this?"
Mr. Horton said, "Ms. Loftus, can you pull up what's in evidence as GXWA2? While that's coming up, Ms. Gale, were you the only person taking photos for the FBI that morning?"
Correct.
Mr. Horton said, "Okay. Can we please publish this, Ms. Loftus? Did you take this photo, Ms. Gale?"
I did.
What are we looking at here?
This is a picture of, I was standing in the hallway taking a photo with the door open of the first thing you see when you walk into the apartment.
And where in relation to this photo is the kitchen?
Just to the left.
Mr. Horton said, "Okay. Can we put up WA9, please, Ms. Loftus?"
The court said, "Are you saying that the door on the right is the front door?"
The witness said, "That's correct."
What room in the apartment was this photo taken in, Ms. Gale?
This is the kitchen.
And what does it show?
Looks like a number of phones charging, water bottle, fruit.
Are those the only phones you took photos of that morning?
I don't think so.
Mr. Horton said, "Could we pull up WA107? Did you take this photo, Ms. Gale?"
I did.
What does it show?
An Apple iPhone.
Is this one of the phones that was charging in the kitchen?
I don't know if it's the same one.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up WA 15. What room in the apartment is this, Ms. Gale?
This is the bedroom.
And is this how it appeared when you entered that morning?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, could you zoom in to the sort of center of the image? And if you could zoom in to the item in the middle of the screen. Was this item there when you came into the bedroom that morning, Ms. Gale?
Yes, it was.
And what is it?
Looks like a photo of a person.
Do you know who's in that photo?
I don't.
And what does it say, if anything, at the top of the photo?
The hero.
Mr. Horton said, okay. You can take that down, please, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Loftus, if you could put up at the same time WA 62-64. Please. Looking at the top left of your screen, WA 62, Ms. Gale, what are we looking at there? What's the frame around the outside?
This is a photo of an open safe, and you're looking at the contents of the safe.
And so where was the bag on the right found?
In that safe on the left.
What's depicted in the image at the bottom here, WA 64?
Cash.
And where was that cash found?
In the bag that was found in the safe.
What room in the apartment was the safe found in?
I believe it was the bedroom.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could take these down, please, and put up WA 41. Ms. Gale, what are we looking at here?
This is a clear organizer with paper clips, whiteout pens, and thumb drives.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, could you zoom in to the left side of the drawer, please? And what is shown on the flash drives, Ms. Gale?
2 of them have labels.
Do you know what MK is?
I don't.
Mr. Horton said, you can take that down, please, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Gale, did you take pictures of hard copy documents at this apartment?
Yes, I did.
And how did you decide which photos to take?
Whatever the searching agents and FBI professional staff asked me to take.
And where in the apartment were the hard copy documents that you took photos of?
I know there were some in the living room. I don't remember if there were others as well.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can you pull up WA 20, please? If you could zoom in to the top of the document on the left side. Please, and highlight the to line and the date line, please. Ms. Gale, what kind of document is this?
It looks like a printed email.
And what are the names next to the email addresses in the to line?
Do you want me to read the email itself or just the name?
I'm sorry. Could you just read what's written next to the email addresses in the to line, please?
Latham space G and Max Krasner.
Do you know what Latham G means?
I don't.
And do you know who Max Krasner is?
I don't.
What's the date of this document?
Tuesday, March 14, 2023.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom out and then capture the part from Dear Miss Guo to the third photograph. If you could highlight the first sentence in that third paragraph, please. And then Ms. Gale, if you could read that, aloud.
It says, I have copied Mr. Max Krasner, whom I was regularly eye contact with for Whitecroft. On this reply.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can you replace that with WA 109, please? And Ms. Loftus. If you could zoom into what's written on the item on the left, please. What does this image show, Ms. Gale?
It's a photo of a notepad with handwritten notes on it.
And what, if anything, is written at the top of the notepad on the left side?
The word Max.
Under that, there are lines that start with what look like hyphens. Could you just read the first word or acronym for each of those items from top to bottom under Max?
Yeah, it's GSNY, and then in parentheses, city. The next one is Geneva, GENEVER. The third one said leading. The fourth one says Greenwich LLC. And then the next one is SARACA. And then ROLS and then Hudson.
Do you know what any of those mean?
I don't.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, could you replace this one with WA68, please? And then please zoom in to the text of the document and highlight what's written at the top. Did you take this photo, Ms. Gale?
Yes.
Can you please read what's written at the top of this document?
HCN allocation at $0.1 US.
Do you know what HCN allocation means?
I do not.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could highlight just below the middle of this list the line that starts Andrew Law and Roger Smee, those two lines, and extend to the end of the row, please. Ms. Gale, can you please read these two line items?
Andrew Law, Mileson's friend. And Roger Smee, Mileson's friend.
And what is on the same line of those words?
A dollar amount.
And what's the dollar amount for each of those lines?
I believe the one in line with Andrew Law is either $980,000 or $300,000, and then Roger Smee looks like $250,000. Or the line above.
And Ms. Gale, can you read what's at the top of the column where those figures are?
It says total HCN.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could highlight the line that's 3 above Andrew Law, please. And can you read that line item for us, Ms. Gale?
Yeah, the name is spelled YANPING space WANG. And it looks like the dollar amount is probably the $6,999,800, but it could also be the $20 million.
Do you have any idea what this list represents?
I don't.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could please replace this with WA26. And if you could zoom in around the content of the document, please. Sorry, Ms. Loftus. If you could get the word that's at the top of the document. Thank you. Ms. Gale, was this document in the apartment that day?
Yes.
And what does it say at the top?
Inventory.
What kinds of things are shown on this document?
It looks like motor vehicles.
Looking at the second column from the left, it says year/make. Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in on the third from the bottom, starting with 2021 in the year/make column? That whole line. What's written in the year/make column here second from the left, Ms. Gale?
2021 Lamborghini Aventador.
The column to the, and then there's a picture of a car to its right. The column to the right at the top says state in that. What's in that box?
CT.
What, if anything, do you understand CT to mean?
Connecticut.
Moving to the right side of this line, the box second from the left is in a column entitled Owner. Can you please read what's in the Owner column for the 2021 Lamborghini Aventador?
Yes. The last name is spelled DEFENG, looks like the given name is CAO with an address. 373 Taconic, TACONIC, Road in Greenwich, Connecticut.
And the box to the right of that is in a column entitled Notes. Can you please read what's in the Notes column for the 2021 Lamborghini Aventador?
It says G Club International Ltd.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom out and then zoom in on the line 4 above that. Starting with 2021 Ducati in the year/make column. Do you know what a Ducati is, Ms. Gale?
I don't.
Okay. What's shown in the photo box for this line item for the 2021 Ducati?
It looks like a motorcycle.
And going back to the Owner box, second from the right here. Can you please read the name and address that's in that box?
It looks like the same name, DEFENG, CAO, at 88 REGENT Street in Jersey City, New Jersey.
Was that the same address you read for the Lamborghini?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
No.
And in the Notes column to the right of the name and Jersey City address. Can you read what's in the notes column for the Ducati?
It says, DMV backed up 6 to 8 weeks, New York reg, then will need to be transferred, the last name DEFENG. From Scott.
Mr. Horton said, you can zoom out of that, Ms. Loftus. If you can zoom into the bottom 2 line items on this document. Please. What's written in the top box under year/make?
Camper van.
Do you know what a camper van is?
Yes.
What is a camper van?
It's a, bigger motor vehicle that you can also sleep in.
And what, if anything, is written in the notes column at the end of the camper van line item?
G Club International Ltd. Importing issue. Still in Germany. Nina working on it.
What's written on the line item below the camper van, Ms. Gale?
Bugatti.
What's Bugatti?
I'm pretty sure it's a type of car.
And what, if anything, is in the boxes to the right of the Bugatti line item?
Almost all of them say TBD, and the last one is a question mark.
And in what column is the question mark?
The notes column.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could put up WA30, please. And actually, Ms. Loftus, I'll ask you to put 30 to 33 side by side. Did you take pictures of documents that day, Ms. Gale, that had multiple pages?
Yes, I did.
And would you always take pictures of every page?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Did you sometimes do that?
Absolutely.
The images here at WA30-33, is this a single document?
Yes, I believe so.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in on WA30 on the top left, please. Ms. Gale, what does it say on the top left of this document?
Summary 2019 to 2023, all donations, Rolf and ROLS.
Do you know what Rolf is?
I don't.
What about ROLS?
I don't.
In the top line for Rolf, can you read the figures that are reported for 2019 and 2020?
Yes. 2019 is $4,210,315. 2020 is $8,916,019.
And the figures in 2019 and 2020 for ROLS below that, please.
2019 is $2,255,391, and 2020 is $4,028,774. Sick.
The line item says total both entities below that. Can you read the value at the very end of that total line, please?
Yes. I'm sorry. Under the YDD column, or for 2019.
The line item that says total both entities, sort of the bottom third of the page. If you could read the value that's at the end of that line on the far right.
Okay. 36,840, I'm sorry. $36,841,050.29.
Ms. Gale, is that figure more or less than $100 million?
Less.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can you put up WA 34 and 35 together, please? WA 34, on the left side of the screen, Ms. Gale, what's the title? What's written at the top of this document?
G Club Operations LLC Profit and Loss January, December 2022.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, could you zoom in on the line that says income and the line under that? The 5 or so lines under income. Ms. Gale, what is the value reported next to total membership income on this document?
$4,862,954.82.
And what's the bottom value under this income chart?
$90,462,483.16.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom out and then zoom in on line item that says total 64002 events. It's about 5 up from the bottom of this page. Ms. Gale, what's the value on the line that says total 54,000 legal and professional services?
$2,752,228.62.
And what's the value on the line that says total 64002 events?
$2,550,815.84.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could go back to the top of that first page on WA 34. Ms. Gale, what is the date range on this document?
January to December of 2022.
Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, if you could go now to 35 on the right side of the screen. And blow up the text on this. Ms. Gale, what is the line item? What's the figure reported on the bottom line item for net income for G clubs?
$78,361,488.61.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could put up WA 39, please. Ms. Gale, what is the word that appears on the top left column on this document?
Invoice number.
And could you read the words that are on the right of that line from left to right, after month?
Month. G clubs. G fashion. G music. HCHK tech. FMV. G news. Get her. GEDU. Service fees. And total.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up W85, please. 85, and if you could just zoom in on the text, please. Ms. Gale, what is shown, generally, on this document?
It looks like login information.
And can you read the line items under login info from Chase Geneva to the bottom?
Yes. Geneva is the first one. Chase, SARACA, is the second one. Chase GVT, GTV. I'm sorry, HSBC, leading. Investors, leading. BOA Rolf. The next line is PayPal Rolf. Next line is Stripe Rolf. And then BOA ROLS. And PayPal ROLS.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, on the line under investors.
Leading. The first word is fist. Could you zoom in on the end of that line? It says oldest niece.
Ms. Gale, what is written next to oldest niece?
It says Gladys, GLADYS.
Do you know who Gladys is?
No.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could put up 89 and 90 side by side. And if you could zoom in on the top half of 89 on the left, please, Ms. Loftus. Under the name of the bank at the top, Ms. Gale, what's the title of this document?
Corporate Banking Questionnaire for New Accounts.
And what does it say next to company name a few lines below that?
Holy City HK Ventures.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, looking at 90 on the right now. If you could highlight the two names that are under Director 1 and Director 2 and zoom in, please. And Ms. Gale, what name is under Director 1 for Holy City HK Ventures on this document?
Aaron A. Mitchell.
Do you know who Aaron Mitchell is?
I don't know.
What's the name written under Director 2 for Holy City HK Ventures on this document?
Victor X, Serta.
Do you know who Victor Serta is?
I don't.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could put up 91 and 92 side by side, please. Looking at the document on left, Ms. Gale, 91, what is written in the large font at the top?
Holy City Hong Kong Ventures Ltd.
And it says under that, the undersigned. Being the sole member of the directors of Holy City Hong Kong Ventures Limited. Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could go down to the middle of the page, please, to directors. And Ms. Gale, what does it say under 3, directors?
Note the appointment of Yenping Wang as first director of the company by the first registered agent of the company with effect from 13th day of May, 2021.
Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, if you could just zoom in on the last line on this page on 91. What's written on the bottom of this Holy City Hong Kong Ventures Limited document?
New Federal State Corporation.
Do you know what the new Federal State Corporation is?
No.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could please replace these with WA 96. And if you could, yes, thank you. What's the subject line? Well, first of all, Ms. Gale, what kind of document is this?
It looks like a printed email.
And what does the subject line say?
Himalaya Exchange username changed.
And could you read the first name and the first letter of the last name on the line?
Alex H.
Can you read the first 3 lines of the body of the email below? And before you do that, what's between the two, from and the body of the email?
There's a like what I assume is a company logo.
And what does it say next to?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection to what she assumes.
The court said, sustained.
What, if anything, do you see in the middle of this page? Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in around it, please.
It says Himalaya Exchange with a little insignia next to it.
Do you know what Himalaya Exchange is?
I don't.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could blow up the first 3 lines of the email, including the greeting. Could you read the greeting in the first sentence, please, Ms. Gale?
Hi Freedom Media Ventures Limited, comma.
Could you read the first line of the email under that, please?
Yup. Your username and contact email has been changed from alex@hiketech.com to from limited at Proton. Me by an administrator.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up 110, please. 110, and if you can zoom in on the top right of this document. Ms. Loftus. What does it say on the top right of this document, Ms. Gale?
ACA.
Do you know what ACA is?
No.
Mr. Horton said, if you could go back to the full document, please, Ms. Loftus. If you could zoom in on under, to whom it may concern, towards the bottom. Could you read the line that starts, this is to certify?
This is to certify the employment details of Wang Yanping, holder of Vanuatu passport No. RV 058876. Are as follows.
And under that it says, yours faithfully. ACA Capital Group Limited. What appears under ACA Capital Group Limited?
A signature.
And what appears under the signature?
The name William J.E., Chief Executive.
Mr. Horton said, if you could please pull up WA 69 and 72 side by side, Ms. Loftus, as well as 114, those 3. What's shown in the item in WA 69?
That's the one on the left.
Yes. That's the item on the left.
Yeah. It's the little green zip pouch from the safe that we saw earlier.
What was inside this green zip pouch in the safe?
Travel documents.
Are those 2 of them on the right?
Yes.
The top one, WA 72, what is that?
A passport.
And whose name is on the passport?
Given name is Yanping, surname is Wang, Wang.
And looking now at the passport below that, 114.
The given name is HO space WAN, surname KWOK.
And was this passport found in the apartment where you were on March 15, 2023?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, if you could take these down, Ms. Loftus, and put up 76 to 79. So as these go up, Ms. Gale, could you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes. The 76 is a picture of Hermes boxes and receipts. The next one is Hermes scarves and I believe a couple of wallets, not sure what brand. The other photos are the same.
And what's Hermes?
A very expensive brand, I think.
Mr. Horton said, zooming in on the image on the bottom right, Ms. Loftus. At the top of that, what are all of those, Ms. Gale?
More boxes of Hermes.
And were all of these in the apartment that morning?
Yes. Honor.
Mr. Horton said, if I could just have a moment,
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Horton said, thank you, Your Honor. You can take this down, Ms. Loftus, please. Ms. Gale, approximately how many photographs did you take on March 15, 2023, in this apartment?
I don't remember.
Have we looked at all the photos that you took?
No.
And the photos that were admitted into evidence before and the photos that I showed you today. Did you have any role in selecting those?
No.
And about how many times did you meet with the government, if at all, before you testified today?
A few.
And aside from your testimony today and the photographs you took on March 15, 2023, did you have any other involvement in this case?
I did not.
Mr. Horton said, no further questions, Your Honor.
The court said, cross-examination.
Ms. Strofa said, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Good morning, Ms. Gale.
Good morning.
Ms. Gale, you testified on direct that you've worked for the FBI for 5 years. Is that right?
Yes.
The court said, Ms. Schroff, if you would speak into the mic, please.
Ms. Strofa said, sure. And before working for the FBI, who did you work for?
I was an intern with the FBI while I was in college.
So is it fair to say, ma'am, that you've only worked for the FBI?
I had other internships and part-time jobs.
I'm talking about like a full-time job employment.
Yes.
You've only worked for the FBI, correct?
Correct.
And you just testified, when asked how many times you met with the government, you testified a few. Correct?
Yes.
So as an FBI agent, is it fair to say that you would want to keep notes of information that would be the subject of your testimony?
No.
You would not want to have notes so that you can be accurate and full in your testimony?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained. So if you'll just ask the question once, Ms. Schroff, and don't repeat it.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Schrofa.
Ms. Gale, did you keep a list of the times that you met with Mr. Horton?
I did not.
Did you keep a list of the length of each meeting with Mr. Horton?
I did not.
Did you keep a list of what you did with Mr. Horton during the meetings?
I did not.
So let me start, if I may, by showing you what is marked as Defense Exhibit 7005. And I'm just going to ask you to look at it, please. Thank you. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And what is it, please?
It's a photo of notebooks with handwritten notes on them.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, I move to enter DX 7005 into evidence, please.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, may we briefly approach?
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Horton said, thank you, Your Honor. What we're anticipating is a comparison of the document that's Defense Exhibit 7005 to a cropped version that we showed. I don't remember the exact exhibit number. We showed a cropped version on this document. There's background on this that's relevant, which is that we had a productive back and forth with defense counsel about the fact that some of the documents which photos were taken with respect to the apartment had some Mandarin on them. So we had a back and forth with them about, we could redact them. We could otherwise make it so that we don't have an issue of foreign language coming into evidence. We had a back and forth about how to do that. We could produce versions of those documents that were altered on agreement to take the Mandarin out. So that's why we showed the document that was cropped that way.
The court said, when you say cropped, you mean portions deleted?
Mr. Horton said, yes. So the 3 notebook image that's on right now as a defense exhibit, we showed the same image. Took out the notebooks that had Mandarin in them. So we showed only a notebook that had English only.
The court said, by cropped you mean literally you cropped the photograph?
Mr. Horton said, that's right. to exclude the Mandarin to avoid the issue. And we understood that was at the request of defense counsel or under agreement with defense counsel.
Ms. Shrofa said, defense counsel asked and very clearly noted the word redacted, not cropped redacted. The word was redacted. What they did is.
The court said, so can you give me the whole sentence with the word redacted?
Ms. Shrofa said, sure. They sent us the document I believe yesterday at some point. I can't remember the time. And it had Chinese language on it. I have the document. You see Chinese language here, up here. They sent us a copy with the translation. We sent it out to have it translated along with other documents to get translated. We haven't had a full response back from the interpreter. We emailed back to the government and said, they gave us an option. Either we use their translation or we use the redacted version. We said no, we cannot agree to a translation without having our translator signing off. So we would agree to a redacted version, not a cropped version, redacted. So you take a piece of paper, redact the Chinese Mandarin language, and you present the evidence. Apparently at 1 o'clock last time, they sent us a new version which they introduced as evidence. I have not seen the new version. And I can show you my email. I only got that version from an associate today while I was in the direct. I emailed the associate back, said please redact the Chinese language and send me the document. What they did in cropping it out is they cropped out CCP. Now CCP I got to say anybody here would know would be relevant, that she wrote it down. And there is no, I have to say that I would be shocked if somebody said the defense wouldn't want the CCP. The tradition of redacted means you redact. You don't crop. So I am entitled to put this in. I never agreed to a cropped version. I never agreed to something excised out. Redacted means redacted. And we've all been lawyers for a long time. I don't think there's any agreement if they ask me for a cropped version. I would not have agreed. Cropped is very different. And you know what lawyers do for a living? We use our words. And we use them precisely. So I think this is fair cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Shroff did not suggest nor did any member of the defense team suggest, including the associate who is an attorney who was sent the email last night to meet their request about not having foreign language in the evidence. To change it, we would have done so.
The court said, I'm not understanding what you're saying. Including the attorney on the email, is that what you're saying?
Mr. Finkel said, yes, Your Honor. If I may. We had a good faith negotiation and discussion about these images back and forth.
Ms. Shrofa said, no.
Mr. Finkel said, yes, Ms. Shroff.
The court said, please, I need for him to speak, not the two of you.
Mr. Finkel said, we said to the defense, if you want the Mandarin language in, we'll put it in. If you don't want the Mandarin language in, we'll redact it, and we won't put it in. It's up to you. Or we can do translations. They said they didn't want the Mandarin language in, so we modified, cropped this document, redacted on it so the Mandarin language wasn't come in. We did that at their request. Now they're going to take what we did to meet their request and suggest to the jury that we hid information from them. That is entirely inappropriate.
The court said, let's go backwards. You concede that they ask for a redacted document?
Ms. Shrofa said, here's the email.
The court said, wait a minute, Ms. Shroff. Do not speak over me.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, yes. We use the word redacted. That's exactly correct. However, and I think this is important, we had a good faith negotiation with the defense about this issue. And to meet what they requested, we removed the Mandarin. It was easier for this image to do a crop than a redaction.
The court said, that is very, very different. This is a problem. They're entitled to know. The jury is entitled to know that there are words missing.
Mr. Finkel said, but Your Honor, we did that at their request now.
The court said, wait a minute. They requested a redaction, not a cropping out. It's a very different result.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may I just add one thing?
The court said, no, not yet. Mr. Finkel, do you have anything to add?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, candidly, I'm disappointed in this because we had a discussion with them. And had they said, Can you use the redacted version instead? We would have done that. We weren't trying any gamesmanship here. We weren't trying to cut out CCP or anything like that. We tried to meet their request. I understand Your Honor's point.
The court said, Are there any other documents that were cropped?
Mr. Horton said, I don't believe so, no.
The court said, Everything else was redacted?
Mr. Horton said, correct.
The court said, You're going to have to live with this cross-examination.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, also CCP is in English.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor. Certainly they're not going to be able to argue because the reason we cropped it was to meet their request. They shouldn't be able to argue that we did this to hide anything from the jury, because that's not why we did it. That would be unfair and improper.
The court said, That would be completely unfair. You can say that they left out a portion of the document, but to imply that there was bad faith is improper.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, may I just be heard on that?
The court said yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, Again, here's an email.
Mr. Finkel said, You left it out.
Ms. Schrofa said, Please let me finish.
The court said, Please let her talk.
Ms. Schrofa said, CCP is in English. The alphabet is English. It is not Mandarin. They can crop out the, we agreed even if you want. Here's the email. Just in light of the timing of this witness, we will ask that you simply redact the Mandarin visible in the GXW exhibits you plan to introduce tomorrow, which we understand to be GW, and then we recite them out. CCP is in English.
The court said, Ms. Schroff, I do not need for you to speak over me. This is rude.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm not speaking over you.
The court said, Yes, you were speaking over me.
Ms. Schrofa said, I don't mean to, Your Honor. I do think CCP is in English.
The court said, So now be quiet. This is a problem. She can cross on this. But you cannot imply that they were looking to hide something because that would be the impression of bad faith. This is an error on their part to have done it this way. It is an error on their part.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, CCP is in English. It's not an error.
The court said, What I am saying is that you may cross, you may say a portion of the document was not shown. And you may bring up the fact that it has this English language and the Mandarin character. That is fine. But to go further and argue that in summation that this was purposely in bad faith, no. You will not be able to do that. We're done. We're done.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, Overruled. Rather, the objection is sustained. Sorry. Go ahead.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, I move to admit DX 7005 into evidence.
Mr. Horton said, Objection.
The court said, I am sorry. Let me clarify. Based upon the sidebar, the prosecution's objection to the admission of this document is overruled. Go ahead.
Defendant's Exhibit 7005 received in evidence.
Ms. Schrofa said, May I publish it to the jury now?
The court said you may. Go ahead. You may.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Ms. Gale, do you recognize this photograph?
I recognize the photo, not the black parts covering it.
You don't recognize the black covering?
Correct.
The redaction?
Correct.
That's fine. And if I could show you what is marked as government exhibit, I believe it was 68.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, we're going to object to this as contrary to our understanding of the ruling at sidebar. The purpose of showing.
The court said, I'm sorry. I did not hear what you said, Ms. Schroff.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll move on, Your Honor.
The court said, Go ahead.
So let me start with the legal pad that says Max, correct?
Yes, it looks like the one on the bottom.
And did you arrange these 3 legal pads this way?
I don't remember.
You were taking photographs to present as evidence to a jury at a trial, correct?
I was taking photographs of whatever the agents gave me that day on the search.
For what purpose?
To have them documented.
For what purpose?
Mr. Horton said, Objection, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
The FBI gathers evidence, correct?
Correct.
And the FBI gathers evidence because it's going to be used against another person in court one day, correct?
Potentially.
And you want the evidence to be accurate, correct?
What do you mean by accurate?
I mean accurate. You want your logs to be accurate, correct?
The photo log.
Yes.
Yes.
And you want your photos to be accurate, correct?
The photos are just of whatever is there.
And complete, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by complete.
Well, is the photograph of the first legal pad that starts with the word Max complete? Can you see the whole page?
No, you can't see the whole page.
Can you see the whole page of the second legal pad? I don't know. It's not legal, but whatever. Office size pad?
You cannot.
And how about the third one?
Yes, the third one you can.
And is it fair to say, Ms. Gale, that the time that you were taking the photographs there was an FBI agent in the apartment?
Correct.
And there was FBI agents in the apartment who carried out the search, correct?
Yes, there were multiple.
And there were multiple agents who put these things out for you to photograph, is that fair?
Yes, they probably said you can take a picture of these.
And you could interact with them because you're all part of the same team, correct?
Correct.
There were no defense lawyers present, correct?
There were not.
It was possible to say, let's just take a photograph of each legal pad separately, correct?
The court said, don't ask her what was possible. I don't want you asking questions that call for speculation.
So you didn't take a photograph of the legal pad in such a way that we could see the entirety of page 1 of the document that starts with Max, correct?
I don't remember if I took a separate photo of it other than this.
How about the second one that says, thank you? Do you recall if you took photos of that?
I don't remember if I took a separate photo.
And let's look at the third document, third legal pad, correct? You see that?
Yes.
And you see there's a lot of handwriting on there, right?
Correct.
And in the corner box you see that little box over there, if I could have it made larger for you. And also the jury, maybe that will help you.
On the right side of the page.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I see that.
What does it say over there? Could you read that for me?
Civil rights.
How about below that?
It says SEC, but the rest is redacted.
And how about below that?
In the box.
Yes.
It either says CCP or COP and then it's redacted.
So it says, what is right next to the word CCP? What's next to that?
A redaction and then.
And then a tick mark, correct?
I think it says IA, and then the pound sign, and could be a check mark.
Let's go back to the top part of the page. You see the date up there, October 17th, Saturday, right?
Yes.
And you don't know what year, correct?
I don't know if that's a month and a day or a month and a year. October 17th could be either.
It could be October 2017 or it could be October 17th. That's your testimony?
Correct.
And also the same for the other one, right? October 19th, right?
Yes.
Could be 2019, right?
Yeah.
More logically, it would be October 17th, which is a Saturday.
Mr. Horton said, objection to the commentary.
Ms. Schrofa said, it's a question.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. October 17th is a Saturday, so what would October 18th be?
Sunday.
And what would October 19th be?
Monday.
So let's move down. Just please stay on that same page. The third one, third legal pad or pad. Whatever it's called. And if you could read for me, you see where it says G Club EIN?
I do.
Do you know what that means?
I do not.
And how about G Fashion, and then there's a phone number, correct? Am I reading that correctly? Is it a phone number?
It looks like a phone number, yes.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
And then it says G Club, and it looks like, I don't know what that word is, Square, PayPal, and Wire, right?
Yes.
Now could I zoom out of that full page where it says CCP on the corner? Did you by any chance flip that page and take a photo of the next one?
I don't remember.
Now, When you reviewed this photograph with Mr. Horton, was it one amongst many that you reviewed with him?
I don't remember if I reviewed this one with him. Are you talking about on direct?
No. I mean on the times you met with him in your office or his office. I don't know where?
I don't know if we reviewed this one.
Let's look at the one that had. Let's look at number 68, okay. You see this one? Do you remember if you reviewed this one with him in his office?
I don't remember.
And he asked you on direct, right?
Yes, we did review this on direct.
So look at the right-hand column for me if you don't mind.
Yes, the total HCN column.
And you testified on direct that these are dollar amounts, correct?
I did.
You have no knowledge that they are in fact dollar amounts, correct?
At the top it says USD, which typically stands for US dollar.
But look at the column on the right under which these numbers appear. Does it say over there USDO?
No.
What does it say?
Total HCN.
And what does HCN mean to you?
I don't know.
So are these numbers, right? They're under a column that says total HCN, right?
Correct.
And this is a number of HCN, not dollars, right?
I guess.
There's no need to guess. There's no dollar sign before 250,000 or whatever that number is, right?
There is no dollar sign.
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Don't testify."
Is there a dollar sign before this column?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, "Sustained."
Is there a pound sign?
No.
Is there a sterling sign?
No.
Is there a yen sign?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection."
The court said, "Sustained."
So the dollar amount on this column is at 10 cents each, right?
Yes.
So you can take that down. And if we could just show Ms. Gale the photos of the cash that the government showed her. You remember testifying about the cash that was found in the apartment?
I do.
By any chance, do you know whose apartment it was?
I don't remember.
During the times that you met with Mr. Horton, did you discuss whose apartment it was?
We did not.
Did you discuss how many people lived there?
We did not.
Did you discuss how you came to take the photographs of the cash?
Somebody probably found it in the search and asked me to take pictures of it.
When you say probably, does that mean you really don't remember?
No, I do remember that somebody asked me to take photos of the cash when they found it in the safe.
When you took this photograph, did you make a note as to where you were when you took the photograph?
In the photo log it should say what room this was in.
My question was, did you take a note?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
I was not doing the photo log, no, so I didn't take a note personally.
And do you know how that pouch was in the safe when it was first opened?
It looked like it does in the photo when we...
Well, were you there when they opened the safe?
I don't remember if I was in the room, but I was in the apartment.
So you don't know if it looked like this cause you weren't there, correct?
They had me photograph it before they move anything.
Ma'am, please, could you listen to my question?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection," asked and answered.
Ms. Schrofa said, "I move to strike actually. It's non-responsive."
Mr. Horton said, "It was responsive. We object."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Let me try it this way. Was the safe locked?
I don't remember.
How was the safe opened?
I don't remember.
Do you mean you don't remember, or do you mean you don't know?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
I don't remember.
So you were there when it was opened, but you no longer remember how it was opened?
I don't remember if I was in the room at the time that it was opened and found. Or if I was in a different room, and they called me when they found it and opened it.
So I just want to understand the process. If you were taking a photograph in a different room and they opened the safe, would they just simply ask you to abandon that task and run to the safe?
The court said, "So you cannot ask would they. It is a question of did they."
Did they?
I don't remember if I was in the room or not. If I wasn't, they would have held the safe and not touched it until I finished whatever task I was doing, and then come and take the picture the way it looked before they pulled stuff out of it.
Let's try this. You said they would not have touched it, correct? That's what you just said, right?
I don't remember.
So it's possible they could have touched it, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, so don't ask for speculation.
You see the photograph right next to the one on the left?
With the pouch opened, yes.
So the pouch was moved, correct?
Yes.
It was opened, correct?
Yes.
And then the photo was taken of the open pouch, correct?
Correct.
And sitting here today, you cannot tell the jury if any denominations were taken out, correct? Before you took the photograph 'cause you weren't there?
I might have been. I just don't remember.
How many denominations are in this particular photograph?
I don't know.
Do you know what year those notes are?
I don't.
Do you know if they're from 2003?
I don't.
What about the red envelopes? Do you see those?
I see them.
Do you know what they signify in the Chinese culture?
I do not.
Do you know what the design was on each one of the envelopes?
I don't.
Let's look at the next photograph of the money. You see how it's all fanned out now?
Yes.
Who fanned it out?
The agents who found it probably did.
If you don't know, you can just say I don't know. Probably is not a good answer.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, don't speculate, don't guess, don't say what might have been. If you know the answer, say it. If you don't know, you could say that or you don't remember.
The witness said, okay.
The court said, go ahead.
You don't know, correct?
Correct.
And there are denominations in 20s, correct?
Yes.
Denominations in 50s, correct?
Yes.
Denominations in 100s, correct?
Yes.
And on the corner over there you can see it's a foreign currency, correct?
Correct.
And there is a document on the right side which is in Mandarin, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea what it says, correct?
Correct.
And obviously the money wasn't found on the bed, right?
It came from the pouch in the safe, correct?
Do you know who put it on the bed?
I don't.
Now, you were shown a document or two about passports. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I'm assuming you can take this one down. Thank you. And you testified that you did not know any of the people that were depicted in the passports, correct?
Correct.
And you simply took the photos because some agent told you to. Is that right?
Right.
And you remember spelling out for Mr. Horton, Vanuatu, Vanuatu, correct?
I think so.
And do you know what that is?
I don't.
Do you know if it's a country?
I have no idea.
When you read it, did you then look it up?
I didn't.
If I could go to 76, please. You testified about this photograph, correct?
I did.
And when you testified about this photograph, you said it is Hermes, a very expensive brand, I think. Correct?
I did say that.
Now, what are the things below each box here?
Tags or receipts.
Do you know if they are in fact tags or they're receipts, or are you guessing?
I don't know for sure.
Do these appear to be gift boxes to you?
I don't know for sure.
Let's look at the next photograph. You see this photograph here. I can't see the number. I think it's 77. Did you unpack each box?
I don't think all of them were unpacked.
Move to strike. Let me ask you again, please.
The court said, so the answer is stricken. Go ahead and answer what she's asking. Listen to the question and respond to the specific question that's being asked.
Did you unpack each box?
I remember helping unpacking some of them, yes.
Were they all tied with a bow on top?
I believe some of them were.
So let's show you 78. I think the next photo of the scarves. You see right there in this photograph right below the bag. Do you see that?
The bows?
Right.
Yes.
Those were the bows that were used to tie the boxes, right?
Yes.
And that says Hermes on it?
I can't see, but yeah, I think so.
So let's just look at this photograph. Let's look at the one that's brown, shall we? Is it your recollection that this is how the scarf was in the box?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure. You have a recollection that the label was up top?
Mr. Horton said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Was the label up top?
Mr. Horton said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Let's look at the orange one. What does the card say?
I'm sorry. I can't read that.
Did you take a photograph of what the card itself said?
I don't remember if I did. The bottom, the last word under before the signature says holidays.
Let's just scroll down. Let's look at the one. You see the one that's gray with those pretty little flowers over there?
In the middle.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it your recollection that the label was showing when you opened the box?
I don't remember specifically, but I don't remember moving any of the scarves within the box.
You didn't open each box, you just testified on cross, correct?
I helped with some of them, correct.
And you don't know which ones you helped with, correct?
Correct, I don't remember.
Can you just scroll down? You see the wallets that are placed near the box?
Yes.
Did you place them there?
I don't remember.
Do you know if they're in fact Hermes wallets?
I don't know.
I just want the full photograph again one last time. You see on the top right corner and the left corner are both showing the same brown tape, correct?
I'm sorry. The top corners of the photo.
The top corner right above the brown scarf, and on the right-hand side near that rainbow-colored scarf?
Oh, the ribbons.
That's a much better word. The gift ribbons are the box ribbons. Did you collect each ribbon for each box?
I don't remember.
Did they have you take a photo of all the ribbons on all the boxes that were found in this apartment?
I don't remember.
Did you take a photograph of each card that you found in the apartment, or you only? I'll stop there. Did you take a photograph of each card that you found?
I don't remember.
You can take that down. Thank you. May I go to 41, please? You testified about this photograph as well, right?
I did.
And they asked you, Mr. Horton did over there, what does MK stand for, right?
The court said, one moment, please.
Juror said, are we supposed to be seeing this?
The court said, these are up for the jurors?
Juror said, we don't see anything.
The court said, so we'll put that up.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, may I just go back if the jury didn't see it? I'm not going to relive the testimony. But may I publish each of the photographs to them?
The court said yes.
Ms. Strofa said, if I could just go back. Can the jurors see?
Juror said, yes.
Ms. Strofa said, if I may, Your Honor. May I just point out that's the card?
The court said, let's just identify the exhibit if you would.
Ms. Strofa said, thank you. This is Exhibit 78 that depicts the scarves, the labels, and the ribbons and the wallets. If I could just have the jurors see 77. These depict the scarves and the wallets that are on top. And this is 76 that the testimony that it was unclear to the witness.
Mr. Horton said, objection to Ms. Schroff testifying.
The court said, Ms. Schroff, if you'll speak up.
Ms. Strofa said, I don't want to repeat testimony. This was covered.
Mr. Horton said, objection, she's summarizing the testimony. That's improper.
The court said, do you have a question, Ms. Schroff?
By Ms. Schrofa.
Are you a special agent? Should I call you a special agent?
No, the title is SOS.
So this is the bottom of the boxes reflect either a tag or a receipt and you don't know which one of the two. Correct?
Yes, that's what I said before.
I'll just continue, Your Honor. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. If I could just go to. I believe I was at the kitchen with the USBs. There we go. Thank you. When you took this photograph, did you have any knowledge of how old these USBs were?
No, I did not.
And you see the label over there on the right, copy Jessica's files, correct?
I do see that.
Do you know who Jessica is?
I do not.
And on the very right corner there is another USB with red handwriting on it, correct? Do you see that in the corner?
Yes.
Do you know what that says?
I do not.
And if you could just look at the left-hand side of the photograph. Those are food items, correct? Or you tell me what it is. What is that, do you know?
I don't know.
And if you could just zoom back out. If I could just look at the photograph right after. You see how all of these USBs are placed in a line?
I do see that.
What is the one on the right-hand corner, the rightmost with the green writing?
The biggest part of it says NYC.
Do you know what was on there?
I don't.
And, obviously, you had no role to play in downloading these USBs or anything like that, correct?
Correct, I did not.
Now, if I could look at number 26. You testified about this document, correct?
I did.
Is it fair to say that you reviewed this document with Mr. Horton in his office?
I have seen it before.
How many times?
Once.
And did you go through what he would have you read in court today?
No.
So he would just in court highlight something, and you would read it out loud for the jury?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
You remember your direct examination?
I do.
So if you could just highlight any one line, just pick one. So your role was to read out loud the row that he highlighted, right?
That's what I did earlier, yes.
And you have no understanding of any of the data on these documents, correct?
I do not.
We can take that down. Now, if I could just have document number 30. You see that number on the corner up top?
The handwritten number.
Yes, please.
Yes.
What does that stand for?
It says 2/10.
What is your understanding of February 10th?
I don't know.
You have no idea what it means?
There's multiple options of what it could be.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. You can take that down. You were shown documents number 91 and 92. Correct, and if I could have those pulled up.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you don't know what this document means, right?
Correct.
Somebody told you to take a photograph. You took a photograph?
Correct.
And then you came here and read it out loud?
Correct.
Okay, you can take that down. Thank you. Now, Mr. Horton asked you during his direct testimony that there were photos that you took that were not introduced into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You didn't choose which photos to show at trial, correct?
I did not.
And you did not exclude any yourself, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that you took these photographs on March 15th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea what happened on March 15th, 2023, correct?
Other than what I was doing that day.
Yes.
I don't.
Ms. Strofa said, "Could I just have one moment, Your Honor?"
The court said yes.
Ms. Gale, you recall seeing some photographs of wallets that were shown to you?
Yes.
Did you open the wallets at all?
I don't remember.
Do you know what was in the wallets?
I don't remember.
When was the last time you met with Mr. Horton prior to your testimony today?
Last week.
How about this morning?
We didn't meet this morning.
How about yesterday?
No.
Did you speak to him yesterday?
I did see him, yes.
I didn't hear that.
I did see him, but we didn't have a meeting.
You saw him?
Yes.
But you didn't speak?
Correct, we didn't have a meeting. I was waiting to see if I would get called up here.
And before that, when was the last time you prepared for your testimony with Mr. Horton?
I believe it was last week.
And did you prepare with anybody other than Mr. Horton?
Yes.
Who else?
There was another attorney that came in to ask a couple of questions.
Do you see the attorney in court today?
She's not at the table.
So it was an attorney that is not at this table now? I just want to make sure I understood.
Correct.
And was there an FBI agent present?
Yes, there was.
Which FBI agent?
I don't see him sitting in court right now.
Do you know his name?
Nick. I don't remember his last name.
For how long did you meet?
It depends. I think it was around half an hour.
And is it fair to say that you did not review any of the photographs with anyone at the defense table, right?
Correct.
Ms. Strofa said, "I have nothing further, Your Honor."
The court said redirect.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Horton.
Ms. Gale, about how many people were involved in the search of the apartment that morning?
I don't remember the exact number.
About how many was it?
More than 5, less than 20.
Did those different people have different roles during the search?
Yes.
Ms. Loftus, can you pull up GX Stip 4, please? GX Stip 4, which is in evidence, says that on March 15, 2023, special agents and other FBI employees executed a lawful search of 188 East 64th Street in apartment 1601, New York, New York. And it says that during the course of that search, FBI personnel took photographs of interior spaces of 188 64th Street, apartment 1601, New York, New York, and also lawfully seized items, documents and electronic devices. GXWA 1 through, and it should say WA 135.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Objection, Your Honor. May we have a sidebar because this is clearly beyond the scope."
The court said, overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Horton said, the stipulation the parties agreed to continues, GXWA 1 through GX, and it should say WA 135 are fair and accurate photographs of interior spaces of 188 64th Street, apartment 1601. That were lawfully captured by an FBI photographer on March 15, 2023 when conducting a search. Is that FBI photographer you, Ms. Gale?
Yes.
Ms. Loftus, can you put up WA 30 through 33, and zoom in on WA 30, please? Ms. Gale looking at WA 30 on the top left. It says Summary 2019 to 2023, all donations Rolf and ROLS. Is that a full-page document right there?
Yes.
And WA 30 through 33, are those 4 pages stapled together in a single document?
They are.
Ms. Gale, the red Lamborghini you testified about on the document before. Do you know where the FBI found that Lamborghini?
I don't.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Objection."
The court said, overruled.
Mr. Horton said, no further questions.
The court said recross.
Recross-examination. By Ms. Shrofa.
Let's put that stipulation back up, please. Had you read this before today?
The search warrant.
That's not a search warrant, ma'am. I'm asking you about the document that is before you as GX Stip 4.
No, I hadn't.
You hadn't read it, correct?
Correct.
So when Mr. Horton highlighted and read it out loud to you, he was just reading you a document, right?
Yes.
You have no understanding on your own of what this document is about, correct?
I've never seen it before.
In fact, you just called it a search warrant, correct?
Yeah.
Let's look at the last page. Do you see that?
I see it.
Do you know who Siddhartha Kamraju is?
No.
You can take it down. Let's go through 30 to 33. Mr. Horton asked you questions about this document, correct?
Yes.
This document was laid out for you this way, correct?
Yes.
On the left-hand side, right?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you recall who moved page 1 over, who flipped it over?
I do not.
How about page 2? Do you recall if anybody flipped it over?
I don't remember.
Do you know if there's anything at the very end of the document at the backside that is written on there?
I don't know.
Do you know if there are any handwritten notes at the very end of that document?
I don't know.
You don't know anything about any of this other than what he showed you, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Do you see 2 tenths on the corner on the front page?
I do see it.
Is there any such designation on any of the remaining pages?
Based on the photographs, it doesn't look like there is.
You recall on cross-examination being shown a document that said October 17th and 1/19th, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, objection to the scope.
The court said, overruled. You may go ahead.
And you recall testifying you couldn't even say if that was October 17th or October of 2017, correct?
It could have been either without looking at the bottom one.
Ms. Shrofa said, I have nothing further.
Mr. Horton said, just briefly, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Horton.
Ms. Loftus, can you put up GXWA 30 please and zoom in on the top right? This document is Summary 2019 through 2023 all donation. Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in on the top right? Ms. Gale. What was the date, the month, and the year?
Ms. Strofa said, objection. She never testified it's a date.
Mr. Horton said, it's in evidence, Your Honor.
The court said, I haven't heard the question.
What was the date of the search you performed, the month and the date?
It was March 15th.
And what does this say on this document?
2-10.
Mr. Horton said, no further questions.
The court said, well, you're asking her what those the red numbers and slash say. Is that your question?
Mr. Horton said, that's correct. What it says on the document.
Ms. Strofa said, could I just see the first page again?
Recross examination. By Ms. Strofa.
It's stapled, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall sitting here today if there was another stapled package that said 1 of 10?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if there was one that said 3 of 10?
I don't recall.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
How about 4 of 10?
I don't remember.
5 of 10, 6 of 10, 7 of 10, and 10 of 10. Do you remember any of that?
No.
Ms. Strofa said, thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Horton said, nothing further.
The court said, you may step out of the courtroom. Thank you, and the prosecution may call its next witness.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government calls Elizabath Berstler.
Elizabath Berstler, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows.
The court said, please state your name and spell it and speak right into the microphone.
The witness said, Elizabath Berstler, Elizabeth Berstler.
The court said, you may inquire.
Direct examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning, Ms. Berstler.
Hi.
Where do you work?
Morgan Stanley.
What's your position at Morgan Stanley?
Client Service Associate.
How long have you worked at Morgan Stanley?
16 years.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a client service associate at Morgan Stanley?
One of the administrative assistants on a team of financial advisors. I help clients with their day-to-day transactional request, checks, journals, wires, bill pay, new account opening.
And for a given account due, who is your boss for giving client account?
The head financial advisor on our team, Christina Schatz.
And you said administrative work. What sorts of things do you do in your day-to-day?
I process transactions, which are usually journals, internal transfers, checks, wire transfers. New account opening, helping clients with anything that they need help with.
Are bank deposits at Morgan Stanley FDIC insured?
Yes. Please.
The court said, if you'll speak into the microphone.
If a client with a brokerage account holds cash, what happens to that cash?
It's swept into the bank deposit program.
Ms. Berstler, are you familiar with a company called Crane Advisory Services?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
They had an account with us.
And who did you interact with at Crane?
Haitham Khaled.
What was his role at Crane, if you know?
I don't know.
And what was Crane to your understanding?
Some type of consulting firm.
Do you know what kind of consulting?
No.
And what did you do for Crane when they were your client?
Help with the wire transfers in and out.
Are you familiar with a company called G Clubs?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with it?
They had an account with us.
And who did you interact with at G Clubs?
Alex Hadjikaralambis.
And what was his role at G Clubs to your understanding?
Financial controller.
And what did you do for G Clubs when they were your client?
I helped process transactions, checks, journals, wire transfers.
Ms. Loftus, if we could publish Government Exhibit Stip 14, which is in evidence. We'll go to page 6. Ms. Berstler, you see at the top it says Morgan Stanley Smith Barney at the top?
Yes.
Pursuant to the stipulation, the government offers Government Exhibits 112 through 125.
Mr. Skirek said, no objection.
The court said, they're admitted.
Government's Exhibits 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124 and 125 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
We can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Berstler, do you recall approximately when G Clubs became a client?
December of 2020 or January 2021.
And approximately what amount was the account funded with?
About 50 million.
What sorts of things was G Clubs paying for with their account at the start?
Business operational expenses, rent, payroll, event expenses.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish Government Exhibit MSS 112. If we can go to page 2. Thank you. Ms. Loftus. If we could actually scroll down. If we could blow up that bottom email. Now, Ms. Berstler. Who is this email from?
Alex H.
And what's the domain in his email address?
gclub.com.
Who is this email to?
To Christina Schatz.
Remind us what her role was?
She's the financial advisor.
Are you also a recipient on this email?
Yes.
Who's copied?
Haytham Khaled.
I can go ahead and read the body. It says, "Hi, Christina. Please find the information below in regards to the transfer we would like to schedule for tomorrow, January 19th, 21 from our account ending 8,564 ADP and expenses." Just to pause. Ms. Berstler, do you recall the account ending 8564 was?
It was the account that they paid bills out of.
I'll continue reading. It says I have attached the beneficiary's account information for you as a reference. Please be aware that this account only accepts GBP. Again to pause. Ms. Berstler, what is GBP?
Great British Pounds.
And to read the stars. It says amount, 1 million USD. Beneficiary account name is Fiesta Property Developments, Ltd. And then there's more information. Ms. Berstler, at the time you received this email, did you know what Fiesta Property Developments Ltd was?
No.
And if we could scroll up to page 2, please. We can actually keep scrolling up. We'll go to page 1. I'll focus you, Ms. Loftus, if we could blow up the middle email. Ms. Berstler. What did you reply on January 20th at 9:02 a.m.?
Can you give a brief explanation purpose of this wire?
And do you recall why you asked for a brief explanation/purpose of the wire?
The outgoing wire had been flagged by our fraud operations department for some further explanation that the wire instructions had been verified.
We'll turn to that in a moment. Just if we could, Ms. Loftus, zoom on the top email. Is this a response from Alex H?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and read the body. It says, this transfer was initiated from G Club Operations LLC to Fiesta Property Developments, Ltd., a real estate holding company owned by Mr. He in the UK. Same owner of G Club's Operations, LLC. For a possible down payment on a property they plan to purchase for a total of $10 million. It says the transaction is recorded with an internal loan agreement from the lender G Club Operation, LLC. To the borrower Fiesta Property, LLC, for the amount of $10 million with a repayment plan. Ms. Berstler. So this email says that Fiesta Property Developments is a real estate holding company. Did you ever receive further information about Fiesta's business?
No.
It says the purpose is a possible down payment on a property they plan to purchase. Did you ever receive further information on the property being purchased?
No.
And then it references an internal loan agreement. Do you ever recall receiving the loan agreement?
No.
Do you know why Alex H. specified the loan agreement had a repayment plan?
No.
Ms. Loftus, if we could now go to Government Exhibit MSS 125. If we could blow up the header. First, what's the date of this email?
January 20th, 2021.
Same date as the chain we were just looking at?
Yes, I think.
And who is it from?
Deidre Harrell.
Where does Deidre Harrell work at Morgan Stanley?
Fraud operations.
And who is this email to?
This email was to me.
And could you read the subject line of the email, please?
Urgent action, required outgoing wire review MS number 5520685564.
And 8564, do you recognize those numbers?
Yes.
What are they?
G Club's account number.
If we could zoom out Ms. Loftus, and if we could zoom in on the bottom half with the body. Now. The email says, "Hello, I'm contacting you from fraud operations regarding the below wire. In light of increased events where fraudulent parties directly target clients, the following information is needed to verify the legitimacy of the wire request and the legitimacy of instructions the client has received. Fraud operations is requiring the response to the below questions in order to have the wire processed in a timely fashion. We appreciate your continued partnership to continue to protect our clients." And then, Ms. Berstler. Do you see under client account name, can you read the entity listed there?
G Club Operations LLC.
And the from account, can you read the last four?
8,564.
And the amount listed there, what is the amount?
734,000.
And had this wire been in GBP?
Yes.
If we could scroll down to the next page, Ms. Loftus. Now looking at these boxes. Let's first zoom on the first set of boxes, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Berstler, directing you to the... I guess the second from bottom row, could you read what is the text there in the left column?
The second from the bottom.
Yes, start with purpose.
Purpose of the wire manually input.
And there's nothing inputted there yet, correct?
Correct.
If we can zoom out. If we could zoom on the second box, please. Ms. Berstler. Could you read the text in the top box?
How did the client connect with Fiesta Property Developments, Limited?
If we could zoom out, please, and if we could scroll down. Here if we can zoom on the very top. Did Ms. Schatz forward this email to you on January 20th, 2021?
Yes.
If we could zoom out and scroll down, and if we could keep scrolling down. If we could zoom on the top email, please. Ms. Berstler, how did you respond to the email from Fraud Alert Escalations?
See answers below. Thanks.
If we could scroll down. We could go boxes. We'll zoom on the first box. Can you read the text? The answer to the text purpose of the wire?
This is a wire to an affiliated business for real estate investment.
Where did that information come from?
Alex's email.
If we could zoom out. If we could zoom on the bottom box. Could you read the answer to the top row? How did the client connect with Fiesta Property Ltd?
Fiesta Property Developments, Limited is another company owned by the UBO Howard & He.
Where did that information come from?
Alex's email.
And, Ms. Berstler, after you supplied this information, did the wire go out?
Yes.
Ms. Berstler, if you had known that the purpose of the wire given to you was not how the funds would actually be used, would you have processed this wire transfer?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection."
No.
Ms. Berstler, are you the final decision maker on wire transfers at Morgan Stanley?
No.
Now you responded to fraud operations email, correct?
Yes.
And you supplied the information given to you about the purpose of the wire?
Yes.
If you had known that the purpose of the wire given to you was not how it would actually be used, would you have passed on that information to fraud operations?
Mr. Skirik said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Can you ask the question again?
If you had known that the purpose of the wire given to you was not how the funds would actually be used, would you have passed on that information to fraud operations?
Yes.
You would have if you knew it was how it would not be used?
Mr. Skirik said, "Asked and answered, Your Honor."
Mr. Ferguson said, "I think it was just confusion, Your Honor, with the question."
The interpreter said, Your Honor, can you ask all parties to speak into the mic? I cannot hear.
The court said, "You can read back the question."
Record was read.
Mr. Ferguson said, "If I could rephrase. If you had known the purpose of the wire given to you was not how they would actually be used, would you have passed on to fraud operations the purpose of the wire given to you as the real purpose?"
Mr. Skirik said, "Objection."
Mr. Ferguson said, "I can rephrase."
The court said, "The question assumes that she knows the real purpose. So yes, you can have another shot."
By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Berstler, if you had known that the purpose given to you was not true, would you have conveyed that purpose to fraud operations?
Mr. Skirik said, "Objection."
The court said, "You may answer."
We would have halted the wire and not have allowed it to go out.
Mr. Skirik said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Sustained. Your answer is not responsive. If you knew that the purpose of the wire was not what was stated, it was a different purpose, would you have let your fraud department know that?"
The witness said, yes.
Do you rely on a client to provide you accurate information about the purpose of a wire?
Yes.
And if you knew that a client was lying to you about it, do you rely on that information if you knew it was a lie?
Mr. Skirik said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Could you ask it again?
If you knew that a client was lying to you about the purpose of a wire, would you rely on that information and pass it on? The question is hypothetically.
Mr. Skirik said, "Objection."
Mr. Ferguson said, "I'll just move on, Your Honor."
The court said, "Go ahead."
Let's go to page 10. Ms. Berstler, if you could read Deidre Harrell's response?
Thank you for confirming. The transaction has been released from review.
Ms. Loftus, if we could go to Government Exhibit MSS 113. If we could go to pages 3 to 4. Now. Who is this email from?
The email is from Alex H.
And what's the date?
January 25, 2021.
So 5 days after the initial wire request?
Yes.
And it's to you and Christina Schatz, right?
Yes.
Who's copied?
Haytham Khaled.
And again, what is the amount of this wire request?
$5 million US.
And where is it going?
Fiesta Property Developments Limited.
And I won't ask you to reread it. Is the same purpose given beneath the wire details?
Yes.
And if we could just go up to page 1. Did this second wire go out?
Yes.
Let's go to MSS 114, Ms. Loftus. We can scroll down slightly. If we could zoom in on Alex H's email. The bottom one. Another email from Alex H, right?
Yes.
And this is about a week later, February 2nd?
Yes.
And again to you and Christina Schatz, right?
Yes.
And what was the amount of this wire?
$4 million US.
And who is the beneficiary?
Fiesta Properties Developments, Limited.
And I won't ask you to reread it, but is the same purpose given beneath the wire info?
Yes.
And if we can go back up to page 1. Do you see you responded, or can you read your response? The middle email?
Alex, we bought 2,932,000 British pounds today. I'll call you tomorrow morning to confirm the wire.
And did this wire ultimately go out, Ms. Berstler?
Yes.
Ms. Loftus, let's now go to Government Exhibit MSS 116. Let's go to page 3, please. If we could zoom on this email. What's the date of this email from Alex H?
May 6, 2021.
I can go ahead and read the body. It says, "Good afternoon, Liz. Please find the information below in regards to the one-wire transfer we would like to schedule from our accounts." He says I attached the beneficiary's account information for you as reference. And then there's wire information. What is the amount of this wire?
$20 million US.
What's the account name?
Deltec Bank and Trust Limited.
What country is the vendor address listed?
The Bahamas.
Now, beneath that, a few rows beneath that it says bank's name Citibank. What do you understand that to mean?
That's the clearing bank.
And what's a clearing bank?
It's the bank we wire the money to for the beneficiary.
And can you explain to the jury what you mean by that, how that works?
The money is wired to Citibank. Deltec Bank and Trust Limited have an account at Citibank.
And then beneath the bank name, do you see it says reference/memo?
Yep.
And can you read what it says to the right of reference/memo?
100-179601 Hamilton Digital Assets, FDSP.
What's your understanding of what a reference/memo line is?
It's usually used for further credit to a further beneficiary.
And what do you mean by that?
So it would be the further credit to Hamilton Digital Asset account at Deltec Bank and Trust.
The court said, "What is your understanding of the role of Citibank in this transaction?"
The witness said, "They're the bank that receives the money on behalf of another bank."
Ms. Berstler, do you know what Hamilton Digital Assets is?
No.
Do you know what the numbers, the 1001796 refer to?
No.
Focusing on the last line there, Ms. Loftus, the internal reference info. Ms. Berstler, what's your understanding of internal reference info means?
That would be what G clubs would put in their books for their records, as to what the wire was for.
And what does it say in that row?
Cash dividend distribution.
And if we could zoom out and go to the top, just top of page 1. Did this wire go out, Ms. Berstler?
Yes.
Let's go now, Ms. Loftus, to Government Exhibit MSS 118. If we could just scroll down 1 to 2 so you can see the email. If we could zoom on Alex H's email. What's the date of this email?
May 11th, 2021.
The court said, "One moment. It's 11:30. Time for our half-hour break. Remember that you're not permitted to discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch or listen to anything from any source that touches on the subject matter of this case. We'll resume at noon."
The law clerk said, "Jury exiting."
The court said, "You may step out of the courtroom, Ms. Berstler. Don't discuss your testimony."
Witness temporarily excused. Jury not present.
The court said, "Please be seated. Is there anything before we resume at noon?"
Mr. Skirek said, "Nothing from the defense."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Nor from the government."
Recess.
The court said, "Please have the jurors brought in."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated. Remember that you're still under oath."
The witness said, "Yes."
The court said, "You may continue the inquiry."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Berstler, would you take steps to process a customer's wire if you knew the purpose provided by the customer was false?
No.
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may answer."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Ms. Loftus, if we could go back to Government Exhibit MSS 118. And if we could scroll down slightly and just zoom on Alex H's email. All right. Now, Ms. Berstler, we were looking at this before the break. Can you remind us what the date is?
May 11th, 2021.
All right. And what's the amount being requested here?
$15 million.
And where is it going to?
Deltec Bank and Trust Limited.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, is it published? Okay. Now the amount is $15 million, right, Ms. Berstler?
Yes.
And what's the account name it's going to?
Deltec Bank and Trust Limited.
And the vendor address, is that the same address in the Bahamas?
Yes.
All right. And the reference/memo, is that the same reference/memo?
Yes.
And then what is the internal reference info provided here?
Loan.
And do you recall what the last one to Deltec Bank said?
Dividend distribution.
Do you have any independent knowledge of whether this was in fact a loan?
No.
Did you just rely on the information provided?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. If we could zoom out and go to page 1. Did this wire go out?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Ms. Loftus, let's go to Government Exhibit MSS 119. All right. And if we could zoom in on Alex H's email. What's the date of this email from Alex H., Ms. Berstler?
June 21st, 2021.
And what's the amount of this wire request?
$35 million.
And same destination as the last two?
Yes.
And same reference/memo as the last two?
Yes.
What's the internal reference info here?
Loan.
All right. And I'll read just the body up top, which says, please find the information below in regards to the first of the one-wire transfer we would like to schedule from our accounts today, June 21st, 21 for 35 millimeters. As discussed, I will send you another wire request this Wednesday, June 23rd, 21 for the remaining 15 millimeters. Ms. Berstler, do you recall why the transfer was broken into two different wires?
No, I don't remember.
All right. Let's go to MSS, and did this wire go out?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, let's go to MSS 120. And if we could scroll down slightly. All right. What's the date of this email, from Alex H.?
June 23rd, 2021.
And what's the amount of this transfer?
$15 million.
Same recipient info?
Yes.
What's the internal reference info on this?
Loan.
All right. And Ms. Berstler, do you recall, looking at these wire transfers? What the total amount was sent to Hamilton Digital Assets at Deltec Bank?
$85 million.
And this is June 23rd. The first we looked at was May 6th. And approximately what time period was that sent?
About a month and a half.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, let's go to MSS 122. All right. And if we could just zoom on the top email, Ms. Loftus. All right. Who is this email from?
Alex H.
To whom?
Sorry.
Who is it to?
Christina Schatz.
And are you copied?
Yes.
What's the date of this email?
July 15th, 2021.
And what's the subject?
Statement of account.
All right. And Alex H. says, good afternoon, Christina. Please find attached statement of account as requested for G Club International Limited. What was G Club International Limited?
I don't know.
And Ms. Berstler, do you recall why this was requested?
Nope.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's zoom out. And if we could scroll. Let's first read the bottom email, Alex H's email. All right. Ms. Berstler, do you see this as an email from Alex H. to David Fallon?
Yes.
And what's the date of the email?
July 14, 2021.
All right. And what's the subject?
Statement of account.
All right. And Alex H. says, actually, let me ask you, do you know who David Fallon is, Ms. Berstler?
No.
Did you ever speak to David Fallon?
No.
He says, hi David, based on the phone call we just had, Alex says this. Based on the phone call we just had, can you please provide me a summary receipt, statement of account, that we have with Hamilton Digital Assets containing all information? Mr. Ferguson said, and if we could zoom out, please. And just zoom on the middle email. What was David's reply, Ms. Berstler?
Hi Alex, please find attached the statement of account for G Club International.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. And if we could zoom out. And actually, we'll keep going down. We'll go to page 3. All right. Now, yeah, if we could zoom, just pull up the text so it's larger. Thank you, Ms. Loftus. All right. Ms. Berstler, do you see in the top right it says, NAV Fund Services, Cayman, Limited?
Yes.
Do you know what NAV Fund Services is?
No.
And then just focusing you. The large bold text towards the middle that says Hamilton Digital Assets Fund SP, a segregated portfolio of Hamilton Opportunity Fund SPC. Do you know what a segregated portfolio is?
No.
Do you know what Hamilton Opportunity Fund SPC is?
No.
Okay. And then beneath that, oh, and what's the issue date in the top left here?
June 3, 2021.
All right. And so focusing you in the box beneath, what's the name listed there?
G Club International Limited.
And what was the name of the G Club entity that was a Morgan Stanley client?
G Club Operations.
All right. So the focusing on the next row, what's the transaction?
Subscription, by cash amount.
And what's the amount?
$15 million.
And then what's the effective date there?
August 1, 2021.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Now let's go to the next page, Ms. Loftus, please. And if we could zoom on the text just to make it larger. Okay. Now what's the issued date here, Ms. Berstler?
July 14, 2021.
That's the same date as Alex H's email? Mr. Ferguson said, we can zoom out and scroll up.
I don't know.
Mr. Ferguson said, can you scroll up to Alex H's email? And if you want to zoom on the date. Or can you read the date, Ms. Berstler?
Yeah, July 14, 2021.
Same date?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's scroll back down, please. We can zoom on that text. All right. Now what's the name listed on this one?
G Club Operations LLC.
And is that the name of the entity that was a Morgan Stanley client?
Yes.
All right. And what's the amount listed there?
$85 million.
And what's the effective date?
August 1, 2021.
And $85 million, is that the same amount that Morgan Stanley transferred to Hamilton at Deltec?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Berstler, do you know what these dates? The effective date or the order, I'll start with effective date. Do you know what that means?
No.
Do you know what order received date means?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Ms. Loftus, let's go to MSS 121, please. And if we could go down to the first email, page 4. All right. And if we could zoom on Alex H's email. All right. Now, Ms. Berstler, what's the date of this email from Alex H?
July 12, 2021.
And I'll go ahead and just read the third paragraph in his email, which says, this is in regards to the $10 million we sent back in January to Fiesta Property Developments Limited. The agreement was for £10 million, not $10 million, this was myself and my team's error. He says, based on our transaction history, we transferred over 8,060,000 worth of GBP. We need to wire the remaining 1,940,000 worth of Great Britain pounds. And then he says, please use this email as authorization. And in the beneficiary account name beneath that. What's the beneficiary account?
Fiesta Property Developments Limited.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. And if we could scroll up, Ms. Loftus. And if we can zoom on the response. And Ms. Berstler, how did you respond?
I wrote, total sent to Fiesta so far is £7,326,000 sterling. On January 21, 2021, £734,000 sterling, January 27, 2021, £3,660,000 sterling, February 4, 2021, £2,932,000 sterling. If you needed £10 million sterling total sent to Fiesta, we would need to send £2,674,000 sterling.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. And if we could scroll up, please. And then, yeah, we can zoom on Alex's email. All right. And then Ms. Berstler, just focusing you on the address line. Could you read the address line? In Alex's email.
TransferWise, 56, Shoreditch High Street, London, E1, 6JJ, United Kingdom.
Do you know what's at that address?
No.
Do you know what TransferWise is?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. You can zoom out. And we can scroll up. And we can keep scrolling up. You can keep going. All right. And Ms. Berstler, did this wire go out?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's go to MSS 124, please. All right. And if we could, let's start at page 2, the first email. Let's zoom on that, please. Okay. So this is from Alex H., right?
Yes.
And what's the date?
July 29, 2021.
And who is it to?
It is to Christina Schatz.
And who is copied?
Me.
And what's the subject?
Returned wire.
And could you read Alex H's email?
Good afternoon, Christina. Attached you'll find the wire that was returned to us. It was the funds we sent to Fiesta in British pounds. Can you let us know if you see any activity on the back end? I don't see the return in our account. Thank you.
And this is about 2 weeks after that last Fiesta wire?
I think.
Mr. Ferguson said, if you could scroll up, please. All right. And if we could zoom on, thank you. Is this July 29th again?
Yes.
And this is from you?
Yes.
Could you read your response, please?
Alex, I checked with our back office on this. Funds were not sent to Morgan Stanley following the correct GBP wire instructions. Therefore, MS never received this wire. Please have the sending bank trace the wire from their end. In addition, we would not have been able to accept this wire, even if it was sent correctly, since the account is only allowed outgoing same-name wires to G Club. All incoming third-party wires would be returned. Fiesta should wire funds to another G Club account. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Ms. Berstler, when you wrote, we would not have been able to accept this wire even if it was sent correctly since the account is only allowed outgoing same-name wires to G Club. What did you mean by that?
At this point the G Club account header was blocked from any third-party transactions by another department at Morgan Stanley.
The
court said, what do you mean by third-party transaction?
The witness said, to any account that is not in the name of G Club operations.
And Ms. Berstler, based on your time at Morgan Stanley, why are some accounts only allowed same-name transfers?
If our if another Morgan Stanley department is monitoring the activity and investigating an account. They might only allow you to do same-name transfers.
And what departments do that?
I guess fraud operations, our AML department, and our global financial crimes department.
And what's AML?
Anti-money laundering.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. And if we could zoom out and scroll up. Yeah, let's zoom on the top one. Could you read the last response here? I'm sorry. Withdrawn. What's the date of this email?
August 5th, 2021.
And could you read your further reply to Alex H?
Unfortunately, I was not given approval to enter the recall request for this wire, and was reminded that the account is allowed outgoing same-name wires only and a returned wire would not be accepted. Sorry.
And the account is allowed outgoing same-name wires only. What were you referring to there?
That the account was blocked, and only outgoing wires to another G Club account was allowed.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, we can take that down. Ms. Berstler, what ultimately happened with the G Club account?
They were forced to transfer out.
And what do you mean by that?
Morgan Stanley closed the account and told them to transfer the money to another G Club account.
And do you know where the money was transferred?
I do not.
Do you know who Bo Collins is?
Sorry. What was the name?
Bo Collins?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, may I have a moment, Your Honor?
The court said you may.
Mr. Ferguson said, nothing further, Your Honor.
The court said, cross-examination.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Skirek.
Hi. Good afternoon, Ms. Berstler. Just a couple of questions about your preparation for testimony today. Did you meet with the government lawyers here before giving testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say meet, I mean, you know, sort of by phone or video conference or in person.
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did you meet with them?
3.
Okay. And were those 3 times all by video conference?
1 video conference and 2 in person.
Okay. And if you can just tell me, who was there when you met with them? To the best of your recollection.
My first 2 meetings were with Micah, and my 3rd meeting was with Ryan.
And was there anyone else there besides Micah on the first 2 occasions and Mr. Ferguson, sick, on the 3rd?
Yes, but I don't know the names.
Okay. Fair enough. Was there anyone else from Morgan Stanley there with you?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that?
Jeremy Weiner.
And is Mr. Weiner an attorney for Morgan Stanley?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
The court said, Mr. Skirek, please speak into the microphone.
Mr. Skirek said, yes. Apologies, Your Honor. Now you testified that you worked as an administrative assistant to a number of Morgan Stanley financial advisors. Right.
Yes.
And approximately how many do you cover at any given time? A bunch, I'm guessing.
5.
Okay. And that includes Ms. Schatz?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Schatz was the primary point of contact for G Clubs?
Yes.
On the G Clubs account for Morgan Stanley?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that, withdrawn. Do you recall that G Club's business was as a membership services company?
Yes.
Okay. And that it offered perks or services to its members?
I don't know what they offered.
Okay. But it was a membership services company, to your understanding?
Yes.
All right. And were you working with Ms. Schatz when G Clubs first became a client of Morgan Stanley?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall whether, at the time that G Clubs became a client, Ms. Schatz met in person with anyone from G Clubs?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if she ever met with anyone in person from G Clubs?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. It's fine, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer. You may answer.
I don't know.
Okay. And you mentioned someone named Alex. I'm going to give it a shot here, Hajikaralambis. If that's the correct pronunciation. You recall mentioning him during your testimony?
Yes, yes.
And he was a representative of G Clubs. I think you testified on direct, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever meet? We'll just call him Alex H.
No.
And you don't know whether Ms. Schatz ever met Alex H.
No.
Or Yvette Wong, for that matter.
Who?
Yvette Wong.
No, I don't know.
And do you know whether Ms. Schatz ever went to the G Club's office on East 64th Street here in town?
I don't know.
Okay. Now I believe you testified that G Club's accounts were first opened at Morgan Stanley in December of 2020, or thereabouts.
Millimeter him.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
And do you know when they were closed, approximately? Just the best of your recollection.
Late summer 2021.
Okay. So August, September 2021, something in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay. And during the time that its account was open at Morgan Stanley. I believe you testified on direct that G Clubs used the account to pay for all kinds of, ordinary business expenses. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So they used it to pay vendors, for example.
Yes.
You're aware of this. And they used it to pay taxes, for example.
I don't know if taxes were paid.
Okay. And you knew this because your role was to sort of handle these kinds of client requests for payment, right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified on direct you would handle like client requests for wires, right?
Yes.
And sort of other operational kind of tasks.
Yes.
That clients would request of Morgan Stanley.
Yes.
Fair? Okay. All right. Now you also testified on direct I think that you had some interactions with people in the bank's compliance department. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And those interactions that you described when you were speaking with Mr. Ferguson were related to G Clubs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now since you started at Morgan Stanley in, I believe you said it was 2008.
Yes.
Okay. So you've been there for 16 years, approximately.
Yes.
Okay. Now since you started at Morgan Stanley in 2008, have you had multiple occasions to interact with the compliance department at Morgan Stanley?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had a number of occasions to withdrawn. And as part of that interaction, it's been because of various issues that have come up in other client accounts, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I think included in compliance department. Just to make sure we're talking about the same thing, I believe you testified about like a fraud department earlier. Would you include that in compliance?
Fraud operations, yes.
Fraud, right, fair enough. Fraud operations. Okay. And then you also testified I think about an AML group. Would you consider that also to be in the compliance group within Morgan Stanley?
Yes, it is a compliance group.
Okay. All right. And now when it comes to the compliance function, I think you testified to this on direct. But just to be clear, you don't have any decision-making authority when it came to compliance-related issues, right?
I do not have any authority.
Okay. And so for example, you don't have decision-making authority when it comes to whether the bank approves a particular wire transfer request. As we were talking about, or as you were talking about a few moments ago.
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Schatz didn't even have that authority, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's purely the compliance group.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now you also testified I believe on direct a bit about an entity called Crane. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Crane had something to do, withdrawn. Fair to say that Crane was some kind of consulting firm. In your understanding?
I don't know exactly what their role was.
Sure. Fair enough. But do you have an understanding, generally, about what Crane was?
No.
Okay. And so you didn't have any impression as to how Crane related to G clubs in any way?
No.
Okay. But you've heard the name Haytham Khaled, I think you testified, right?
Yes.
And you knew he was a representative of Crane?
Yes.
And are you aware that there was a lawsuit in which G clubs sued Crane?
No.
Okay. And are you aware that at some point G clubs severed its relationship with Crane?
No.
Mr. Skirrick said, okay. Now I'd like to pull up, if we can, Government Exhibit MSS 112. And if we could just, well. Before we go there. Do you remember being asked some questions on direct about Government Exhibit MSS 112?
Yes.
Mr. Skirrick said, okay. If we can just scroll down, please, to page 3. And I believe you talked to Mr. Ferguson on direct about this request for $1 million transfer.
Yes.
Okay. And actually, I want to correct myself. It was actually a transfer for £1 million sterling. Right, GBP. I know you saw a lot of these. This is the first one. 112 is the first transfer.
The court said, did you want to call her attention to a particular exhibit?
Mr. Skirrick said, sure. Happy to, Your Honor. So what's being displayed in front of you, the email dated January 18, 2021, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And does this look like the email that you talked to Mr. Ferguson about on direct? About the $1 million GBP transfer? Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Mr. Skirrick said, okay. And then if we can just please scroll up to the top of this. And all the way to the top. If we can, please. Okay. And if we can just zoom in on the top portion, where it begins, good morning, Liz. Okay. And again, you recall that you reviewed this on direct, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that this email from Alex H. that we're looking at right now, you see at the bottom there where he signs it. Alex H.
Yes.
Was in response to your request that G clubs provide a purpose for the wire that was requested. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that request that you made to Alex H. originated with the compliance folks at Morgan Stanley. Right.
Yes.
And you were just passing it along. Passing the request along.
I was asking the question that I didn't know the answer to in their email.
Right. Fair enough. So is the distinction you're drawing that they asked you, you didn't know. So you then asked Alex H.
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form.
The court said, that's very compound.
Mr. Skirrick said, fair enough, Your Honor. I'll rephrase.
The court said, okay.
So just to be clear, the process, or the sequence, was that the compliance department asked you if you knew what the purpose of the wire was, and you didn't know, right?
Correct.
So you took that request and then you just passed it on to Alex H., right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. Asked and answered.
Mr. Skirrick said, or clarifying, I think.
The court said, I'll allow the answer.
Mr. Skirrick said, thank you.
I asked Alex for the reason of the wire, because it was the question in fraud operations email that I didn't know the answer to.
Okay. Fair enough. That's all I was asking. And his explanation here, and I'll just read it briefly, that this transfer was initiated from G Club Operations LLC to Fiesta Property Developments, a real estate holding company. Do you see that?
Yes.
Let's just pause there for a moment. And is it okay with you if we call G Club Operations just Operations, or Ops, just for short?
Okay.
Okay. And Fiesta Property, we'll just call Fiesta, okay?
Okay.
And Fiesta is described here as a real estate holding company, right?
Yes.
All right. And then as we continue on reading, it says, owned by Mr. He in the UK. Same owner of G Club Operations LLC. We'll stop there. And do you know who Mr. He is?
He was listed as the ultimate beneficial owner of G Club.
Okay. And Alex H is telling you here that Mr. He is also the owner of Fiesta, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that he's located in the UK, right?
Yes.
All right. And then Alex continues, as we read. For a possible down payment on a property they plan to purchase for a total of $10 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, does that language sound definitive to you?
I don't know.
Well, let's look at it. It says that the transfer was for a possible down payment on a property they plan to purchase. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't say, we signed a contract to buy property and the payment is due next week, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. The document speaks for itself, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirek said, well, I'm just trying to clarify the witness's understanding.
The court said, you can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Mr. Skirek said, sure. Could we have the court reporter read back the question? I'm sorry.
The court said, just take it in pieces, please.
Mr. Skirek said, sure. So this doesn't say, for example, we signed a contract to buy property, right?
Correct.
And it doesn't say the down payment is due next week, right?
Correct.
It says that there was a plan, words in the document, for a possible.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to mischaracterizing the document.
The court said, are you claiming that he's not reading the words accurately?
Mr. Ferguson said, I'll withdraw it, Your Honor.
The court said, okay, go ahead.
By Mr. Skirek.
So it says that there is a plan, right?
Yes.
Perspective, right?
Yes.
Not definitive, right?
Yes.
Tentative sounding, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
For a possible down payment, not definite, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you were asked on direct by Mr. Ferguson whether you reviewed additional information about the loan that's referenced between Ops and Fiesta. Do you remember him asking you that?
No.
Did you receive any additional information about the loan from Ops and Fiesta?
No.
Okay. Did you ask for any additional information about the loan from Ops to Fiesta?
No.
Right. You didn't, right? And did you receive a copy of the loan agreement?
No.
No. But you didn't ask for a copy of the loan agreement, right?
No.
Okay. And did you receive a copy of the real estate purchase contract?
No.
That's because Morgan Stanley didn't ask for a copy of the real estate purchase contract, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
No.
Just to clarify, Morgan Stanley did not ask for that, right?
Correct.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Now if we can please go to what's in evidence MSS 125. And just take a second to look at this. Do you see the date at the top of this email, January 20th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember talking to Mr. Ferguson about this a few minutes ago, before the lunch break?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the email that came from Fraud Operations asking for the information about the purpose of the wire, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Deirdre Harrell is the one who sends this, correct? I'm sorry. Withdrawn. Mr. Skirek said, let's, if we could, go to, just for clarity, if you can go to, I'm sorry. Just give me a moment. Just go to page 11 of this document. Jorge, the Bates number on the bottom. Yeah, perfect. Great. Thank you. And I believe you reviewed this with Mr. Ferguson, and the question that was asked by the compliance was as relevant here. The purpose of the wire, which is in the box 2 up from the bottom on the left. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the question to which you were responding, right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately that. Mr. Skirek said, if we can go page 8, please. And we can see here again in the box that is on the left labeled, purpose of the wire, manually input. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what's reflected in the box to the right there is what you manually input, is that right?
Yes.
And it reads, this is a wire to an affiliated business for real estate investment. Right.
Yes.
Now that description doesn't have any of the tentative quality to it that Mr. or that Alex H's answer had. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately this information is what's forwarded to the fraud department, right?
Yes.
And they make their decision based on this information.
Yes.
The fraud department never receives Alex H's email, right?
Correct.
They never receive the tentative sounding email, right?
Correct.
Okay. So they didn't have the benefit of that, fair?
Yes. MSS 113.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Now if we can please go to. And do you recall this document, the January 27, 2021, email which you discussed with Mr. Ferguson on direct?
Yes.
And this relates to a different wire than the set of documents that we just reviewed, right?
I believe so.
Okay. It was a second wire in a series of wires that you went through on direct, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this second wire was authorized based on the same information that you manually input for the benefit of the compliance department. Right.
Yes.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. And if we could go to MSS 114. Now again, you reviewed this with Mr. Ferguson on direct, and this, withdrawn. Do you recall discussing this document with Mr. Ferguson on direct?
Yes.
February 3, 2021 email chain.
Yes.
And this relates to yet another wire, correct?
Yes.
And this one too was authorized based on the information that you manually input, correct?
Yes.
Which lacked the tentative quality that we agreed upon earlier, right?
Yes.
You agreed with me that Alex H's email had a tentative quality to it, right? His explanation had a timely quality.
Yes.
And that is not included here, right?
No.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Now let's please go to MSS 119. And this is a June 21, 2021 email chain. Do you recall reviewing this with Mr. Ferguson earlier?
Yes. Bit.
Mr. Skirek said, and if we scroll down in the document right there. If we blow up that bottom page, please, Jorge. Bottom of the page. And this relates to a $35 million wire transfer request, is that right?
Yes.
And the request is that the wire be sent to Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, withdrawn? I believe you testified on direct that you don't know what Hamilton is, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what agreements, if any, are in place between Hamilton and G clubs, right?
Correct.
You just don't have that information.
Correct.
In a way you could, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer the question. Is the question could she have asked? Is that what you were saying? You wouldn't ask her to speculate though.
Mr. Skirek said, no. Could have asked for that information, right?
The court said, well, that is speculation. Are you saying was she able to ask? Is that the question?
Mr. Skirek said, yes. That's fair, Your Honor.
The court said, okay. Go ahead.
By Mr. Skirek.
Could Morgan Stanley have asked for that?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, I just want to stay away from the could have piece.
Mr. Skirek said, fair enough.
The court said, Did Morgan Stanley have the ability to ask?
The witness said, yes.
The court said, go ahead.
By Mr. Skirek.
Okay. But Morgan Stanley didn't ask, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained. Okay. Move on.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. If we can please go to MSS 120. And sort of home in on the bottom of this one as well, please. And Ms. Berstler, this email relates to yet another request for a wire transfer, right?
Yes.
And this one's for $15 million to Hamilton Digital Assets FDSP, right?
Yes.
And again. Morgan Stanley did not ask for the agreement that was in place between Hamilton and G Club that relates to this wire. Right.
Correct.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Now let's please go to MSS 124. Okay. And this is an August 5, 2021 email chain, correct?
Yes.
This email chain relates to a returned wire that you talked to Mr. Ferguson about a few minutes ago. Right.
Yes.
Okay. And this is about 2 weeks or so after the Fiesta wire for 2.6 withdrawn. This email is about 2 weeks after a failed wire transfer that was initiated by Morgan Stanley, is that right?
I don't know if it was failed.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Well, if we just scroll down in the document a little bit. And we can blow up there. Alex H's email, July 29, 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
Importance is high, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, Good afternoon, Christina. Attached you'll find the wire that was returned to us. Right.
Yes.
Okay. So does that refresh your recollection that this was a failed wire transfer?
I don't know.
Okay. Well. I believe you testified on direct that at this point the account was blocked from any third-party transactions. Correct?
Yes.
And based on your experience at Morgan Stanley. Sometimes accounts are blocked from third-party transactions by compliance, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this was in August of 2021, right?
This was in July.
Fair enough. If we zoom out and scroll up, you'll see that the top email is August 5, 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection. Is this when the accounts for G Clubs first became blocked at Morgan Stanley?
I don't remember the timing.
Okay. Well, do you recall any blocked wire transfers before this?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember one way or another.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Do you believe you would remember had it been blocked earlier?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, all right. So the speculation in asking these hypotheticals, please don't do that.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Now you testified earlier that you had experience with the bank's compliance department over your 16-year career at Morgan Stanley. Right.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that Morgan Stanley is, you know, one of the biggest banks in the world?
Yes.
Okay. And it has a global reputation.
Yes.
And to sort of be blunt about it, Morgan Stanley is a big deal in the banking world, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to relevance.
The court said, I want to know if she has the opinion that her employer is a big deal. You may answer.
Mr. Skirek said, in the banking world.
Morgan Stanley is a large bank.
Okay. Fair enough. Has it been your experience that the bank is sensitive to its reputation?
I don't know.
Is it sensitive to risks to its reputation?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fair enough. And do you have a general understanding of how the bank reacts when it receives a subpoena from the government inquiring about a bank customer?
No.
Okay. Have you had the experience in your 16-year working career at Morgan Stanley where a bank customer that you were involved with? That Morgan Stanley received a subpoena related to that customer?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form.
The court said, "Are you asking whether in the past she's aware that a Morgan Stanley customer received a subpoena? Is that the question?"
Mr. Skirek said, the question is whether she's aware of, in the past. Morgan Stanley has received a subpoena related to a customer, a Morgan Stanley customer that she's worked with.
The court said, "You may answer."
I don't know.
Okay. In your experience with the compliance department, would it be a red flag for the compliance department to receive a subpoena about a bank customer?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether Morgan Stanley received a subpoena from the government related to G clubs?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever ask compliance whether that happened?
No.
And did they ever tell you whether that happened?
No.
Okay. So you don't know whether the bank receiving a subpoena is.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained. You can't ask that question.
All right. So the G Club's funds at Morgan Stanley's account, those funds belong to G Clubs, right? Fair to say.
Yes.
Okay. And from the bank's point of view, G Clubs owns those funds, right?
Yes.
And it can do what it wants with those funds.
Yes.
And G Clubs doesn't have to ask Morgan Stanley's position to use its funds, right?
They need to put in a request to withdraw funds.
Sure. But it doesn't have to ask Morgan Stanley for permission about how to use the funds is the question.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
Mr. Skirek said, I think it's the witness answered a different question.
The court said, you may answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. G Clubs doesn't have to ask Morgan Stanley for permission as to how to use its farms, right?
Correct.
So when the compliance department asks what the purpose of a wire is, it's just looking for information. Right.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled. If you know, you may answer.
What was the question?
Let's try it this way. Is it your understanding that one of the purposes of Morgan Stanley's compliance department, including the fraud department, is to protect customers?
It's to protect the client and the firm.
Sure, both. That's right. To protect both, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to commentary.
The court said, overruled. Let's go.
Now as long as, withdrawn. Based on your experience. As long as the purpose for a wire was a business purpose, you would have passed that information along to the fraud department, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So for example, G Clubs could have said that the purpose.
The court said, all right. Here we go with the hypotheticals again. No hypotheticals.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar?
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Skirek said, so Your Honor, during direct, the government was allowed to ask questions about what the witness would or would not have passed along in terms of the information she was provided. And the government asked a number of hypothetical questions about that. And I raised this issue this morning at 9 o'clock about the hypothetical questions. And I think really all the defense is trying to do is be able to ask hypothetical questions on the other side of this issue.
The court said, we know that's what you're trying to do.
Mr. Ferguson said, I think just the key point is, if he wants to ask, if a client gave you false information, would you take steps to process that wire? That's okay, but I don't know what the other.
Mr. Skirek said, that's the question you want to ask, not the question I want to ask.
The court said, it's just that the hypotheticals are permitted in order to elicit evidence concerning the fraud. You're not asking about fraud.
Mr. Skirek said, well, Your Honor.
The court said, your hypothetical does not bear on fraud.
Mr. Skirek said, well, Your Honor, I think it does. I think the hypothetical is to suss out whether the witness would have passed along the information had she been provided with information. With different information to show that she would have passed that information along all the same. She's testified it's not her job to make these decisions.
The court said, Wasn't your question whether she would pass along information concerning a business purpose use of funds?
Mr. Skirek said, well, the original question, which I think was already asked and answered, was whether if there was any business purpose, if she would have passed that along. I think she already answered that question. We can look at the record. My understanding is.
The court said, one moment. Let's go back to business purpose.
Record read.
Mr. Skirek said, so she's already answered the answer to this question. So I'm just trying to ask questions for illustrative purposes further to that question.
The court said, what is it you wanted to ask?
Mr. Skirek said, right. So the witness has agreed that as long as the purpose was a business purpose, that she would have passed the information along.
The court said, okay.
Mr. Skirek said, so the idea is, we should be able to ask 2 additional questions about examples of these business purposes to show that there was no reason for G clubs to conceal what its prior use of that funds was. Because it wouldn't.
The court said, so there's no objection after the business purpose question. Am I correct? The reporter is.
Mr. Ferguson said, so that's.
The court said, you let that one in.
Mr. Ferguson said, yeah, I let them do that. I don't think you get to go and speculate about further illustrative examples. That's just calling for speculation.
The court said, what's your example?
Mr. Skirek said, that they said that they planned to purchase a high-end sports car for use for members. That would have been passed along all the same.
Mr. Ferguson said, but they didn't. I mean, that's the whole point.
The court said, so I would have sustained the objection had one been made, and so I don't think 2 wrongs will make a right. So I'm not going to permit the question.
Mr. Skirek said, okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
Continued on next page. In open court.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you.
By Mr. Skirek.
Ms. Berstler, just a couple more questions. Now Alex H. expressed a tentative plan for Fiesta 2, withdrawn.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
Alex H. expressed. Mr. Skirek said, are you objecting to me withdrawing? No. Okay. Ms. Berstler, Alex H. expressed that Fiesta had a tentative plan for a possible purchase of real estate. We talked about that earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the tentative element of his explanation didn't get passed along to fraud operations, right?
Correct.
So we have no idea what fraud operations would have said had that information been passed along, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. Calls for speculation.
The court said, sustained. Don't ask her to speculate.
Mr. Skirek said, I tried, Your Honor. No further questions, Ms. Berstler.
The court said, redirect.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Loftus, could we please publish MSS 112?
Redirect examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Berstler, you were asked questions about the emails from Alex H. regarding the Fiesta transfers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, sorry. Just a moment. Thank you. And Ms. Berstler, you were asked questions about this initial wire request to Fiesta from Alex H. Do you recall that on cross?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, and Ms. Loftus, if we can zoom on the top email. Now before we turn to this exact email, Ms. Berstler. Do you know why the $10 million request was broken into 3 different requests?
No.
Mr. Skirek said, objection, scope.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Do you know why the $10 million request was broken into 3 different wire transfers?
No.
Do you know why Alex H. specified that there was a repayment plan for this loan?
Mr. Skirek said, same objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
No.
Do you know if this loan was ever actually repaid at all?
No.
Ms. Berstler, does this email say anything about Milesungwa?
No.
Mr. Skirek said, objection. Document speaks for itself.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Does it say anything about someone named Changwa?
No.
Does it say anything about how Milson Gui is the settler of the foundation that owns G clubs?
Mr. Skirik said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
Does it say anything about how Milson Gui is the settler of the foundation that owns G clubs?
No.
Does it say anything about a Ferrari?
Mr. Skirik said, objection.
No. No.
The court said, overruled.
Does it say anything about FXXKEVO Ferrari?
No.
Does it say anything about the Stichting Still We Rise?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, nothing further, Your Honor.
The court said recross.
Recross examination. By Mr. Skirik.
At the risk of asking you further things that we all know you don't know the answer to. Do you know that this loan had a 10-year term?
No.
Mr. Skirik said, thank you. No further questions.
The court said, any Riri?
Mr. Ferguson said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty. You may step out of the courtroom.
The witness said, thank you.
The court said, thank you.
Witness excused.
The court said, and the prosecution may call its next witness.
Ms. Murray said, yes, Your Honor. The government calls Jocelyn Reyes.
Witness sworn.
The court said, please be seated. State your name and spell it.
The witness said, Jocelyn Reyes. JOCLYN REYES.
The court said, you may inquire.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Your Honor.
Jocelyn Reyes, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reyes.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
The FBI.
What is your position at the FBI?
Forensic accountant.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a forensic accountant at the FBI?
As a forensic accountant, I use a combination of accounting, audit, and investigative skills to analyze financial information.
How long have you been a forensic accountant at the FBI?
For 2 years and 4 months.
Besides your testimony today and preparation for that testimony, have you had any involvement in this case?
No.
When were you first contacted by the government and asked to testify in this case?
Less than a week ago.
In advance of your testimony, were you asked to review certain government exhibits that were provided to you?
Yes.
Were you asked to verify the information in a government exhibit that summarized those exhibits?
Yes.
Did you review a government exhibit for accuracy?
I did, yes.
Is the information in that government exhibit, the summary exhibit, based on voluminous records?
Yes.
What type or types of exhibits is the summary chart based on?
The exhibits that I reviewed.
Yes. What type of documents were those?
A combination of bank statements, signature cards, purchase agreements, and some emails.
Ms. Reyes, who decided which exhibits you reviewed?
The prosecutors and the case agent.
And who decided what information to include in a summary chart that you reviewed for accuracy?
The prosecutor and the case agent.
Were you provided the opportunity to note corrections to the chart to make sure that it was accurate?
Yes.
Did you provide suggested corrections to the chart?
I did provide minor suggestions to some of the charts.
And after the charts were revised, are they all now accurate?
Yes.
And Ms. Reyes, just to be clear, did you review all of the evidence gathered in this case or just the charts and the exhibits that those charts are based on?
Just the charts and the exhibits that those charts were based on.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish what's in evidence as Government Exhibit Stip 14. This is a stipulation regarding bank records, and it's in evidence. Your Honor, pursuant to this stipulation, the government observes Government Exhibits MSS 87, MSS 88, FAN 1, FAN 2, MET 19, and MET 27.
The court said, no objection?
Mr. Skirik said, could we just have a moment, Your Honor?
Counsel conferring.
Mr. Skirek said, "No objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "They're admitted."
Government's exhibits MSS 87, MSS 88, FAN 1, FAN 2, MET 19, and MET 27 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, and Ms. Loftus, if you could now please publish Government Exhibit Stip 8, which is in evidence. This is a stipulation regarding documents, and pursuant to this stipulation, the government offers Government Exhibit BR 445.
Mr. Skirek said, "No objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit BR 445 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Ms. Loftus. If we could please show just the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit GXZ14. And we can flip through a few of the pages.
By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Reyes, what is Government Exhibit Z14?
This is an exhibit of a summary of the exhibits that I reviewed.
And did you review the exhibits that support these summary charts in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Are the charts contained within Government Exhibit Z14 accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit Z14.
Mr. Skirek said, "No objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit Z14 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please go to the first page and then publish.
By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Reyes, at a high level, what type of information is shown or contained within Government Exhibit Z14?
The exhibits that I reviewed.
And what information, if any, do those exhibits relate to?
To the main source documents where this information was obtained.
All right. Let's start with this. This is slide 1. Can you read the title of this slide?
G Club Operations LLC, Morgan Stanley account ending in 8564.
And Ms. Reyes, the X8564, can you explain to the jury what information that reflects?
The 8564 are the last 4 digits of the account number.
And there's a GX number cited on the right side of this slide. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that a reference to the underlying government exhibit that contains the information summarized herein?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes, do you know what G Club Operations LLC is?
No.
Ms. Murray said, let's go the next slide, please. Ms. Reyes, what's the title of this slide?
Account profile for Morgan Stanley account ending in 8564.
And that 8564 account, is that the same G Club Operations LLC account that was referenced on the prior slide?
Yes.
Looking at the screenshot on this slide, Ms. Reyes. Is this a screenshot from an underlying bank record that you reviewed in connection with your testimony?
Yes.
For this account, the Morgan Stanley 8564. What entities or individuals are named as client contacts in the bank records?
G Club Operations LLC, Alex Hajakara Lambis, Limari Reyes Molinares, and Howrin He.
And in the bank record, how, if at all, is G Club Operations LLC described?
As the entity.
And how, if at all, is Alex Hajakara Lambis described?
As the authorized individual person.
What about Limari Reyes Molinares?
As the authorized individual person and key controller.
What's the description for Howrin He?
UBO.
Do you know what UBO means, Ms. Reyes?
It stands for Ultimate Beneficial Owner.
Looking down the screenshot, there's a section entitled Account Instruction and then Sort Name. What information is listed under that field?
G Club, ADP and expenses.
Ms. Reyes, do you understand what the reference to ADP and expenses relates to?
No.
And then at the bottom of this screenshot there's an account mailing and plating address. First of all, what is a plating address?
It's an address where documents are sent, if needed.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Murray.
And what is the information that is in this bank record for the Morgan Stanley 8564 account for the mailing and plating address?
It notes G Club Operations, LLC, Alex Hadjicara Lambus, 162, East 64th Street, New York, New York, 10065. United States.
Ms. Reyes, had you ever been to 162 East 64th Street?
No.
Let's go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. What is the title of this slide?
Fiesta Property Developments Ltd. Santander bank account ending in 6389.
And looking down at the middle of the page, Ms. Reyes, there's a box. What information is to the right of that box?
Balance as of December 28, 2020, £30.39.
So GBP, Ms. Reyes, what does that relate to? What is that reference?
That stands for Great British Pounds.
And is it correct from this slide that that is the balance in the Santander 6389 account?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What information is reflected on this slide, Ms. Reyes?
Company information for Santander bank account ending in 6389.
And that's the Fiesta Property Developments Limited account we just saw in the prior slide?
Yes.
The screenshot on this slide. Is that a screenshot taken from the bank records cited on the right of this slide?
Yes.
Looking at the information in that screenshot for company appointments, what is the name listed?
Howren He.
And over to the right of Howren He, this is down in the bottom left. What is the title listed for Howren He?
Director.
Below Director, if you go through those three fields. What is the date that's listed for the appointment of Director?
August 5, 2019.
And, Ms. Reyes, can you explain to the jury why you read that as day, month, year?
Based on the address notes it's in the United Kingdom. So they switch the month and the day.
And what is the nationality listed for Howren He in this bank record?
Chinese.
Looking to the left side of that same portion of the screenshot. Can you please list the address listed for Howren He?
79, East Works Drive, Cofton Hackett, Birmingham, United Kingdom B45 AGR.
Ms. Reyes, looking higher up on the screenshot under registered number there is a field for name. What is the name of the company for this bank record?
Fiesta Property Developments, Ltd.
Ms. Reyes, do you know what Fiesta Properties Developments Ltd is?
No.
Do you know who Howren He is?
No.
Ms. Loftus, we can go to the next slide, please. Ms. Reyes, what's the title of this slide?
Disbursements to Fiesta Property Developments Ltd., Santander bank account ending in 6389.
Looking at the arrow that is depicted on this slide, Ms. Reyes. What time frame or time range does the arrow reflects transactions for?
January 21, 2021 through February 4, 2021.
And from what bank account to what bank account?
From G Club Operations LLC Morgan Stanley account ending in 8564 to Fiesta Property Developments Ltd Santander bank account ending in 6389.
Ms. Reyes. What is the total amount of transactions from the G Club Morgan Stanley account to the Fiesta Santander account during that time period?
10,026,220.20 or £7,326,000.
Ms. Loftus. If we could go out of this exhibit and please pull up what's in evidence as Government Exhibit GXGC 544. Ms. Reyes. Can you read the words on the front page of this exhibit which is GXGC 544?
Facility agreement between G Club Operations LLC and Jovial Century International Limited and Fiesta Property Developments Ltd.
Ms. Loftus, can we go to the next page, please? You can zoom in on the top. What is the date of this agreement, Ms. Reyes?
January 15, 2021.
Looking at the parties listed here under number 1, what is the company name of the lender?
G Club Operations LLC.
And looking under item 3, what is the company name of the fund receiver?
Fiesta Property Developments Ltd.
Later in that same paragraph, what is the address associated with Fiesta Properties Developments Limited?
79, East Works Drive, Cofton Hackett, Birmingham B45 AGR, United Kingdom.
Ms. Loftus, if we could scroll down a bit, please, and focus on item 1 under agreed terms. Ms. Reyes. Can you please read item 1 facility?
The lender hereby agrees to lend to the borrower an amount not exceeding £10 million.
And if we could go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. Item 2 at the top, Ms. Reyes. Can you please read that, use of funds?
The borrower intends to use the loans to increase its investment into the fund receiver, which is a property development company.
And the fund receiver that's referenced in item 2, if we could go back up, Ms. Loftus, to the prior page. Looking at parties, item 3, which company is listed as the fund receiver in this contract?
Fiesta Property Developments Ltd.
Let's keep going down, please, Ms. Loftus. If you can scroll through. We're going to go to the signature page, please. Starting here, this is page 14 of GXGC 544. Ms. Reyes. Do you see a signature for G Club Operations LLC?
Yes.
What is the name of the individual who signed this facility agreement for G Club?
Xiang Lu.
How is that individual described in this document?
As the manager.
Do you know Xiang Lu?
No.
Ms. Loftus, let's go to the next page, please. Ms. Reyes. On this signature page there are signatures on behalf of Jovial Century International Limited and Fiesta Properties Development Limited. What is the printed name for the signature for each of those entities?
Howren He.
And how is Howren He described below the signature for Jovial Century International Limited?
Director.
And how is Howren He described below the signature for Fiesta Properties Development Limited?
Director.
Ms. Loftus, we can take that down and please go back to Government Exhibit Z14 at slide 6. Actually, let's go back to slide 5 for a moment, please. Ms. Reyes. What is the date range of the transactions that are summarized on this slide?
January 21st, 2021 through February 4th, 2021.
We can go to the next slide, please. What information is shown on this slide, Ms. Reyes?
This slide shows foreign currency transfers from G Club Morgan Stanley account ending in 8564.
And that's the same Morgan Stanley account that we've been discussing during your testimony so far. Correct?
Yes.
Looking at the top screenshot, what time period is this a screenshot of a client statement?
January 1st through January 31st, 2021.
And looking right to the information that's within a red box there. Can you explain what information is on that portion of the screenshot?
The active asset account number 5520685664-454, next to it is G Club Operations LLC, Xiang Lu.
And that spelling of Xiang Lu is the same spelling on the facility agreement we just looked at in GXGC 544. Correct?
Can I look at the previous exhibit?
Sure. We can pull that up, GXGC 544.
Yes.
Let's go back to GXC 14, please. Again focusing on the top screenshot, Ms. Reyes. What information is contained in this portion of the bank record?
This first portion shows foreign currency wires sent on January 21st in the amount of $1,700,268.20. As well as a second foreign currency wire transfer dated January 27th in the amount of $5,942,000.
Ms. Reyes, taking that first transfer, the January 1st transfer, the second column states activity type. Can you state what is listed under activity type for that wire?
Transfer out of account.
And this is an account statement for the G Club Morgan Stanley 8564 account, correct?
Yes.
Now, in the next column their security or symbol, what is reflected there?
GBP savings deposit.
And in the comments it indicates foreign currency wire sent. To the right of that is quantity. What quantity is listed for the GBP for this outgoing wire?
734,000.
Same question for the next wire, Ms. Reyes, the January 27th wire. What quantity in GBP was that outgoing wire from the G Club Morgan Stanley account?
3,660,000.
And so on the farthest right column, the dollar amount that you read previously, based on this bank record. Are those converted total amounts from GBP to US dollars?
Yes.
Looking now at the bottom screenshot, Ms. Reyes. What time period does that portion of the client statement cover?
February 1st through February 28th, 2021.
And that's for the same G Club Morgan Stanley account ending in 8564, correct?
Yes.
What foreign currency transfer is reflected on this portion of the bank statement?
The foreign currency transfer sent on February 4th in the amount of $4,900,510.
And again looking for a moment at the quantity of GBP or Great British Pound. What was the quantity of this outgoing wire in pounds?
2,932,000.
And, Ms. Reyes, again focusing on the top screenshot. What was the total amount of those two wires in US dollars?
$6,016,710.20.
And the total amount of the wire out on February 4th?
$4,009,510.
Let's go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus. Looking again at the dollar amount and the GBP reflected on the right side of this slide, Ms. Reyes. Can you explain to the jury how the information reflected on this slide was derived from the bank records that we just looked at?
Yes. The 10,026,220.20 is the sum of the three wire transfers that we just looked at, as well as the £7,326,000 is the sum of the three wire transfers that we also just looked at.
And what is the title of this slide, Ms. Reyes?
Fiesta Property Developments Ltd. Metro Bank account ending in 7427.
Looking at the bottom of this slide under the second box with yellow around it. What information is reflected to the right of that for the Fiesta Metro Bank account ending in 747?
Balance as of April 21st, 2021, £101,000.
Let's go to the next slide, please. Ms. Reyes, what's the title of this slide?
Signature card for Metro Bank account ending in 747.
What is a signature card?
A signature card is a document listing the authorized signers of an account.
Focusing on the top screenshot here, which indicates business account mandate. First of all, the account number listed here, is that the Metro Bank account ending in 7427?
Yes.
And individual one here who is listed. First, let's focus on the very bottom of this screenshot. Relationship type. What box is checked for relationship type for this individual?
Authorized signatory.
And what is the individual's name as reflected in this bank record?
Mr. Haurenhe.
And the position in business listed for Haurenhe?
Director.
Looking at the second screenshot at the bottom half of this slide. Do you see a printed name on this signature card?
Yes.
And what name is that?
Haurenhe.
And is this signature card in fact signed?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What's the title of this slide, Ms. Reyes?
Disbursements to Fiesta Property Developments Ltd., Metro Bank account ending in 7427.
Looking at the second green arrow, what information is reflected there from Santander 6389 to Metro Bank 7427?
A £7,176,372.62 transferred on April 23, 2021.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What's the title of this slide, Ms. Reyes?
Fiesta Property Developments Ltd. Flow of funds.
And looking at the left side in the bottom, What information is contained within those boxes?
Fiesta Property Developments Ltd's Wells Fargo, as well as Passion Rosa, LLC, Ferrari Beverly Hills.
Ms. Reyes, do you know what Passion Rosa, LLC is?
No.
Have you ever been to a Ferrari location in Beverly Hills?
No.
Can we go to the next slide, please? Looking here now, Ms. Reyes, on the left side at the bottom. What is shown in the arrow from the Fiesta Wells Fargo box to the Passion Rosa, LLC box?
$500,000 transfer sent on May 26, 2021 between Fiesta Property Developments Ltd to Passion Rosa, LLC.
And let's go to the next slide, please. Ms. Reyes, in connection with these charts, did you also review business records that the government provided to you?
Yes.
Did that include an exhibit listed on the right here, GXBR 440?
Yes.
Does this slide show screenshots from that government exhibit?
Yes.
Focusing on the top screenshot, what is that?
It's an email.
What's the date of that email?
May 28, 2021.
What's the subject line of the email?
ACH Inquiry Passion Rosa, LLC.
Ms. Reyes, what does ACH mean?
ACH stands for Automated Clearinghouse.
Is that another reference to a wire transfer?
It's a type. It's another type of electronic transfer.
Looking at the body of the email, can you just read that for us starting with I just
wanted to reach out regarding our earlier conversation pertaining to the ACH credit for Passion Rosa. The only information we are able to obtain is that the funds came from Wells Fargo in addition to the transaction details shown below.
And then focusing on the second screenshot, Ms. Reyes, top left says Passion Rosa, LLC. On the bottom of this portion there's a date and a debit. Can you read what that reflects?
May 26, 2021. The debit amount is $500,000.
Let's go to the next slide, please. The arrow here, Ms. Reyes, from Metro Bank 7427. The Fiesta Property Developments account to Passion Rosa, what dollar amount and pounds amount is shown there?
$3,500,000 and £2,556,050 and 54 pence.
And what was the date of that either $3.5 million or 2.5 and change million pounds transaction?
June 16, 2021.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What's the title of this slide, Ms. Reyes?
Passion Rosa, LLC Business Records.
And the screenshot on the top I'm going to read and let me know if I read it correctly. The letter from Passion Rosa, LLC, Ferrari Beverly Hills, which is defined as the seller to Stichting Administratiekantoor Stil We Rise Incorporated and registered in the Netherlands, which is described as the purchaser. Did I read that correctly? The second screenshot, item 1, could you please read that?
This is to confirm our agreement pursuant to which we agree to sell you and you agree to purchase our vehicle Ferrari FXXK EVO car. Chassis number 240860, the car or FXXK as described on Schedule C.
Looking at item 2 here, is it correct that the agreed purchase price is listed as $4 million?
Yes.
And then further down there's an indication the agreed price shall be paid as follows. Focusing on the first paragraph, the non-refundable deposit. What is the dollar amount of that deposit for this purchase of the car?
$500,000.
And then the last sentence here, the balance. What is the balance that will be due on the car?
$3,500,000.
And the bottom screenshot, Ms. Reyes, there's a name and a surname. What does that say?
Changwa.
Do you know who Changwa is?
No.
What date was this signed by Changwa?
May 17, 2021.
Let's go to the next slide, please. Ms. Reyes, what's the title of this slide?
Passion Rosa, LLC Business Records Bill of Sale.
And looking at this on the top right, what is the text that we see on the top right of the screenshot here?
official Ferrari dealer, Ferrari Beverly Hills.
At the very bottom screenshot in the middle, what information is written there?
Mattioli Automotive Group.
Looking at this document, it's titled Bill of Sale. What's the date of this bill of sale?
June 18, 2021.
And the make and model of the item that's reflected in this bill of sale?
Ferrari FXXK Evo.
Ms. Loftus, if we can zoom in on the ID number. Looking at the bottom here, ID number starting with the 24. What are the last 6 numbers listed for the ID number or the chassis number?
240,860.
Zoom out of that, please. I'm going down to cash price listed on this bill of sale for this FXXK Evo.
$4 million.
The company listed for the seller?
Ferrari of Beverly Hills.
And then the company listed for the buyer of this Ferrari?
Fiesta Property Developments Ltd.
Let's go to the next slide, please. Ms. Reyes, the title of this slide?
Flow of Funds G Club Operations LLC to Passion Rosa, LLC.
Ms. Reyes, does this contain the transactions that we have just walked through on the prior slides?
Yes.
And looking at the bottom for the combined transfer from Fiesta Property Developments to Passion Rosa. What is the combined amount that was transferred between the Wells Fargo and the Metro Bank accounts?
$4 million.
And let's go to the last slide, please. Ms. Reyes, can you read the title of this slide?
Passion Rosa, LLC Business Records, FXXK, Evo, chassis number 240860.
And, Ms. Reyes, the photo that's on this slide. Is that a photo of the car that was discussed in the bill of sale that we just looked at?
Yes.
With a purchase price of $4 million?
Yes.
Purchased by Fiesta Property Development?
Yes.
Is this a photo from a business record that you reviewed which is cited on this slide?
Yes.
Ms. Murray said, "May I have a moment, Your Honor?"
The court said you may.
Ms. Murray said, "Nothing further." Thank you.
The court said, cross-examination.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Skirek.
Just briefly, Ms. Reyes. I believe you testified on direct that the government lawyers first asked you to testify here less than a week ago. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't know anything about this case before the prosecutors asked you to get up on the stand and testify today. Right.
Correct.
And you weren't part of the FBI's investigative team in this matter.
No.
And you weren't part of the prosecution team.
No.
And you didn't actually investigate any of the money transfers that you just covered in the Government Exhibit C-14. Right.
Correct.
So really the only things that you know about this case are what the government has given you or put in front of you. Right.
The only thing I know are the exhibits that were presented and the source documents to those exhibits.
Right. And all of those things were given to you by the government lawyers.
They were given to me by the prosecutors and the case agent.
So by the government lawyers and the FBI case agent.
Yes.
That's accurate.
Yes.
Now, how many times did you meet with the prosecutors in the last 6 days or so?
I would say 3 or 4 times.
And do you remember who attended those meetings?
The prosecutor and the case agent.
Now, let's turn to the chart, Government Exhibit C-14, if we could just have that displayed. You can see that on your screen.
Yes.
And the jury just to confirm. Okay. Who created the first draft of this chart?
The prosecutor and the case agent.
And after that first draft, you and the government lawyers and the case agent talked about the chart. Right.
Yes.
And I believe you said on direct that you made some suggested revisions, right?
Yes.
And those were only suggestions, right?
What I suggested was to correct a minor typo.
But you understood that you were making suggestions, right?
Ms. Murray said, "Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered."
The court said, sustained.
You understood that the prosecutors ultimately decided what would go in the exhibit, right?
Yes.
And how many versions of this chart were created?
5.
And is it fair to say that the government lawyers and the case agent mainly created this chart and you offered some comments to it?
No.
That's not the case.
No.
You created the chart.
I did not.
I'm just trying to understand your testimony.
Ms. Murray said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Please read back the question."
Record was read.
The court said, "You may answer."
Yes.
Let's just take a quick look at the chart. Just generally speaking. This chart is about funds that were used to purchase a Ferrari, right?
This chart?
Is that fair? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes.
That's a fair statement.
Ms. Murray said, "Asked and answered."
Mr. Skirek said, "I spoke over the witness. I was just looking to clarify. If we can please go to page 13 of this chart. I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's start with page 5. Just to be clear in the flow of funds here that's displayed with a green arrow withdrawn. The flow of funds is displayed here by a green arrow, is that fair?
Yes.
Just to be clear, the $10 million, approximate $10 million US. Number on the top is the equivalent of USD of what is displayed below in pound sterling, right?
According to the statement, yes.
That's right, fair enough. According to the bank statements that you reviewed.
Yes.
So just to be clear, these are not two different transfers of two different amounts. They're the equivalent, one in US dollars, one in pound sterling.
Yes.
And now if we can please go to before we move on in the chart. If we could just please pull up Government Exhibit GXGC 544. Now. This is the facility agreement that you reviewed just a few moments ago on direct, right?
Yes.
And I'm sorry. Withdrawn. This facility agreement is between G Club Operations Jovial Century International Limited and Fiesta Property Developments. Right.
Yes.
Now, when you reviewed this agreement on direct, did the government lawyers ask you about what the term of the facility agreement was, if you recall?
No.
They didn't, right? Let's go on page 17, please. Now. Can you see this page 17 that at the top says Basic Amortization Schedule?
Yes.
You see that? Do you know what an amortization schedule is?
Not exactly.
Is it fair to say in your understanding that an amortization schedule reflects the repayment schedule?
Ms. Murray said, "Objection to the testifying, Your Honor."
Mr. Skirek said, "I'm asking if that is a fair."
The court said, "He's asking a leading question. Go ahead."
Is it fair to say that this reflects the repayment terms of the loan?
I would say yes.
And if you go down about roughly halfway on the left-hand side, there's a line that says amount of loan. Do you see that it's highlighted there, and if you track that across it says annually? Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if you go 2 lines up from there where it says origination date. Do you understand origination date to be the date that the loan is started?
I would need more information to know that exactly.
But if we go across there you can see that the origination date is listed as January 1st, 2021, is that right?
Yes.
And then if we look at the line just below that where it says first payment date, right? And if we track that across to the right, there it says January 1st, 2023, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that the first payment on this loan was due January 1st of 2023, right?
According to what is shown here, yes.
And then if we go up to the second line in the left-hand column which says initial periods and then number or pound sign, and then we track that across to the right and it says 10. You see that?
Yes.
Fair to say that this reflects that this is a 10-year repayment schedule to the best of your understanding based on the document?
Yes.
We can take that down. So if we can now go back to the chart slide 14. I'm sorry, it's 13. Now. Starting at the top, do you know who the owner is of G Clubs Operations LLC?
No.
Do you know who the owner is of Fiesta Property Developments Ltd?
No.
So you don't know if they have the same ownership, right?
I would have to reference the source documents and the exhibits.
Well, did any of those source documents or exhibits tell you who owns the company?
I would have to review them extensively to know that exactly.
Well, is it fair to say that you reviewed bank records in this chart?
I reviewed the bank records for the bank accounts shown on this slide.
You didn't review any shareholders' agreement as part of preparing this slide, right?
No.
You didn't review any agreements that would reflect the ownership of the underlying entities, right?
I do remember in one of the exhibits it stated one of the beneficial owners.
Right. Mr. He, right, H.E.
Yes.
But apart from that, you didn't review any underlying documents that would show who owned G Club's Operations LLC or who owned Fiesta Properties Developments Ltd.
No.
Now, if we now flip to page 14, and you recall being shown this on direct just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
And you can see here that, withdrawn. This is the contract for the sale of the Ferrari from the Ferrari dealership, right?
Yes.
Do you see that the buyer of the car is listed as Stichting Administratiekantoor Still We Rise Incorporated?
Yes.
For ease of that I will just call that Still We Rise. Is that okay?
Yes.
Do you know who created Still We Rise?
No.
And you don't know whether there's common ownership between Still We Rise and G Clubs, right?
No.
Or whether there's common ownership between Still We Rise and Fiesta Properties Developments, Ltd., right?
Correct.
And so you don't know if G Clubs is a subsidiary of Still We Rise, right?
Correct.
And you don't know whether all of the transfers that are displayed in this GXZ14 are transfers happening within the same family of companies. Right. You just don't have that information available to you. That's all I'm asking you.
I don't.
So let's just look. If we could go back to slide 13 at the timing in this chart for a moment. Now, if you look at the top, the first transfer from G Club operations to Fiesta, those start in January of 2021, right?
Yes.
And that's shown here in the green box at the top.
Yes.
And then if we zoom out and go to the bottom. The transfers. Now the purchase of the Ferrari happens in June of 2021, right? And that's shown with this orange box down to the yellow box, right?
That's when the $3,500,000 was sent from Fiesta Property Developments to Passion Rosa LLC Ferrari Beverly Hills.
And that's the final payment for the Ferrari, right?
Yes.
And that's 5 months after the January 2021 transfer that we looked at the top of the chart, right?
About, yes.
Approximately. Fair enough. So now when it comes to the purchase of the Ferrari, you didn't review any records about when that car came up for sale, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
And you didn't review withdrawn. You don't know when the Still We Rise, the buyer, became aware that the car was for sale, right?
Ms. Murray said, objection.
Mr. Skirek said, I'm asking her if she knows.
Ms. Murray said, you're asking if somebody is aware of something.
Mr. Skirek said, I'll rephrase.
The court said, go ahead.
Do you know when Still We Rise the purchaser of the car became aware when it was for sale?
No.
So you don't know if the first communications about this potential Ferrari sale were in May of 2021, right? Just not information that's available to you.
No.
Now, if we look just one last time at the top of this chart in the green box on page 13. Is it fair to say that this chart focuses exclusively on a $10 million approximate transfer that leaves G Club Morgan Stanley account? Right, ending 8,564.
Yes.
That's all this chart shows, right?
No. It shows the flow of funds between G Club Operations Morgan Stanley account 8564 to Fiesta Property Developments Santander account 6389 and ultimately to Passion Rosa.
Understood. But that starts with that first transfer out of the G Club's Operations Morgan Stanley account.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking. So you don't know what other bank accounts G Club has, right?
The only account I'm aware of is G Club Operations, LLC Morgan Stanley account ending in 8564.
So you don't know even if there are other G Clubs accounts at Morgan Stanley, correct?
Correct.
And you also don't know whether there are other G Clubs accounts at other banks, right?
Correct.
And you don't know whether there are other G Club accounts with other investment firms, right?
Correct.
Now, if we focus on the box. The orange box at the bottom left, Fiesta Property Developments Ltd. Wells Fargo, do you see that?
Yes.
And there's a $500,000 transfer for the Ferrari purchase that's reflected here, right?
Yes.
And you don't have records for that account, do you?
No.
That wasn't included in what was made available to you, right?
From what I remember, the Wells Fargo account was mentioned in one of the exhibits within an email.
Right. But my question is, do you have access to the records of that account?
No.
So you don't know where that money came from, right?
I know that the $500,000 transfer to Passion Rosa, LLC, came from Fiesta Properties Developments Ltd.
And I'm asking you whether you know where that $500,000 came from before it was in that account. And you don't know because you don't have access to those records.
Correct.
Mr. Skirek said, no further questions.
The court said redirect?
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Your Honor, just briefly.
Redirect examination. By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Reyes. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about your suggestive corrections to Government Exhibit Z-14. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Were all of the corrections that you pointed out or identified in fact made to the charts?
No.
What suggestions or corrections were not made to the charts that you had proposed?
From what I remember, including specific account numbers or last digits of account number. Off the top of my head, that's what I remember.
Were those more stylistic suggestions that you made to the charts?
Yes.
You reviewed the underlying documents that support the information reflected in the charts, correct?
Yes.
And the charts are accurate based on the source documents, correct?
Correct.
All of the information contained within Z-14 is accurate?
Correct.
And, Ms. Reyes, your involvement in this investigation or in this case was limited to your testimony today and your review of that chart and those exhibits. Is that right?
Yes.
And those are exhibits the government provided to you?
Yes.
Mr. Skirek said, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled.
Ms. Reyes, do you know what the G in G Clubs stands for?
No.
Mr. Skirek said, scope.
The court said, overruled.
Ms. Murray said, nothing further. Thank you.
The court said recross.
Recross examination. By Mr. Skirek.
I believe you made stylistic suggested changes to chart, right?
Can you define stylistic changes?
I'm going to ask you to do that because I think that was the word you used.
From what I remember, I discussed with the prosecutor the idea of adding the last 4 digits of an account number to one of the charts.
So no substantive changes were suggested, right?
They were minor possible changes.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you. No further questions.
The court said, all righty. Thank you. You may step out of the courtroom.
Witness excused.
The court said, the prosecution can call its next witness.
Mr. Horton said, government calls Jacob Hinz.
Jacob Hinz, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows.
The court said, please state your name and spell it, and move the microphone close to you so.
The witness said, Jacob, Jacob, Hinz, Hinz.
The court said, you may inquire.
Direct examination. By Mr. Horton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hinz.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And what's your title at the FBI?
I'm a special agent.
And Special Agent Hinz. Could I ask you to pull the microphone as close as possible to your mouth and point it right where you're speaking? How long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
Since March of this year.
And what were you doing before you joined the FBI?
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may we just have a brief sidebar?
The court said, all righty.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I don't believe there's any relevance to the fact that he served in the Army or that he was a school teacher before that. So I don't think that's in any way relevant to his testimony.
Mr. Horton said, It's a single question, Your Honor. He has only been an agent since March of this year. So I think it's relevant, particularly he's going to be cross-examined. For the jury to know what he did before he joined the FBI.
The court said, these are basic pedigree questions. It goes to credibility. The objection is overruled.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, it's only because he was in the Army and...
The court said, when I overrule the objection, Ms. Shroff, you need to stop.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
The court said, you may continue.
By Mr. Horton.
Special Agent Hinz, you said you joined the FBI in March. What were you doing before you joined the Bureau?
Before I became a special agent, I was an NCO in the U.S. Army Reserves for 6 years. And before that I was a teacher, high school teacher.
Generally speaking, what are your... Let me ask you this. Do you belong to a particular quad with the FBI?
Yes, sir. It's called OS4.
What does OS4 do?
General Conduct Background Investigations.
Besides your testimony today and your preparation for that testimony, Agent Hinz, did you have any involvement in this case?
No, sir, none.
In advance of your testimony, Special Agent Hinz, were you asked to review certain government exhibits and summarize information in them?
Yes.
Did you prepare or review for accuracy some summary charts?
I reviewed, yes.
Are these charts all based on voluminous records?
Yes, sir.
And what type or types of exhibits are these charts based on?
The majority would be email exchanges and some photographs.
Who decided what information you review and what information would be included on the charts?
I do not know.
Was it you?
It was not.
Were you given opportunity to make revisions to the chart to make sure they were accurate?
I was.
Did you make revisions to the charts?
Yes.
And after you revised the chart, are they all now accurate?
Yes.
Agent Hinz, did you review some of these charts for accuracy earlier today?
I did.
And just to be clear, did you review all of the evidence that's gathered in this case or just the charts and the exhibits that those charts are based on?
Just the charts and the exhibits related to those charts.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor. At this time I'd like to offer a stipulation between the parties that's been marked as Stipulation 15. An online account stipulation.
The court said, no objection, correct?
Ms. Shrofa said, No, Your Honor.
The court said, it's admitted.
Government's Exhibit Stipulation 18 received in evidence.
Mr. Horton said, Could we please publish it, Ms. Loftus? I misspoke. It's been marked as Government Exhibit Stip 1 to 8, 18, not 15. This document says stipulation regarding online account. It says that the parties agree that GXUK 768 contains a subscriber information for the account ukistrohome@gmail.com. It says GXUK 1 through GXUK 417 are emails and their attachments, if any, that were sent or received by the account ukistrohome@gmail.com on the dates indicated on the face of the exhibit. GXUK 700 through GXUK 777 are images and other files that were stored in the Google Drive file storage for the account ukistrohome@gmail.com. And 4 says the above listed exhibits were lawfully obtained by the government. It concludes, It's further stipulated and agreed that this stipulation may be received, as well as the exhibits listed in the stipulation, may be received as government exhibits at trial subject to objections. It has today's date on it. Government offers Stip 18 for the record.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Stip 18 received in evidence. By Mr. Horton.
Ms. Loftus, could you please take this down and bring up what's in evidence as GXBR 1604? If you could please zoom into the message at the top of this exhibit. Agent Hinz. Were the documents reviewed only emails or were there other kinds of documents as well?
I believe there were some other types of documents. There were screenshots of some accounts and like photographs as I said before.
Mr. Horton said, and, Your Honor, while the next exhibit is loading, the government offers with reference to GX Stip 18. GX UK 1 through 417 and GX UK 700 through 777.
The court said, no objection, correct?
Ms. Shrofa said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted or they are admitted.
Government's Exhibits UK 1 through UK 417, UK 700 through UK 777 received in evidence. By Mr. Horton.
On the screen is what's in evidence, and can you publish it, please, what's in evidence as GXBR 1604. Special Agent Hinz, what is the name and email address in the from line in this email?
It says Mileson and the email is ukistruhome@gmail.com.
What's the subject line?
It just says reply for FXXK, Evo chassis 240860.
Can you please read the two sentences below, dear all?
Yes. I don't understand this email. We are trying our best to be patient and move the deal forward ASAP. We've been waiting to pay the rest of the invoice for weeks.
Thank you. Ms. Loftus, can you please take this down and replace it with GXUK 768, which is also in evidence? Special Agent Hinz, these are Google subscriber records. What does that mean?
They are information provided by the company to us about the sender and receiver of certain documents over the internet.
And what information does the subscriber information relate to?
The contact email, the address is ukistruhome@gmail.com.
And, Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in on what's below this under billing. Tax shipping legal default at the top. Agent Hinz. Can you please read the name and address of the subscriber for ukistruhome@gmail.com?
Please excuse my pronunciation, but Jiongwei, Apartment 6, 5 Princess Gate, London, Great Britain.
And, Ms. Loftus, could you please zoom in on the bottom two sets of names on the part of this subscriber? Agent Hinz, what are the two names shown here on subscriber information?
Maigwei and Chiongwa.
What address do these two names have?
373, Taconic Road, Greenwich, Connecticut, United States.
Thank you, Ms. Loftus. You can take this down, and please show the witness what's marked as GXC20. If you could flip through it and then go back to the first page, please. Agent Hinz, what is this document?
It's one of the summaries that I guess looked through the validity or accuracy of prior to this.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I cannot hear the witness.
The court said, if you'll speak up, please.
This is one of the documents provided to me that I verified the accuracy of the corresponding documents in evidence.
And did you review all of the exhibits that this chart is based on?
Yes, everyone.
Is the chart accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, government offers GXC20.
The court said, no objection, it's admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z20 received in evidence. By Mr. Horton.
If you can publish, Ms. Loftus. Generally speaking, Agent Hinz, what does this chart show?
Some correspondence. It has passport in it and variety of photographs.
In the selected content, did you select that content, Agent Hinz?
No.
Did you have any choice of what was included or excluded from it?
No.
In that selected content column, are the items in it the full set of text from a corresponding exhibit or a full image or just an excerpt?
General excerpt.
In the column to the right, Agent Hinz, what is GX refer to in the items in that column?
Exhibits.
Looking at the first row in this chart, what's shown in the first row here under selected content?
It's authorization for Chongqua to a person to act on behalf of the company Geneva.
Ms. Loftus, if you could highlight the second line of what's in the first row here. It says authorize Chongqua. And Agent Hinz, if you could read what's in parenthesis after that, please.
Also known as Milson Kwok.
What kind of document is shown in the selected content in the second row in this chart?
The to and from information, it's subscriber information for an email.
Can you read the subject line, please?
From Milson Gua.
And what kind of document is shown down on the third row on the first page of the chart?
A passport from Cyprus.
And is there a name on the passport?
There is.
What's the name?
Chongqua.
Can we go to the page 3 of this chart GXC20, Ms. Loftus? What kind of document is this, Agent Hinz?
Photograph.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in the photograph?
Some individuals enjoying a meal.
Do you know who any of them are?
I do not.
Can we go to the next slide, please, Ms. Loftus? And what kind of document is this?
Another photograph.
And what does it depict?
A gentleman standing on what I believe to be a boat.
These excerpts, do they all come from the UK is True Home Google account?
I don't know.
Can we go to the last page of this chart, Ms. Loftus? There are excerpts from how many documents in this row?
2.
On the left side, what kind of document is excerpted there?
Some subscriber information, address.
And what kind of document is it?
I'm not sure. I believe an email.
What does it say on the registered address under Mr. Chongqua?
373, Taconic Road, Greenwich, Connecticut, United States.
And what's shown on the right side of this row?
What appears to be a mobile phone, maybe Google Maps is what it seems to be for some directions.
Is there an address shown on this image?
There is.
Can you read that address?
373, Taconic Road.
Ms. Loftus, can you show the witness what's been marked as GXC21, please? Agent Hinz, what is this document?
Another one of the summaries that I examined.
Did you review all the exhibits that are referred to in this chart?
Yes.
Is the chart accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, the government offers GXC21.
Ms. Shrofa said, no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z21 received in evidence. By Mr. Horton.
The leftmost column to, from, subject and date, what does that refer to, Agent Hinz?
The subscriber information for the emails contained.
And the selected content of GX columns, do they have the same meanings as on chart we just looked at?
They do.
Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in on the first row on this first page, please. What does the text in the leftmost box indicate about this document, Agent Hinz?
That the email is coming from Matteo to ukistruhome@gmail.
And what's the email domain for the Matteo Gandini address?
Matteo.gandini@ferrari.com.
Can you read the selected content part of this row?
Yes. Dear Milson, great meeting you and having a chat together. We have just spoken to Kata about some of your wishes, and we might be lucky. There are potentially 2X FXXK Evo cars available.
Do you know what an FXXK Evo car is?
I believe it's a Ferrari.
If we can go to the second page of this exhibit, Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in. Agent Hinz. On the left side of this page, what does that text indicate about this document?
The subscriber information for where this photograph came from.
And what does the sent line indicate?
It says FNE, FXXK Milesun Guo and then a VIN number for a vehicle.
Below that it says sent, what does that line indicate?
The time it was sent on the date.
And what date and time was this email sent?
The 5th of December, 2021 at 4:03 p.m.
If we could look at the selected content box, Ms. Loftus. Agent Hinz, what's shown in this box?
It's a photograph of a car.
And what's the text say on top of the photograph of the car?
It says FXXK Evo chassis number 240860.
If we could go to page 3 of this chart, Ms. Loftus. I'm sorry, if we could go to page 7. Looking at the leftmost column, Agent Hinz, was this document in the ukistruhome@gmail.com account?
Yes, that was where it was from.
Is there anything in here that indicates that there was an attachment to this email?
Yeah, the PDF that's noted at the bottom.
What's the title of that email?
Payment confirmation 1.
Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in on the content in selected content. At the top it says, please see attached. If you could, first of all, Agent Hinz. What is the document that's shown on the bulk of this page?
Seems some kind of account summary.
Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in on the text above debit advice. What is the name of the bank on this page?
Metro Bank.
Is there a date reference on this document?
Yes.
What's the date?
June 16, 2021.
To the right of that date, what does it say?
It says Fiesta Property Developments Limited, 79, East Works Drive, Cofton Hackett, Birmingham, Great Britain.
Do you know what Fiesta Property Developments is?
I do not.
Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom out and go down to where it says Payment Details. Agent Hinz. What does it say to the right of Payment Details?
FXXK Evo 240860 car investment.
And next to transfer amount, what's the US dollar value?
I believe that's 3.5 million.
If you could zoom out, Ms. Loftus. Zoom into the beneficiary line on this document under debit advice. Agent Hinz, what does it say next to the beneficiary?
Passion Rosa, LLT.
Do you know what Passion Rosa is?
I do not.
Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up what's in evidence as GXZ14 at page 11. Have you ever seen this document before, Agent Hinz?
No.
What does it say at the top of this document?
It says Flow of Funds G Club Operations LLC to Passion Rosa, LLC.
And what's the entity listed at the very bottom of the page?
The bottom one is Passion Rosa, LLC, Ferrari Beverly Hills.
Ms. Loftus, if you could go to the last page of the GXZ21 chart, please. The row in the middle of this page, if you could zoom into that, Ms. Loftus. The from line says from Santoro Federica. Federica.santoro@ferrari.com to Milesun Ukistruhome. Could you read the selected content of this excerpt, Agent Hinz?
The court said, all righty. It is 2:30 now, so we're going to take our half-hour break. Remember, members of the jury, you're not permitted to discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't let anyone discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything from any source that touches on the subject matter of this case. Sir, you may step out. Don't discuss your testimony.
Witness temporarily excused.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
Jury not present.
The court said, please step out. Is there anything else before we return at 3 p.m.?
Mr. Horton said, not from the government.
Ms. Shrofa said, no, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court said, very well.
Recess.
The court said, could we have the jurors brought in?
Jury present.
The court said, you may be seated. Remember, sir, you're still under oath. You may continue the inquiry.
Mr. Horton said, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Loftus, if you could put up page 8 of GXZ21. Agent Hinz, what's shown in the... Mr. Horton said, well, actually, Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in to this first row, please. And what's in the from line, on the left side, Agent Hinz?
It's from Matteo Gandini, matteo.gandini@ferrari.com.
And who is it sent to?
To Mileson Guo, guo@ukistruhome@gmail.com.
And what's the subject line of this email?
It says, FNE, FXX Kivo 2400860, call with Mileson Guo.
What's depicted, Agent Hinz, in the selected content column? Can you describe for the jury what that is?
Yes. A car with Ferrari symbols, silver and black.
Mr. Horton said, if we could go down to the second row, Ms. Loftus. And Agent Hinz, who is this email sent from and to?
This is from mileson@ukistruhome@gmail.com, and it's to Matteo Gandini, matteo.gandini@ferrari.com.
And can you read what's at the top of this email in the selected content column, please?
Yes, and I can't wait to see in my colors.
Mr. Horton said, could you go to page 9 of this chart, Ms. Loftus? If you can blow up the row so we can see the from and to. Please. Agent Hinz, who sent this email?
It was sent from mileson@ukistruhome@gmail.com.
And what, if anything, is the name of an attachment to it?
The attachment is Mileson Guo 2021 Bell Helmet PDF.
Mr. Horton said, can you blow up the selected content row, please, Ms. Loftus? So that says, I don't need the flags for now, but we can put my initial like the others MQG. I've already done my helmet and it should be finished around the end of this month. Please see attached. And what's below that in this email, Agent Hinz?
It's a helmet with the inscribed name Mileson on the side and 30 and FXX Kivo on it.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, could you pull up side by side for us, GX UK 299 in evidence and stipulation 2, at page 24. Also in evidence. GX UK 299 and stipulation 2. While that's loading, Agent Hinz, have you seen GX UK 299 on the right?
Yes.
At the top of GX UK 299, can you read the body of that email, please?
Dear Mileson. Here below the link with the video which you can also download. Thank you and look forward to having you with us again.
And Agent Hinz, if I could just ask you to pull the microphone closer to your mouth again.
Yeah.
And what's at the bottom of the email on GX UK 299?
It's a link, appears to be a video link.
And what website is that link to?
Vimeo.com.
And over on page 24 of GX Stip 2. Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you can pull up, yeah. Blow up the bottom line, GXW 1058. Do you see the link that's in Stip 2 next to GXW 1058, 1058, 1058A, and 1058V, Agent Hinz?
I do.
Are those two URLs the same?
They are.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up GX, oh, sorry, Your Honor. The government offers GXW 1058, 1058A, and 1058V.
The court said, no objection.
Ms. Shrofa said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's Exhibits W-1058, W-1058A, W-1058V received in evidence.
Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up GXW 1058V, please.
By Mr. Horton.
And Agent Hinz, in preparing this summary chart, did you review the video with that link?
I did, yes.
Is that what's shown on your screen?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, can you publish it for the jury, please? And we can play it with the sound on, please.
Video played.
Mr. Horton said, thank you, Ms. Loftus. Can you please pull up what's marked as GXZ25 for the witness?
By Mr. Horton.
Agent Hinz, what is this document?
It's another one of the summary exhibits that I reviewed for this.
And did you review all the exhibits that it references?
I did.
And is the chart accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, government offers GXZ25.
Ms. Shrofa said, no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z25 received in evidence.
Agent Hinz, what's shown on the first page of this summary chart? What kinds of things?
Variety of photographs of some cars in what appears to be a hangar.
And are these photographs from the Ukistrahome Google account?
I don't know.
Mr. Horton said, can we go to page 2 of the chart, Ms. Loftus? Agent Hinz, what is the email address at the top of this chart?
ukistruhome@gmail.com.
And could you please read the first sentence under, good afternoon, in this email from Ukistrahome?
Yes. I am attaching Dimitri, who is my mechanic in the UK.
Mr. Horton said, on the next page, Ms. Loftus, next page of this chart. Agent Hinz, what is written next to the name Dimitri at the bottom of this document?
A phone number.
Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, will you please put up page 3 of this chart? Sorry. Could I have you put up page 3 and 4 together? If you could highlight the phone number next to Dimitri on the left side. It's on the bottom on the left side. Agent Hinz, what kind of documents are shown in the selected content row in the document on the right?
Looks like messaging exchange of some kind.
And is there a phone number depicted on the messaging exchange on the right?
There is.
Is that phone number the same as the one next to Dimitri on the left?
It is.
Looking over to the right side of that messaging exchange on the right.
Yes.
Can you read the message under what looks like a picture of a dog and a play sign? The message and text under that in white.
Yes, that's fine. I will come earlier tomorrow and uncover 911. VW is not back from dealer yet.
Do you know what that refers to, VW is not back from dealer yet?
I do not.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could please put up pages 5 and 6 of this chart together. If you could just zoom in around the content on each one as they both load. Looking over to the left side, Agent Hinz, what's the title of this document that's in yellow here?
Used car purchase invoice.
And looking down below under vehicle details, what kind of car does it refer to, this purchase invoice?
Looks like a Bentley Bentayga.
Mr. Horton said, can you highlight the name and address lines on both the left and right side documents, Ms. Loftus? Under purchase from on the left side, Agent Hinz, on this car invoice, what is the name next to that?
The name says ACA Capital Group Limited.
And what's the address provided for ACA Capital?
Apartment 3, 5 Princess Gate, London.
Looking over on the right side, is the Google subscriber data for Ukistrahome?
Yes.
And what's the address associated with the account Ukistrahome?
Apartment 6, 5 Princes Gate, London.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could go to page 7 of GXZ25, please. Agent Hinz, in the top right corner of this document, it says Annual Form Invoice Form. What does it say on the top right corner?
It says XX Programs.
Do you know what that means?
I do not.
And under car registrations/details. Can you read the 3 items that are top to bottom under car registrations/details?
Yes, FXX, 599XX, and FXXK.
Mr. Horton said, thank you, Ms. Loftus. If you could blow up the line under that, under car ownership, name and address. So it says name, Stichting Still We Rise. Could you read the address associated with Stichting Still We Rise, Agent Hinz?
1053, Great West Road, Brentford.
Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, if you could go to page 8 now of GXZ25. The first row at the top, is this content from an email, Agent Hinz?
Yes.
Which account sent the email?
The ukistruhome@gmail.com.
What's the substance excerpted from this email?
I propose we meet in my man cave in Brentford.
And under the row under that, is that excerpted from a document from the Ukistruhome Gmail account?
I believe so, yes.
Under Cirrus Aircraft Order Form SR22T, what's the purchaser name?
Milson Guo.
And what's the main address?
1053, Great West Road, Brentford, United Kingdom.
Mr. Horton said, if you could zoom in now on the bottom email on this page, Ms. Loftus. Who is this email? Which account was this sent from, Agent Hinz?
I'm not certain.
If you look at the top, is there an email address?
There is. It says Pippa Mac. contact@khstaff.com.
If you could read from, further to our conversation.
Further to our conversation early and signed contracts below. I am writing to confirm that Fee Benchu was offered and accepted the permanent PA manager role working for Milson Guo Rising Sun Capital Limited. Based at your offices, 1053, Great West Road, Brentford, on an agreed salary of.
That's okay. You can stop there. Thanks, Agent Hinz.
Yup.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you can go to page 9 of the same summary chart, GXZ25. What kinds of documents are these excerpted from, Agent Hinz?
Emails.
If we look at the bottom row, can you read, so it's an email from apter@gonet.ch. Do you know what that means?
I do not.
Mr. Horton said, I'm sorry, Ms. Loftus. If you can go to the top of these two rows first. Same email address sender and it says, why don't you read what it says from Peter Albert?
Sorry. One more time? What would you like me to read?
The email at the bottom from Peter Albert.
Yes. Just a quick question from compliance. Who is the CEO of Rising Sun Capital Limited?
And on top of that, response from Milson, Dear Albert, the CEO is Mr. Haran He. I hope this is okay. Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can we go down to the second row now, same page? And can you read Mr. Albert's email here?
Yeah. And sorry, a follow-up question, who is the owner of Rising Sun Capital Limited?
And the response from Milson, same email chain, the owner is also Mr. Haran He. Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can we go to page 10 of GXZ25? Agent Hinz, what's the GX number shown here?
GXUK 717.
And what appears to be depicted in this image?
It appears to be a photograph of a debit card.
Is there a bank name on the debit card?
Yes.
What is it?
Santander.
And above September 1, 28 at the bottom, can you read what's listed above that, please?
Yes, it says Mr. H. He.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can you please pull up what's in evidence as GXSW 2061? GXSW 2061. Have you seen this document before, Agent Hinz?
Yes, I think so.
In the from line it says at the top from Alex Hajakaralambis, alex@clubs.com. Who is it sent to? According to this document?
Haytham Khalid.
Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, can you go to page 2 of SW 2061? At the top it says, well, can you say what it says at the top of this document?
G Clubs.
And under that, it says, Miles Guo does not have any decisive control over G Club BVI or its parent Jovial or its parent Stichting Duurzijn. Do you see that? Agent Hinz?
I do.
Mr. Horton said, now could we go back to the summary chart, please, GXZ25, at page 12, Ms. Loftus. What's shown on this page of the summary chart, GXUK 746 from the Ukistruhome account?
It looks like a pamphlet that has some writing on it, incorporation of Stichting Duurzame.
And what's the date on the document that says incorporation of Stichting Duurzame?
August 15, 2019.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can you pull up for the witness the chart GXZ22? And what kind of document is this, Agent Hinz?
It's a chart that describes totals for transactions, financial transactions.
And did you review all of the GX UK documents that are referenced on it?
I did, everyone.
And are the figures on here accurate based on that review?
They are.
Mr. Horton said, government offers GXZ22.
The court said, no objection.
Ms. Strofa said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z22 received in evidence.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up GX UK 12 and 223 alongside the chart, please.
By Mr. Horton.
And while that's coming up, GX UK 12 on the right, GX 223 on the bottom right. Are these two exhibits that you reviewed when you assessed the accuracy of GXZ22?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, going back to just GXZ22, Ms. Loftus. What does this chart reflect? Looking at the bottom row, Rising Sun Capital. Can you explain what that line represents?
It shows funds received by the Rising Sun Capital in 2023 to the total amount of £150,000 Great British pounds.
And the emails you reviewed, where it says funds received from Rising Sun Capital. Which account were those emails sent to?
I don't recall.
Mr. Horton said, okay. Let's pull up GX 397 Zambian Kwacha. Is this one of the exhibits that's referenced on the line for Rising Sun Capital, Agent Hinz?
Yes.
And which account was the email sent to?
It was sent to ukistruhome@gmail.com.
Mr. Horton said, okay. Ms. Loftus, if you could please pull up GXZ24 for the witness. Agent Hinz, what kind of document is this?
It's another one of the summaries that I verified for this.
Did you review all the exhibits that are cited in it?
I did.
Is it accurate?
It is.
Mr. Horton said, government offers GXZ24.
Ms. Strofa said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z24 received in evidence.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could pull up what's in evidence as GXGC 415.
By Mr. Horton.
Agent Hinz, this is an email. Can you read the first sentence below, Hi Limari? Before you do that, can you say what the from line says?
The from line reads HRR.
And the sentence under?
Ms. Strofa said, actually, it reads HHR.
The witness said, oh, excuse me, HHR. Thank you.
And if you could just read the sentence that follows, Hi Limari.
We have green light from Mr. Guo Bank for the loan.
Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, if you could show what's in evidence as GXGC 418 at page 3. What's the title of this document, Agent Hinz?
Amendment to Loan Agreement.
And if you could just read the first sentence under Amendment to Loan Agreement. And you don't have to read what's in parentheses.
Okay. This amendment to loan agreement dated as of January 18, 2022, is made by and between G Club International Limited, registered in British Virgin Islands, and Cheongwa.
And what was the date that you just read?
It was January 18, 2022.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could go back to GXZ24 on the first page. If you could zoom into the middle row here. What's the date sent on this email, Agent Hinz?
Monday, January 24, 2022.
And it was sent from the Ukistruhome account to whom?
To Albert Peter, a peter@gonti.ch.
And can you please read the selected content from that email?
Yes, sir. Dear Albert, can I please request you to transfer 3 million Swiss francs to the account attached as soon as possible?
Mr. Horton said, and if we could just go briefly to page 2 of GXZ24, Ms. Loftus. Is this from an email in the Ukistro account?
Yes.
And the document on the right, what's it titled?
Account statement.
And what does the document appear to be?
It appears to be an account statement, a series of transactions.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could highlight the top and bottom line items here, please. And Agent Hinz, if you could read them. Starting with the description column and then reading the credit value.
Yes. Bonification from Lamp Capital LLC, and then the credit was 7 million.
And the one at the bottom.
Again, bonification from Lamp Capital LLC, 13 million.
Do you know what Lamp Capital is?
I do not.
Mr. Horton said, and Ms. Loftus, if you could now show the witness what's marked as GXZ23. Agent Hinz, what's this document?
It's a summary of the exhibits.
And did you review all the exhibits it references?
I did.
Is the chart accurate?
It is.
Mr. Horton said, government offers GXZ23.
Ms. Schrofa said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Z23 received in evidence.
First, the top row here, Agent Hinz, who does this email appear to be sent from?
It says it's sent from mileson@ukistruhome@gmail.com.
And what's the date on it?
Monday the 5th of February, 2022.
And the email domain, the 3 emails it sent to, what's their domain?
@ferrari.com.
Could you read the top part of the email above the ellipses?
Please allow me to thank you all for the amazing 2 days that you have allowed me and my friends to discover, learn, but most importantly enjoy with Ferrari. It had been a dream for me since 2011 when I came with my other friend Anthony Liu for a shakedown to his F1 car. It is truly a realization of a dream.
Below that it says, in my culture we say, honor is only a moment of your heartbeat. But to keep the blood flowing, you need to work even harder, punctuation _. So I have already instructed our exchange to concentrate on a proposal for Ferrari. Do you know what's referred to by our exchange, Agent Hinz?
I don't.
Mr. Horton said, and if you could zoom out, Ms. Loftus, and zoom in on the image at the bottom here. Sorry. The row at the bottom. What email domain sent this email?
It's from @ferrari.com.
What's the subject line on this email?
Himalaya Exchange LMH.
What's depicted in the image in the selected content row?
It's a sports car with Ferrari symbols on it and the words Himalaya Exchange.
Mr. Horton said, okay. Ms. Loftus, if you could go to the 3rd page of GXZ23. I'm sorry. Could you stop at the 2nd page? And zoom in on the bottom row here. GXUK 315. Who is this email sent from?
It comes from J.E. William, or William J.E., @hamiltonch.com.
Do you know who that is?
I do not.
And what's depicted in the, first of all, is there a file name in the selected content from this email?
There is.
And what is it?
Ferrari_shareholding chart.
And the title of this chart is Ultimate Beneficial Owner.
UBO and shareholding structure. The excerpt on the right, can you please read that, Agent Hinz?
Note, Mileson is an investor in Hamilton Opportunity Fund and is also responsible for the Ferrari project for Himalaya Exchange.
Mr. Horton said, we could now go to the 3rd page of GXZ23, Ms. Loftus. Who is this email from?
This is from J.E. William or William J.E. @hamilton.ch.com.
And what's the subject line?
It's reply Himalaya Exchange Partnership Next Steps.
And what's the date?
It's from the 13th of July, 2022.
If you could show us the selected content, Ms. Loftus. It starts, Dear Matteo. Thanks, and it was a good discussion yesterday. Please find below our statement on the questions raised. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you read number 1, please?
One Himalaya Exchange, he is a commercial entity with no political agenda. He has never made any announcement on any political stand, especially those related to China.
And number 4 says, we notice that some websites seeking rule of law and financial freedom put he as one of their supporting organizations. He wants to emphasize that he has no relationship nor any financial dealings with these organizations, including the federal state of China. There is no official statement from he suggesting that he supports any political belief. Could you read number 6, please? Agent Hinz.
Ms. Shrofa said, is there a question pending after the reading by the government? There seems to be no questioning.
The court said, is there a question?
Mr. Horton said, the document is in evidence. And I was asking if he'd seen the part that I read and asking him to read the part that followed.
The court said, okay, go ahead.
On the sponsorship, the board of directors requires that the Himalaya Exchange name be there. We believe that this will be extremely welcomed by the Chinese people. While we could not control how the media reports, Ferrari should be confident that this is a pure commercial cooperation and should not involve in any political considerations.
Mr. Horton said, you can take this down, Ms. Loftus. Agent Hinz, what's an email search warrant?
It's a search warrant to get the content of emails.
And what does it allow the government to do?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection.
The court said, I would like a sidebar.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, I'll move on and wrap up the questioning.
The court said, okay, go ahead.
Mr. Horton said, just one final question.
By Mr. Horton.
Agent Hinz, other than reviewing the summary charts and the exhibits that they reference, do you know anything about this case?
I do not.
Mr. Horton said, if I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
The court said yes.
Mr. Horton said, thank you. No further questions.
The court said, cross-examination?
Cross-examination. By Ms. Shrofa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I pronounce your name correctly. Is it Hinz?
It's Hinz.
Hinz?
Yes.
And should I call you Special Agent Hinz? Is that your title?
Yes.
Okay. So, Special Agent Hinz, you testified that you were an NCO in the U.S. Army. Is that a non-commissioned officer?
Yes.
And were you in the reserves?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that you've been with the FBI for 5 months. Did I get that right or wrong?
I entered the academy last year in October and graduated in March of this year and reported to the New York field office in that same month.
Okay. And do you work in the FBI New York?
Yes.
Okay. So let me show you what is GXZ25, if I may, okay? You remember testifying about this document, correct?
I do.
Okay. And the first page that you see here, you testified that these are photographs of some cars, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just have you see page 2 of this document. There you go. And Mr. Horton had you read this document out loud. Remember?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you believe this to be accurate because it's based on an exhibit, correct?
Yes.
So the exhibit is GX UK 283?
Yes.
What else is in 283? Do you know?
I do not recall.
Now the document itself says, I am attaching Dimitri, who is my mechanic in the UK. Correct?
Yes.
You'll agree with me that you can't possibly attach Dimitri, right? The email means something else?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he will make sure the head scan guys is in contact with you ASAP. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And then he says let him know as he manages my racing events too. Right?
Yes.
Do you know what racing events this person is talking about?
I do not.
And going back to the full document, do you know if GX UK 283 said anything more about those racing events?
I do not recall.
So when you were reading this for Mr. Horton over here, you don't know what was left out of GX 283.
No,
Okay. No, ma'am, you don't know, right?
No, I do not recall.
Okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, but you feel free to if you want to. Ms. Shrofa said, could I just look at the next page if I could? There's a +44 phone number for Dimitri, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me +44 is the United Kingdom, or do you think it's some other country?
I don't know for sure.
Ms. Shrofa said, and then if I could just have the next photograph, or the next page, right? You testified about this document, right?
Yes.
Who is Rav?
I don't know.
Did you go back and look at all the documents to see where else Rav appears?
No.
Okay. And it says that, yes, maybe tonight around the block, right?
It does.
Okay. And I'm assuming you have no knowledge of what this person is talking about?
No.
And on the right-hand side, who's Martin?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's look at 2 pages after this one, where you looked at the profile. Remember this document you testified about, that it's a Google profile?
I do.
Okay. And you see the name over there, Changhua?
Yes.
It gives a London address, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if he actually lived there?
I do not know.
Do you know if he had more than one address?
I do not.
Is it fair to say, as an FBI agent, that you would be able to know that you could have an email address from a certain time period, and the email address would continue with you no matter where you moved?
Could you say that again?
Sure. So if I open an email address in New York and then I decide to move to Yemen, I could still have the same email address, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if I could just have you look at the next page. You see this thing that you testified about? This page?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, are these 3 different cars on the left-hand side, car registrations/details?
I do not know.
What do this N, and N30 stand for?
I do not know.
The undersigned Howren he, do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And it says signature of owner, correct?
It does.
Did Mr. Horton ask you to find out where Howren he lived?
No.
Did he ask you to find out if he was in fact the true owner?
No.
Did he ask you to find out if that is in fact his signature?
No.
Okay. May I just have you look at the next page, please? He had you talk about this aircraft order form, correct?
Yes.
And then he also showed you photographs of. Ms. Shrofa said, you can take that one down. And he showed you photographs of people eating food on a yacht, correct?
People eating food somewhere, yes.
Right. And you said that they seemed to be a family enjoying a dinner, correct?
I believe I said they appeared to be individuals enjoying some food.
And you don't know who those people are, correct?
I do not.
And Mr. Horton didn't ask you to know anything about those people, correct?
No.
Now, if I could just have you take a look at GXC20, right? He showed you this photograph, right?
Yes.
And do you know where that passport was?
I do not.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay. And if we could just scroll down on that document, please. And keep scrolling down. And down. And one, there you go. And here. Let's just could I go back to the map, please?
By Ms. Shrofa.
Okay. You testified about this document as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you testified that you think that the email is from somebody called questions@dyson.com, correct?
I don't believe I said that.
Okay. Is it from dyson.com?
That's what it says. Yes.
Okay. Sitting here today, do you know what Dyson is?
I know they're a manufacturer of appliances, vacuums, cleaners, home appliances.
Okay. And you see the map on the right-hand side?
I do.
Right. And the map, Mr. Horton asked you to read 373 to Conic Road, correct?
He did.
Okay. But he didn't ask you to read the line below. Could you read the line below for me?
Yes. The destination,
Uh-huh.
H Mart Hartsdale.
Do you know what H Mart is?
I do.
What is it?
It's a grocery store.
You think the grocery store sells Dyson vacuum cleaners?
I couldn't say. I don't know.
You don't know, right?
I don't know.
Sitting higher today. You don't know if this map has anything at all to do with this Dyson warranty that is on the left, right?
With the exception of the same address, I don't know.
Well, let's just put those two together in a more organized way so I can have them side by side for you. Right? So there is no date matchup to these two documents, correct?
I don't see any.
Okay. In fact, there is not even a year matchup to these two documents, right?
Not that I can see.
Okay. And you don't know if H Mart Hartsdale sells anything from Dyson, correct?
I do not know.
Okay. And let me just ask you this question. On the left-hand side, is somebody registering a warranty? Right?
It appears to be, yes.
Right. And it's saying your Dyson warranty is now active, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what it takes to activate a warranty?
I do not.
Okay. And sitting here today as an FBI agent, can you tell the jury if there's any correlation at all between these two documents?
Other than the address, I do not know.
How did they come to be together on the same slide?
I do not know.
Well, you testified about these two, this document, right? This page.
Yes.
So before you testified, did you ask Mr. Horton, how are you putting these two things together?
No.
Why not?
I wasn't asked to ask those questions. I was asked to verify that this summary matched the documents that they came from for accuracy.
Well, let's look at where they came from for accuracy, shall we? So one comes from GX UK 68, right?
Yes.
That's the top one, right? So logically that would be the document on the left side because it says below that UK 68, correct?
Yes.
And then the one on the right says GX UK 775, right?
Yes.
That's a lot of numbers in the middle missing, right?
Yes.
You're jumping from 68 to 775.
Yes.
Did you not ask him what's in the middle? Do these things have anything to do with each other?
No.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay, let's look at the page below. Same exhibit, just one page down. Or is it one page up? Sorry, I meant the photo of the bags and the plane. There we go.
By Ms. Schrofa.
You see this?
I do.
Okay. And one is from GX UK 740, and then the next one is 741, right?
Yes.
Do you know where these photos were used?
I do not.
Do you know if they were any part of an advertisement?
I do not.
Do you know if they were any part of a brochure?
No, I don't know.
Do you know who took them?
No.
Do you know if they were taken by a professional or a non-professional?
No.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay, you can take that down. Let me show you GX UK 127 if I may, okay? What does that mean? Here we go.
I don't know.
So what did Mr. Horton ask you to check for this particular creation?
The entirety of my involvement has been to verify that the documents presented in the summary match the documents entered as exhibits. That they were the same.
Which one did this match?
I imagine GX UK 127.1.
You imagine?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Can I show you please, or may I show you GX 299? I can move on. You know what? Let's go to the video that was shown to you, GXW 1058. Ms. Schrofa said, could you pull up the video? Do you recall being shown this video during your direct testimony?
I do.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And if we could just play it and fast forward a little bit into where the individuals are just standing.
Video played.
Do you see these people on the left-hand side?
I do.
Okay. The man in the suit that has his hands in his pocket?
I see him.
Okay. Do you know who he is?
I do not.
How about the person next to him?
On which side?
On his right.
No.
With the red shoes.
I do not.
How about the person behind him?
No.
And then you see the gentleman all the way in the back with the suit again?
I see him.
Okay. Do you know who they are?
I do not.
Do you know what company they're from?
I do not.
Do you know if they're from G Club?
I don't know.
Do you know somebody named Ian Livingston?
No.
Do you know? Did the government have you look for anybody with that name?
No.
And the government asked you to take a look at this video and we played it for the jury already, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to replay the whole thing, but do you recall seeing two people driving in the car?
Yes.
If you don't remember, I'm happy to. I'd rather not play it again, but I'm happy to do that.
The court said. He answered yes.
I recall 2 people, yes.
Okay. And do you know who the second person was?
I do not.
Do you know if that person was from Ferrari or from any other company?
I do not know.
Do you know if after this video was made anybody approached Ferrari for a Monaco Grand Prix event?
No, I don't know.
Do you know if you reviewed any documents about a Monaco Grand Prix event?
I don't recall.
Do you recall a document regarding the sponsorship of Formula 2 cars?
No.
Do you recall a proposal being made to Mr. He?
No.
Do you recall if Mr. He agreed or disagreed with the proposal?
I do not.
Do you know if Mileson here wanted to reach a 3-year contract with Ferrari?
Say that one more time.
Do you know if Mileson Guo is attempting to reach a 3-year contract with Ferrari?
Mr. Horton said, objection. It's cumulative and beyond the scope of direct.
The court said, sustained.
Do you know if Mileson Guo was a customer of Ferrari for more than a decade or less?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Strofa said, let's look at GXC 25. Right? And if I could go to page 4. No, could you go 1 page back, please? Do you see on the top paragraph on the right side, it says, VW is not back from dealer yet? Correct?
I see that, yes.
Do you know who the dealer was?
No.
How about VW?
I don't know.
Ms. Strofa said, how about we go to page 6? And 1 more page down. I already asked you about this document before, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move from there and go to GXC 25. Ms. Strofa said, GXC 25. Take this down. Do you remember being asked questions about a man cave?
I don't believe I was asked questions about a man cave, no.
Do you recall reading the phrase, man cave, we will meet in my man cave in Brentford? Do you recall that?
I do recall.
Do you know what that meant? What the person meant when he wrote that?
No.
Do you know what Brentford is?
No.
Do you recall giving testimony about a Cirrus aircraft?
I do.
Do you recall there was an email address of a person named Pipimac?
I do.
Who's Pipimac?
I do not know.
Ms. Strofa said, now if I could just go to page 8. Oh, there you are. And you see, no, just thank you. Thank you, Jorge. My bad. You see that last 2 lines on the selected content portion?
For which selected content?
The last paragraph on this document.
Yes.
Okay. And it says that Fee Benchu was offered and accepted the permanent PA manager role, right?
Yes.
For My Sun Gua, Rising Sun Capital Limited, right?
Yes.
And an agreed salary about £85,000, right?
Yes.
And this email is sent to Rav and Arethusa?
That is the name on it, yes.
Who are these people?
I do not know.
You don't know, right?
I don't know.
And this document, right? All you can say is that portions of this document appear in another document that Mr. Horton showed you?
Yes, that is one of the exhibits, yes.
Now let me go to GXSW 2061, right? Do you recall testifying about this email exchange?
I do.
Okay. And basically, is it fair to say that you don't know any of these individuals?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And as an FBI agent, Mr. Horton didn't ask you to verify any of this information, right?
Only in comparison to the full exhibits, documents, to the chart. That was the only verification I did. Nothing beyond that.
Okay. But this is not part of the chart, is it?
No.
Okay, just a freestanding document.
Yes.
So Mr. Horton put it up and asked you to read it, and you read it, right?
A portion of it, yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And if I could just go to the next page. You see he had you read the first line of this page, right?
Yes.
What does decisive control mean to you?
I believe I only read the G Club's portion, but decisive control, I don't know.
Okay. And you don't even know if that is a legal term or a term of art, correct?
No.
And can you read for me from public figures on?
Public figures like, and excuse my pronunciation. How Hai Dong, Ren, Ji Chong. And Gordon Guthrie Chang, former soccer player for Sheffield United, retired real estate tycoon. And Stanford law professor respectively. Would you like me to continue?
Please.
Spoke out against the CCP and its regime. Public figures such as the ones listed have taken upon themselves via various social media platforms to be more vocal and raise awareness among the vast following of the injustices occurring in mainland China against humanity.
Okay. And of course you just wanted to. Your task was not to verify any of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can take that down. If I could just have you take a look at GXZ22. You were asked questions about this, correct? This chart?
I was, yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming you correct me if I'm wrong about the process, okay? You were given the documents on the right-hand column, the rightmost column, right?
Yes.
And then you were asked to see if the date range column matched the funds received from and the funds sent to. Correct?
The date range, the funds received from and to, and then the total amounts.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Schrofa.
So you see the one that says transfers wise, transfer wise, wise?
The court said, there's more than one.
The fat one in the middle?
I do see it.
It has like a whole bunch of documents on the right side, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that's $573,100 US? That amount is based on the information in the column on the right side?
Based on a total of the sums within those documents.
So if there was a mistake on the document on the right side, right? The number 573 would still remain accurate, right? All you did was make sure the math was accurate?
Mr. Horton said, objection, compound and calls for speculation.
The court said, I'll allow the question.
Could you repeat it one more time?
All you did is make sure that the math is correct, right?
Yes.
Now, you were shown a lot more documents, Special Agent. But would it be fair to say that you were selected as a witness here because you really know nothing about this case? Correct?
The court said, sustained. He cannot testify as to why he was selected because that would be in the mind of the prosecutor or prosecution team.
But you told the prosecution team about your understanding as to why you were called to testify today. Right? You recall that?
Yes.
And what is it you understood why you were chosen?
To tell the truth of the accuracy of the documents that corroborated.
Why?
Mr. Horton said, objection, interrupting the witness's answer.
Ms. Schrofa said, I did. I moved to strike. My question to you was, do you recall telling Mr. Horton why it is that you were selected as a witness?
The court said, are you asking him did he ask Mr. Horton?
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm asking him if he told Mr. Horton his understanding of why he was selected.
The court said, you can answer that question.
I don't know their reasoning for it.
That wasn't my question, sir. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Horton today?
Yes.
And do you recall meeting with him yesterday?
Yes.
And during one of those meetings, did you not tell him that you were selected as a witness because you know nothing about the case? Do you recall telling him that?
Something along those lines, yes.
You told him that, right?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, I have nothing further.
The court said redirect.
Mr. Horton said, nothing further. Thank you.
The court said, thank you, sir. You may step out of the courtroom.
Witness excused.
The court said, the prosecution may call its next witness.
Ms. Murray said, yes, Your Honor. The government calls Gabriella Luciano.
Gabriella Luciano, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows.
The court said, "Please state your name and spell it and speak into the microphone."
The witness said, Gabriella Luciano, Gabriella Luciano.
The court said, "You may inquire."
Direct examination. By Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon. Where do you work?
I work for the FBI in New York City.
What is your title?
I am a special agent.
How long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
Since July 7th, 2019.
Do you work for a particular squad with the FBI?
Yes, I work for a white-collar squad.
What are your duties and responsibilities as an FBI special agent?
Investigate crime to the best of my ability, not just in my own violation, but sometimes in others.
Have you participated in the execution of search warrants during your time at FBI?
Yes,
What is a search warrant?
It's a legal document that provides authorization to look for and/or seize specific items related to the crime.
Special Agent Luciano, I want to direct your attention to March 15th of 2023. Did you work that day?
Yes,
At a high level, what did you do that day?
I worked as a searcher for a search warrant at a Mawa Mansion residence.
In what state was that mansion residence located?
New Jersey.
What did the search warrant permit the FBI to do at that location, if anything?
It gave the FBI authorization to enter the premises and look for specified items and also a broader spectrum of items pertaining to the crime.
Special Agent Luciano, were you involved in the investigation of Miles Guo?
No,
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, at this time I offer a stipulation. This is Government Exhibit Stip 5.
The court said, "It's admitted."
Government's Exhibit Stip 5 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, Can we publish that please, Ms. Loftus? This is a stipulation between the parties. It reads that the parties agree that if called as a witness at trial, Special Agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, would testify as follows. On March 15, 2023. Special agents and other FBI employees executed a lawful search of 675 Ramapo Valley Road, Mawa, New Jersey. During the course of that search, FBI personnel took photographs of exterior and interior spaces of 675 Ramapo Valley Road, Mawa, New Jersey. Government Exhibit NJ 1 through Government Exhibit NJ 357 are fair and accurate photographs of interior and exterior spaces of 675 Ramapo Valley Road, Mawa, New Jersey that were lawfully captured by an FBI photographer on March 15, 2023. Following the March 15, 2023 search, FBI personnel scanned and photographed items and documents that were lawfully seized during the search. Government Exhibit NJ 601 through NJ 839 are fair and accurate images of documents and items that were lawfully seized by the FBI on March 15, 2023. And the stipulation indicates that both the stipulation may be received into evidence. Your Honor, at this time pursuant to this stipulation, the government offers the following exhibits. These are all Government Exhibits NJ numbers. Government Exhibit NJ 7. NJ 12, NJ 14, NJ 15, NJ 22 through NJ 26, NJ 32 through NJ 37, NJ 40 through NJ 42, NJ 44 through NJ 45, NJ 53, NJ 55, NJ 58 through NJ 61, NJ 85, NJ 94. NJ 95 through NJ 106, NJ 111, NJ 112, NJ 114, NJ 116 through NJ 117, NJ 120, NJ 121, NJ 125, NJ 127, NJ 135 through NJ 147, NJ 149, NJ 151, NJ 153 through NJ 157, NJ 160. NJ 172, NJ 175 through NJ 177, NJ 181, NJ 184 through NJ 187, NJ 189, NJ 190, NJ 198 through NJ 199, NJ 201 through NJ 207, NJ 209 through NJ 210, NJ 214 through NJ 215, NJ 221 through NJ 225, NJ 228, NJ 230, NJ 233, NJ 246, NJ 249 through NJ 250, NJ 254 through NJ 259, NJ 265, NJ 267, NJ 271 through NJ 276, NJ 283 through NJ 286, NJ 289 through NJ 294, NJ 314, NJ 315, NJ 324, NJ 335, NJ 336, NJ 338, NJ 341 through NJ 349, NJ 354, NJ 356, NJ 357, NJ 607 through NJ 612, NJ 662, NJ 669, NJ 745, NJ 798 and NJ 800, NJ 807 and NJ 808.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's exhibits NJ 7, NJ 12, NJ 14, NJ 15, NJ 22 through NJ 26, NJ 32 through NJ 37, NJ 40 through NJ 42, NJ 44 through NJ 45, NJ 53, NJ 55, NJ 58 through NJ 61, NJ 85, NJ 94, NJ 95 through NJ 106, NJ 111, NJ 112, NJ 114, NJ 116 through NJ 117, NJ 120, NJ 121, NJ 125, NJ 127, NJ 135 through NJ 147, NJ 149, NJ 151, NJ 153 through NJ 157, NJ 160, NJ 172, NJ 175 through NJ 177, NJ 181, NJ 184 through NJ 187, NJ 189, NJ 190, NJ 198 through NJ 199, NJ 201 through NJ 207, NJ 209 through NJ 210, NJ 214 through NJ 215, NJ 221 through NJ 225, NJ 228, NJ 230, NJ 233, NJ 246, NJ 249 through NJ 250, NJ 254 through NJ 259, NJ 265, NJ 267, NJ 271 through NJ 276, NJ 283 through NJ 286, NJ 289 through NJ 294, NJ 314, NJ 315, NJ 324, NJ 335, NJ 336, NJ 338, NJ 341 through NJ 349, NJ 354, NJ 356, NJ 357, NJ 607 through NJ 612, NJ 662, NJ 669, NJ 745, NJ 798 and NJ 800, NJ 807 and NJ 808 received in evidence. By Ms. Murray.
Special Agent Luciano, how would you describe the property that you searched on March 15, 2023?
Vast, luxurious, grandiose.
Ms. Loftus, can you please publish what is in evidence as Government Exhibit 134? Do you recognize the property that's depicted in Government Exhibit 134?
Yes,
What is it?
This is the Marwa residence.
And is that the residence you searched on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
We can take that down. What preparations, if any, did the FBI search team take in advance of that search?
There was a search brief going over the umbrella large-scale plan of how the day would go and to whom we would be receiving direction from. But a lot of that was covered by the evidence team and by the investigation team.
And were you on the evidence team that day?
I was a searcher. I was not on an evidence team that day.
Were you a member of the investigation team?
No,
Can you describe what actions you took on March 15, 2023 during the search of the Marwa property?
Sure. I was a searcher, so my plan that I received was to go through a designated area. Because of the expanse of the property, it would have been impossible for us to look at every single room individually myself. So I was given a hallway and I searched all of the rooms and all of the pieces of that hallway.
On March 15, 2023, did you walk through areas of the Marwa property other than your designated areas?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you didn't walk through every inch of that property?
Could you repeat that, please?
Is it fair to say that you did not walk through every inch of that property on that day?
That's correct.
Ms. Loftus, can we please put up side-by-side Government Exhibit NJ 215 and 241? Special Agent Luciano. Can you describe what part of the residence we're looking at here?
This is one of the main doors to the residence.
We can take those down and put up 214, 342. Starting with the top left. What part of the residence is reflected in this picture?
An entrance to the residence.
And then looking on the top right in the lower picture, are those other angles in other photos?
Yes,
We can take those down. Special Agent Luciano, did you go into the garage of the property on March 15, 2023?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Loftus, can we please put up NJ 94, 33, and 34? What did you see in the garage at the Marwa residence that day?
Several vehicles such as depicted here.
From your observation that day, what types of vehicles, if any, did you observe in that garage?
Luxury high-end vehicles. There was a black Range Rover SUV which you see in this picture closest to where I was standing. In addition to multiple high-end motorbikes.
Ms. Loftus, we can take those down and let's pull up 36, 37 and 35, please. Special Agent Luciano. Are these other photos from that garage?
Yes,
Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom in on the top left photo. What's shown here?
Several bikes.
And did you observe those bikes on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
We can take that down. We can put up exhibits 111 and 356, please. Do you recognize the room depicted in those photos from your search on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
Can you describe for the jury where this room was situated within the house?
Sure. It was on a ground floor off of a main entryway that had a large circular table. I believe it was immediately to the left.
And, Ms. Loftus, on the photo on the right on the wood paneling. If we could zoom in on what appears to be photographs that are taped up or tacked up to that wall. Let's take that down and we can put up 116, 112 and 114. Starting with this photo on the top left. Can you describe for the jury what view we're looking at in the residence in this photo?
This appears to be a sitting room.
And in the photo on the top right. Does that show a different angle of kind of the archway and hallway into that sitting room?
Yes,
And looking at the photo on the bottom, what vantage point is that relative to the room?
It runs parallel down the length of the room.
Ms. Loftus, let's take those down and put up 117 and 121, please. By the way, Special Agent Luciano. Do you know that property 675 Ramapo Valley Road goes by any other name?
Yes,
And what name is that?
The Crocker Estate.
Looking at these photos, can you explain for the jury where this room is situated within the residence?
Sure. It's on the ground floor, and it was the main area, I would say, of the residence. All of the second floor hallways that I had been in looked into this room.
How big was it?
Expansive.
Let's take those down and put up 120 and 125. Are these other angels of that same room we just looked at?
Yes, they are.
Focusing on the photo on the left. Can you explain where the second floor hallway is depicted in that photo?
If you look at the chandelier and you look slightly up and behind it, those are the second floor hallways. In addition, you'll see there's a white archway behind either end of the rooms. So one is behind the cathedral and one is directly across from that.
And then in the photo on the right, if we can zoom in on the back portion, Ms. Loftus, where there appears to be an item that rises the height of the room. Can you explain what that was?
Sure. I misspoke before. I called it a cathedral, and it is an organ.
And that was an organ that was on one side of the main hall, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection to the leading.
Ms. Murray said, I think Ms. Schroff had an objection.
The court said, I did not hear an objection.
Ms. Schrofa said, it's okay. I was objecting to the leading.
The court said, all right. Don't lead.
Ms. Murray said, yes, Your Honor. Ms. Loftus, we can take those down and can we put up 127, please? If we could zoom in on the window portion of this, please. Special Agent Luciano, what is this looking toward? This photo?
The outside of the residence.
Let's take that down and put up 103 and 104, please. What type of room is shown here?
This is another sitting room.
Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom in on the left photo on kind of the table and chair area in the center. Special Agent Luciano, do you see what is against what appears to be the fireplace in this photo?
Yes,
The rectangular object?
Yes,
What does that appear to be?
Some sort of statute.
And above the statute, we can zoom in directly against the fireplace, please. Let's try it on the right side. The fireplace, the full white fireplace on the right side. What is that item that is up in front of the fireplace?
A large screen TV.
Take that down and put up exhibits 314, 315 and 324. Now, Special Agent Luciano. Do you see that there's something hanging from each of the items depicted in these photos?
I do.
What is that?
They appear to be tags.
If we could take that out and focus in on the item on the bottom for a moment. Do you know what type of item this is?
I do not.
Let's go to 101 and 102, please. Now, Special Agent Luciano. In the photo on the left there's a piece of paper on the wall. Do you see that?
Yes,
What, if anything, does that represent?
That's a room number which helps designate where you find something. So in this picture we see that we have the sculpture or a statute of a vehicle. And we can clearly see we saw this in room Q. Helps us to keep organize.
And in the process of the search warrant who, if anyone, designates rooms with different identifiers?
That would be the evidence response team and the search team lead.
Focusing on the object in the center, did you see that on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
Ms. Loftus, we could take those down and let's put up 153 and 154, please. Are these additional photos of that same object, Special Agent Luciano?
Yes,
If we could zoom in on the item on the left side. Thank you. What does it appear to be based on your observations?
Sports car.
Let's take that down and pull up 153 alongside 800, please. Special Agent Luciano, Exhibit NJ 800. Is that a scan of one of the items that was recovered during the search of the MAWA property?
Yes,
If we could just have you focus on the English language at the top. Could you please read that in gray?
The course management states that Chong Guo has successfully attended the Ferrari Challenge.
Do you know who Chong Guo is?
No.
Looking at the bottom left, what is the date that's listed on this document for the Ferrari Challenge?
The 29th through 31st of January in 2015.
And what date was the search warrant executed where this document was recovered?
On March 15, 2023.
Take those down and put up 149 and 151, please. What type of room is this, Special Agent Luciano?
This is another sitting room.
And on the left, the photo on the left looking through the doorway. If we could zoom in on that, Ms. Loftus. What, if anything, do we see through the doorway here?
You see the sculpture.
Is that the same sculpture we just looked at in the prior photo?
Yes.
Focusing on the item on the right, if we could zoom in on the fireplace, please. What type of item is in front of the fireplace in this room?
This is that large TV.
Let's take these down and put up 189 and 190, please. What type of room did this appear to be?
This is a sitting room.
Focusing on the photo on the left on the couch and the chair, if you could zoom in on those. Do you see the white pillows?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image that is on those white pillows?
I do not.
Do you know what G fashion is?
No.
Let's take that down and now go to 99 and 100, please. Special Agent Luciano. There appears to be some equipment in this room. Do you see that?
I do.
What type of equipment does that appear to be?
It appears to be lighting equipment.
Let's take this down and put up 155 and 156, please. Are these additional photos of the same room? Special Agent Luciano, that we just looked at?
Yes.
And now, Ms. Loftus, if we could please pull up on the left side alongside 156, Exhibit 662. And if we could go to page 5. And Special Agent Luciano. This is another scan of an item that was recovered from the residence pursuant to the stipulation between the parties. Looking at page 5 here. Can you please compare the image on page 5 of the scanned document with the photo in 662 or in 156?
They look to be very similar if not the same.
And, Ms. Loftus, can we zoom in on the text on the left side of 662? Can you read in the bold text the scripture?
A monumental ormolu mounted mahogany bookcase.
And look at the prices, what appears to be pounds, dollars and euros. Could you read those ranges, please?
In dollars it's 19,000 to 31,000.
Ms. Loftus, let's put up 144 and 145. What type of room was this?
This appears to be a dining room.
Let's put up now exhibits 135, 136, 137 and 138. What room was this?
This is one of the kitchens at the residence.
And looking at the windows taking the top right as an example, what view, if any? Are we looking at through those windows?
It appears to be a view onto the grounds.
Ms. Loftus, can we pull up 140 and 141, please? By the way, what level was that kitchen on that we just looked at?
I would think that it's on the first floor.
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
But I would want to see a full walkthrough because there were so many kitchens.
The court said don't guess. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
And looking at these exhibits, what room within the residence is depicted in these?
This is another kitchen.
And then we can take those down and put up 142 and 143. Do you see the structure for lack of a better term that's in the photo on the left side?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a staircase down to one of the lower floors.
And leading from where to the lower from? Leading from what room down to the lower floor?
One of the kitchens to lower floor.
And let's take that down and put up 85 and 7, please. Do you recognize what's depicted on the left side here?
This is one of the lower floor hallways.
And, Ms. Loftus, on the right side photo. If we could zoom in on the black rectangular items that are on the wall. What does that appear to be an image of?
Artwork of a monkey.
We can take that down. And let's go to 14 and 15, please. Looking first at the left, can you describe what, if anything, is shown in this photo?
We have 4 pop art sculptures and more art of a monkey.
And the photo on the right, if we can zoom in on the picture on the wall, Ms. Loftus. What is shown there?
Artwork of a monkey.
Let's zoom out of that for a moment and leave these up. What type of equipment, if any, do you see on the photo in the right?
Gym equipment.
And let's go to 22, 23, 24, and 25, please. What part of the house was this located in?
This is on the lower level of the residence.
And what type of rooms were these?
They would be comparable to a spa. You have a washing off room and the inlet pool.
Did you walk through this portion of the house?
Yes,
On the top left photo, if we could focus on the mat, Ms. Loftus. What is next to the mat in this photo?
A pair of shoes.
Take that down and put up 26 and 32, please. What part of the house were these rooms in?
These were also on the lower floor of the house.
Where were they in proximity to photos we just saw of the pool, for lack of a better word?
They were nearby.
Let's go now to 97 and 98, please. The photo on the right is a bit clearer. What part of the house are we looking at on the photo of the right?
This was a landing between several of the floors.
And we can take this down and go to 210, please. What type of room was this?
This was a sitting room.
Take that down and go to 198 and 201, please. What type of room was this?
This was a bedroom.
Did you go into this room on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
Looking above the fireplace, what, if anything, is hung on the wall, the mantel?
A TV.
Let's zoom out of that. Special Agent Luciano, looking at the photo on the right. Do you see a piece of furniture under a mirror?
Yes,
What, if anything, did you do on March 15, 2023, relative to that piece of furniture?
I was the one who searched it.
Was the FBI authorized under the search warrant to search closed drawers, locked containers and items?
Ms. Shrofa said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may answer if you know."
We had the authority to do so.
Can you describe for the jury how you searched this dresser?
Sure. We opened the drawers and then we went through the items that were in there.
What, if anything, did you find in this dresser?
I found a leather case containing a card of sorts.
Ms. Loftus, if we could take those down and pull up exhibits 249 and 250. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photos, Special Agent Luciano?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the leather case that I found containing the card. And you can see my name on the item sheet.
So focusing first in the image on the left, and if we could zoom in, Ms. Loftus. What type of material was that case made out of on the left?
A pebbled leather.
And what, if anything, did it say on that item?
It reads Stefano Ricci Club.
And zoom out of that and room on the right side, please, the right photo. What type of view of the box on the left are we looking at here?
These are the contents of that leather case.
And looking at the piece of paper, what, if anything, does it say for description of item?
Black Stefano Ricci membership package monogram.
To be clear, who, if anyone, fills out that information on this type of item sheet?
I wrote that because I found the item.
And on collected by, whose name is that?
My name.
Now, looking at the item itself, what are we looking at to the left of the white piece of paper? It's a card-sized item.
That was the membership card.
What color is that? That's a black with a gold circle.
Yes,
Ms. Loftus, if we could just zoom in on that portion. So this is the left half of the zoom that we're in presently. Did you pick up or feel the card that day? Special Agent Luciano?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what it felt like?
It was a metallic card. It was heavier than a regular plastic credit card.
What does it read here on the bottom portion?
Ho Wan Kwok.
And the printed words above Ho Wan Kwok.
This welcome booklet belongs to.
Do you know who Ho Wan Kwok is?
No,
We can take that down and go to 199, please. What are we looking at here? What direction are we looking?
This is the bedroom in which that membership case was just found. And you'll see that the door on the left opens into a bathroom and the doorways on the right feed into a series of 3 rooms. The first of which was a closet. The second of which was a large room being used as a closet for linens. And the third of which is the door that you can see which is closed was another closet.
So let's go to 202 and 203, please. Now, this room. Where is this room relative to the view that we were just looking at in 199?
This is the first in that series of rooms through the first set of door frames.
Looking at the photo on the right. Can you explain what room we're looking into on the right side through the doorway here?
The room through that doorway is another large room being used as a closet.
And if we could just zoom in on the clothes that are hanging in the photo on the right for a moment. Ms. Loftus. We can take that down and let's go to 204 and 205, please. Special Agent Luciano, which room is this?
This is the middle of the series of rooms. It's the large room being used as a closet.
Let's go to 283 and 284, please. Are these additional views of that room?
Yes,
Ms. Loftus on, the photo on the right. Can we please zoom in on the entirety of the hanging rack that's against the back wall? Special Agent Luciano. What is hanging from that rack? What appears to be hanging from that rack?
Clothing.
Do you know whether any clothing was seized on March 15, 2023?
I do.
Ms. Loftus, can you pull up alongside this 284 Exhibit 221? Special Agent Luciano. What does this show on the left side here?
This is a tag on a suit.
Is that a suit that was seized on March 15, 2023, from the Mawa residence?
Yes,
Can you read what that tag says?
Bryony for Miles Kwok.
Let's take that down and put up 185 and 186, please. What type of room was this?
This was a bedroom.
And let's put up 187 now, please. Zooming in on the mat next to the bed. What, if anything, is on that mat?
Slippers.
Let's go to 181, please. What type of room was this?
This is a bathroom.
And on the bottom left of this photo, what, if anything, are we looking at there?
The towels.
Yes.
Towels.
Did you observe towels during your search on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
Ms. Loftus, if we could pull up alongside Exhibit 228, please. Are these some of the towels that you observed during your search on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
What type were they?
Versace.
Let's go now to 174 and 177. What type of room is this, Special Agent Luciano?
This is a bedroom.
Do you see a pattern on the edge of the mattress in this bedroom?
I do.
How would you describe that pattern?
It looks to be checked similar to plaid or buffalo.
And now let's go to 224 and 254, please. What are we looking at on the left here?
This is a safe.
Where was that safe located?
In third of the closets in that series of rooms that we had looked at previously with the closed door.
Did there come a time on March 15, 2023, when the FBI accessed the contents of this safe?
Yes,
What, if anything, was your role when accessing the contents of this safe?
I observed the opening of the safe, and I searched through the contents of the safe.
What is the photo on the right of the safe?
Several of the items in the safe.
If we could now put up exhibits 255 and 265. What are we looking at in the photo on the left?
The contents of the safe.
And if we could zoom in on the top left portion of that left photo, Ms. Loftus. The top left here. Special Agent Luciano, what is that?
It was a bag of money.
You can zoom out of that, and we can zoom in on the right side, please. And Special Agent Luciano. What is this? What's depicted in this photo?
This is the money seized from that safe.
Did there come a time when you counted that money?
Yes,
Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom out and zoom in closer on the white piece of paper. Approximately how much money was located in that safe?
It was approximately $394,040.
What type of currency was that $394,040?
U.S. cash.
Let's go to exhibits 275 and 276, please. What type of room was this?
This is a closet.
Let's go now to 273 and 274. What are we looking at here?
Men's apparel.
Ms. Loftus, on the right side, if we could zoom in on first the black item on the top left. Do you see words written on this, Special Agent Luciano?
I do.
Do you know what they mean?
No,
What type of fabric, if any, does that appear to be made out of?
Leather.
Ms. Loftus, if we could pull up alongside 274, Exhibit 256, please. And let's zoom in on the text portion as much as we can. There are words on the top right of this. What are they?
G-fashion.
And on the top left there's a word. What does that say?
Invoice.
What is the order date for this invoice?
December 15th, 2022.
Let's zoom out. There are a couple of items. I want to focus your attention on the last one here. If we could zoom in on that, Ms. Loftus. First of all, what is the quantity of this item on this invoice?
1.
How is it described?
Crocodile hoodie leather jacket.
Above that before the 50, do you see 3 letters?
Yes,
What do they say?
BLK.
What is the price that's listed? In the second column, what is the price that was listed for this jacket?
The price was $129,600.
Let's zoom out of that. And, Ms. Loftus, if we could now please put up 257 and 258. Focusing now on the left side, if we could just zoom in on the subtotal shipping discount information. On this document, what was the subtotal?
$177,525.
What was the discount?
$177,525.
What percentage of discount is that?
100%.
So what was the total price for this invoice?
$0.
If we could focus now, Ms. Loftus, on the right side. Actually, let's take down the one on the right so we can look at 258 clearly. Thank you. Can you just read down the description of the 5 items that are listed here, please?
Biker zip-up dress, leather Rosita pants, leather jumpsuit, crocodile leather jacket.
And looking at the quantities list for these items, Special Agent Luciano. How many of the crocodile leather jackets were there, for example?
There were 2.
And what was the price for each of those?
The price was $186,000.
So adding up the quantities of items that are listed on this invoice. How many individual items are reflected on this invoice?
There were 10 by my math.
And what was the subtotal for those 10 items?
$425,065.
And the discount?
$425,065.
What percentage discount is that?
100%.
Is that more than 50%?
Yes,
Is that more than 10%?
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, we stipulate that 100% is more than all of those.
The court said okay.
What was the total for these 10 items?
$0.
We can take that down. Ms. Loftus, can we now please go to 233? Focus in on the top portion of this. What information is reflected on this document?
Security personnel.
What is the title listed?
Director of Security.
And there's a photo there. Do you recognize that person?
No,
Looking on the right, what is the name listed for that person?
Scott Barnett.
You can take that down now, and put up Exhibit 61, please. What is this in this photograph?
This appears to be an envelope.
What is the return address in the top left corner of this envelope?
162, East 64th Street, New York, New York, 10065.
And what address was this sent to?
It was sent to 33, Ferncliff Road, Coscob, Connecticut, 06807.
Under that there's a 2 and a colon. What does it say after that?
To Ho Wan Kwok, Wen Gui Gua.
Do you know who Wen Gui Gua is?
No,
Let's put up now Exhibits 55 and 230. Starting on the left, if we could zoom in, Ms. Loftus. On kind of the green portion through to the card. What are we looking at here, Special Agent Luciano?
This appears to be a New York State ID.
And what is the name of the individual for this ID?
Ho Wan Kwok.
It's a bit hard to read. Do you see the address listed below for Ho Wan Kwok?
I do see the address.
Are you able to read it?
Not clearly.
What street is that address on if you can tell?
The first digit is not clear.
All right. Ms. Loftus, we can zoom out of that, and let's zoom in on the ID on the right side. What appears to be an ID? What type of card is this?
This looks like an ID card as well.
Can you read on the top the name or the title of this card?
Hong Kong Permanent Identity Card.
For whom?
Ho Wan Kwok.
And looking at the date of issuance, it's a bit blurry. Can you read the date of issuance for this?
It's the 10th of December, 04.
We can zoom out of that. Let's go to 267 and 745. Starting with 267 on the left of the screen. If we could zoom in on the envelope and the documents on top of it. What are we looking at here?
These appear to be Social Security cards.
If we can zoom out again, Ms. Loftus. And zoom in just on the white portion on the Social Security card on the left side. Can you read the name of this mail to whom it's addressed?
Hing Kai Ngok.
What's the address it was sent to?
The address is 781, Fiesta Avenue Apartment, 1801, New York, New York, 10022.
Looking at the right of the Social Security card on the bottom right. What's the date of issuance of that card?
The 10th of May, 2018.
Do you know who this individual is? Hing Chi Ngok?
No,
Zoom out of that and look on the right side and zoom in. What type of document is this?
This is a passport.
Issued from where?
Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, People's Republic of China.
We can take that down. And, Ms. Loftus, let's go now to 347 and 348. First focusing on 347. If we could zoom in on the item. What type of item is this?
It appears to be a wallet with pictures and a health insurance card with a credit card.
And the card on the top, on the middle and the right side. Can you read a portion of that name that's printed on that card?
Yes,
What does it say?
Hing Kai Ngok.
Zoom out of that and look on the right side, please. And zoom in on those items. Looking at the photograph of the two individuals, Special Agent Luciano. Is that the photographs that we saw in the image that we just looked at on the left side?
Could we pull up the other picture as well?
Sure.
Yes,
So the image on the right, are those the items that were taken from the wallet that's depicted on the left?
I couldn't say. I didn't search that wallet.
Let's take that down and go to Exhibit 272. What types of documents are depicted in this photo?
Travel and ID documents.
And if we're able to zoom in on the top left, let's zoom in on that item and see. It may be too fuzzy. Let's do instead 798, please. Do you recognize the individual depicted in these photographs?
No,
Let's go to 346 and 246, please. Focusing on the left, what do these appear to be?
Personal photographs.
Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these photographs?
No,
And then on the right, if we could zoom out and look on the right again. What do these appear to be?
These also appear to be personal photographs.
Let's go to Exhibit 808, please. If we could go to the next page. What is the text on the top right of this document?
Rolls-Royce.
Let's zoom in on the top portion through to aircraft serial number. If you could read starting with the customer on the first paragraph here.
Whitecroft Shore Limited.
And continue reading that sentence here.
Hereby authorizes the following company to act as its agent and receive services on behalf of the customer under that aircraft enrollment contract.
And the company name listed here is ACAS Canada Limited. Do you see that?
Yes.
Please zoom out and zoom in on the bottom portion. Agreed by customer. What is listed for the customer?
Whitecroft Shore Limited.
And the printed name?
Guo.
Title of Guo.
Sole Director.
Zoom out and go to the next page, please.
The court said, all righty. It's 5 o'clock. We're going to stop our work for today. We'll resume tomorrow. You'll be here ready to walk into the courtroom at 9:30. Remember, members of the jury, that you're not permitted to discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything from any source that touches on the subject matter of this case. Have a good evening.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
Jury not present.
The court said, you may step out.
Witness temporarily excused.
The court said, please be seated. Does either side want to say anything before we break for the evening?
Ms. Murray said, nothing from the government, Your Honor.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, just one matter. I believe in the exhibits that were demonstrated to the jury this afternoon. One of them had a photograph and information about a gentleman named Scott Barnett. His phone number was made public. And Mr. Barnett is not. I just wanted to flag for the court that perhaps it might be prudent not to have his phone number be made public. But I leave that up to the court.
Ms. Murray said, we're happy to redact that. It appeared to be a business number. We'll redact that for the exhibits that we actually put into evidence.
The court said, very well. Have a good evening.
Adjourned to June 21, 2024 at 9 a.m.